Hello everyone. Here we'll be dealing with Microsoft Excel 2019 and almost all the functionalities mentioned here will be useful for previous versions also. So technically if you are having some earlier version, even then you can use majority of the material which I have shared here. Now the point is that Microsoft Excel is quite what you call very important software, and it is almost used everywhere by a lot of people belonging to lot many professions, be it a student, you could be a data scientist, you could be an investment banker, you could be a financial analyst. Almost all of them depend heavily on Excel to achieve their targets. Now the point is, before getting started, I would like to mention to you one small trick or one small hack by which you can start using Excel for free. Okay, how do you do it? Now go here and go to off type here office.com. Okay, so there it will ask you to sign in, or you can also if you have not don't have any account, you can also what you call uh, make a new account for free. So I'm just logging into my account, and here it is sign in. Fine. Now once you sign in, you can actually see here that there are several like icons on the left bar. Okay, here you can see that there's one thing called Excel. Okay, so click on that and click on new blank workbook. And there you go. Online here itself, you can see that this is a complete online free version of Microsoft Excel latest version. I'll show you my paid version also. This is a paid, one second, this is a paid software. I'll just try to compare it. Yeah, see here. You can see that almost all the features mentioned here are also here only. So technically you can start practicing your Microsoft Excel, the latest version, by just logging in and just clicking on the icons and step and following steps I have provided. You don't have to pay an extra penny also. Okay, however, if you want to really buy, you can actually buy that. And how it is, go back here again, go to this one. Okay, now here go to my account and you can go to install office. After you click on install office, it will show you technically several options. Okay, for example, since I already brought it, it's not showing it. It is click on services and subscriptions. Yeah, so technically you can pay this much amount every month, and you will get access to Microsoft 365 personal. I mean, that is only for personal use, and it will give you the latest version of Microsoft Excel, Word, PPT, PowerPoint, etc., and so on. However, if you want to increase it, if you want to use it, go for monthly, if you want to apply it for on an yearly basis, so this is the price. Okay, so you can technically buy it if you want, or else if you want to practice it for totally for free and also generate reports, even that you can do. And how do you do it? Just by logging in and just clicking one icon here. That's it, and it is completely free. So this is how you can start practicing for Excel for free. I promise you that this course will not have boring PPTs and etc. I will try to make it as hands-on approach as possible. Okay, so this is the Excel latest version which I'm using, and obviously to click the blank workbook to get started. And yes, this is what Excel looks like. Okay, so once you open a new file, this is how a blank workbook looks like. Now what is Excel actually used for? You can actually create charts, you can make lists, you can organize them, you can use graphics, diagrams, and link your data to that. You can even manipulate text, you can automate complex tasks, you can do number crunching, etc., etc. Now before doing all these things, I would like to just mention to you what are all the various what you call elements in this Excel workbook which you are seeing here. Okay, so now here you are seeing, what you are seeing here is the window controls, right? So minimize, maximize, and close. Fine. And then comes the ribbon display buttons here. Okay, you click this, it goes. Let's see, you can auto hide it, you can show tabs, you can show tabs and commands. So this is quite useful for that. And then comes the formula bar. Here is a formula bar. Actually, technically, you can type any formulas which are even standard, or you can craft your own formulas according to syntax. This is what it's used for. Okay, and here is the title bar. What's the title bar? I mean, the name of this file is book one, so that's what it depicts it. So this is what title bar actually looks like. We have horizontal scroll bars here. right below, and there's a vertical scroll bar. Okay, and here we can see this is the collapse ribbon button. Okay, so what do you do? If you click this, the ribbon button goes off. And if you just want to make it come back, just press Ctrl plus F1. Okay, so Ctrl plus F1 is used to toggle this. Press once, press again, and that's how you toggle it. And now this is the num box, or sorry, the name box. So for example, if you're clicking something here, the A row, A column and sixth row, it shows here. Okay, so which is the active cell is being shown here, and these are the row numbers here, and these are the column numbers. Now the point is let me deal with each and everything a bit more clearly. Now this is the what you call column names A, B, C, D, F, G, H, and these have only letters in this. And once you actually scroll to the right, then you can see that after that another A, B, A, C comes like that until AZ and ZZ and so on. So technically like this you can have from A to XFD. That means it has total of 16,384 columns. Okay, and if you want to click an entire column, just have to click here. You see the arrow mark, it's changing it. You click here, you can select the entire row irrespective of number you can click the entire column irrespective of number of rows of data it has. So okay, now this is a file button. So once you can click it, you can access whether you want to open, you want a new one, you want to open something, you want info, you can save it, you can do the print function, you can choose the templates, etc. And yeah, if you see here down here, you see a plus button and you see that this is sheet 1. Now the point is, if you can right click here, you can delete this sheet, you can insert an additional sheet, you can rename the proper this specific sheet, you can even move or copy. Now if you have one sheet and if you want to add another sheet, you can just click this plus button, 2, 3, and it goes on. If you want to get even what you call click on this sheet 3, press and even change the order. See 1, 3, 2, 4, so it goes like that. So this is something you can do. And similarly, the row, if you see here, you have rows 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and it goes on. Okay, and the numbers increase. So these numbers go all the way to 1,048,576. Okay, so these are the number of rows for each and every column you can have. Okay, and you have this search here, so you can technically search. If you're connected to the internet, you can search for anything. And specifically if you want some help also you can do that. Okay, and this is we have the sheet tabs, so scroll buttons, and the next is the title bar. This displays the name of the program which I've told you previously. This is a window control, and this is another thing which we like to show you is the zoom control. Okay, this is a zoom control. So if you want to maximize how you view the sheet, you can do it by clicking it here, or else you can even minimize it. Okay, they become very small. Now how do we move around in the worksheet? So that is quite important because it has a massive number of cells. So when you're dealing with huge data or worksheets, you should know how to move between the cells very easily in order to save time. Okay, now how do we know whether a specific cell is active or not? So one thing I have already told you is click any cell and that becomes active, and you are seeing that specific cell name here, ninth column, nth column and ninth row. That's what it shows here. In addition to that, you can also see that the specific column which is being highlighted is shown in thicker what you call outline. So this is how you can identify which is actually active. Now, having said that, you can technically navigate by using mouse, which I have shown you till now. In addition to that, you can also use your keyboard to move the active cells. Or now I will show you one. I'm pressing the upper button. So technically what it does, it moves up, right? Give me a second. Yeah. See here. So if I'm pressing up button, it's moving up. And similarly, if you're pressing down button, it goes down. Similarly goes with right and left. Fine. Now, however, if you use what you call page down, for example, click here and if you see hit page down, what happens? See, on the downmost part of the page, you can see that the 22nd cell A22 or 22nd row is quite clearly visible, but 23rd is not. Now what will happen if you hit the button page down? It will go to 23rd cell. Okay, see, now 23rd cell has got highlighted. Let's press again. Let's say, see again, this 45th cell is obscure, not completely visible, but 44 is. So when I hit page down again, what will happen? 45th cell will be visible. See, now it's 45th cell, it will come up. Similarly, if I hit the page up, what will happen? It will go to 23rd cell, and if I hit it again, it will go to first cell. So this is how page up and page down occurs. Now I will put alt page down and let's see what happens. So it moves to the right. Okay. Now see, the point is, if I see here, I'll come back to starting. Now in this entire columns, you can see that the U column is not fully visible, but T is. So if I press alt page down, what will happen? U will be visible fully, and that will get highlighted. Let's see. See, now this U has come. Similarly, again I will press it. What will happen? AN is visible completely. AO is not visible completely. Page down. See, and the same thing will be visible again. This is what happens when you press alt page down. Similarly, the reverse of it, when you press alt page up, it will go back. So previously, what was there? Alt U, right? See, now U has come here. Similarly, if I press alt page up again, what will happen? A column. Fine. Now the point is, now I have an active cell here. Okay, and somehow by accessing huge data, I have gone somewhere else. Okay. So this is what happened. Now now what will happen is I want to go to the specific place where my active cell is actually residing. Now active cell is in B4, but in the entire screen you can see that I'm in some 336th row or something. No, so what do we do? Control and backspace. I have to hit control plus backspace. What will happen? Let's see. My entire screen will focus on this one, B4, which was the active cell. Okay, now I will show you once more. Okay, let's choose another cell here. Yeah, so I'm choosing P15 and somehow I'm scrolling down quite down. I'm scrolling quite left. So technically even P is not visible, even the number is not visible, etc. Now I want to go back to my specific cell. So for that I don't have to scroll several times. Okay, so what I have to do is, this is P15, you can see here, fine. Now the point is I want to go to a specific cell so that I can make some modifications. So what do you do? Control and backspace. Simple. See, now I have come back to this place. It is quite visible here. Now the point is, when I'm performing all these actions, my screen lock is not active. Okay, so what will happen if I press screen lock? I'll show you. So I'm activating now my screen lock. Let me give me a second. Yeah, now you can see here that ready screen lock has is shown here. So screen lock is technically active. So what do you do? If I press above arrow or down arrow, what will happen? Let's see. The cell is not moving. Okay, I'm using the keyboard. My cell is not moving. Usually when screen lock is not active, what will happen is the cell moves. Otherwise, if I press screen lock and if screen lock is active, the sheet moves and the cell doesn't. So I'm pressing above and below, it is not affecting the cell at all. Similarly, if I press right and left, also the cell does not move at all. However, you can change it by clicking. By using the mouse and clicking, you can change the cell. But the cell in turn doesn't move by keyboard operation. Okay, so this is another hack you can use when you are trying to. Okay, now I will remove the screen lock for this thing and I'll show you again. Now I'm using the keyboard button. I'm pressing above, below, right and left. Now you can see the difference. The difference is that the cells are moving. If you put a screen lock, the cells are not moving. Simple. Now the point is, you have what you call the mouse, and you can technically use it to navigate any cell by just by pointing at it and clicking at it, etc., etc. So technically it's a no-brainer, so not an issue. And after saying that, I would like to tell you something about ribbon tabs. So this is a ribbon tab. Okay, so there you can see, you will see home, insert, page layout, formulas, data, review, view, help, etc. So we'll discuss one by one. Okay, so file I have shown you. If you click on file, what will happen? You go back where you can actually create a new blank book. You can choose template, save, print, etc., etc. coming back, what is home? You'll technically, if you click on home, you'll see all these immediate important functions. These are technically those functions from various other ribbon tabs also sometimes, which you can which are most frequently used. Okay, they are the basic commands. This belongs to one tab, this belongs to another tab, and it goes on. And what happens is, so since they're technically most used, so you can, instead of clicking on each and everything whenever you want, they're usually available here on home tab itself. And next is insert. Let me click it. Yeah. So when you click on insert, insert is when you click on insert, you will be able to put add-ins. So technically, it is for inserting and something. You can insert maybe a diagram, a symbol, or chart, or a graphic, or a pic, or a smart shape, or a line, column, graph, etc., and so on. So technically, insert is when you click on insert, it will show all the functions which you can use to insert some extra items or extra elements to your already existing chart. Fine. The next is what? Page layout. Sorry, control F1. Yeah, yeah. So in page layout, you can see that you can have various what you call commands which can affect the way your entire worksheet looks. You can choose the margins, you can choose the orientation, the size, the print area which you want to define, the page breaks you can put it, and what are the backgrounds you can do. You can also define the width and height of each and every individual cell. You can also view the grid lines if you want to. You can send some elements frontward, backward, etc., and so on. And this is what page layout tab does. And next comes the formulas tab. As I have already previously mentioned, this is a formula bar where you can enter any formula of your choice according to syntax. But however, just in case if you want a quick reference, you can click this formulas tab, and in turn what you can do is you can insert a function, and which are these functions are in turn what you call divided into several types. Like we have financial functions like interest accrual, COPA, NCD, DB, DISC, MARR, IRR, internal rate of return comes like that, interest rate, FE schedule, and so on. Similarly, you can have logical for what you call formula. You can have text formula, your formula for date and time lookup, reference match, and more functions. Okay, so technically, you this does the same function as this tab, but the point is gives you a ready reference so that you can actually look up and choose which is good for you. I mean, which is most suitable for the task at hand. Now, the next is data. Now, as you must have known, Excel is primarily a data handling tool. Okay, they are more like a worksheet. Now, the point is, you can data you can actually generate on Excel itself, or you can have external resources or external files from which you may have to import data, so that you can work on Excel to generate the final output. So this tab, if you go there, you can what called draw data from text or CSV. You can draw from any table other range, or you can draw even from web, or from a recent or even existing connections. In addition to that, you can also have data validation commands as well. This will be dealing with in further levels also, so you don't have to worry much about it. So this is about the data tab, and the next comes review. Now this contains the review for if you have to check any spelling, if you want to translate some words, you have to add any specific comments. Sometimes you may have to even protect the worksheets or protect the entire workbook itself. If you want to edit the entire ranges, all that you can do in this review tab. And the last but not last before one comes the view. You can this contains various commands again to view how you want to visualize this entire data or this entire workbook on your screen right now. You can actually freeze panes. Can I have a page equivalent? What I'm actually seeing is a normal view here. You can actually zoom, which is actually an extension of this one only, which I have mentioned to you earlier. So this is how a view is technically about. And the last is help. Very quite useful for everyone. This provides ways to make suggestions. You have even community online. You can even contact support if you want. You can get feedback. You can also use help topics to widen your knowledge, and also help yourself out just in case you are stuck. Okay, so this is about the entire what you call the outlook, or the entire tabs, or the entire basic features of what Excel is all about. Okay. Now, having said that, now you must be wondering that all these features are technically, mouse. They can be accessed only by mouse. Okay. But however, just in case if you want to access all these by keyboard only, even then you can do. How? Let me press. I'm not moving my mouse here, keeping it in center for your attention. Okay, I'm not moving it. Now all I'm doing is pressing the Alt button. Okay. Now Alt plus any other shortcut will activate that one. Give me a second. Yeah, if I press Alt button here, you are seeing that there are various numbers that are coming. What called new characters are appearing. R 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Here is in F, H, N, P, M, A, R, W, Y, Z, S, Z, C, etc., etc. Right? And if I'm releasing the Alt button, they're going away. Okay. Now I have to press Alt only once and they appear. Now what I have to do is if I press the Alt button, now if I press just H, I'm not keeping it pressed, I'm just pressing H or say N. Now what will happen? I'm going directly to the insert page here, insert tab here. Okay. Now again I'm seeing here say Q, D, etc. and SF, SW, etc. Now I'm pressing again say SF here. See, so or instead of SF I'm pressing SL. So what will happen? It's creating sparklines. See, so you just have to click on Alt. The shortcuts will appear on the workbook itself. Now let me show you once more how it works. Okay, I'm just pressing Alt, not keeping it pressed. I just pressing once Alt and now see. So I'm technically having several options here. F, H, N, P, M, A. So I'm pressing what I would like to see. For example, if I want to go for page layout, which is showing as P here. Okay, it is showing P here. So I'm pressing just P and it's going, I'm going to directly to page layout tab. And now what I'm trying to do, I want to check, say for example, orientation, and it is showing here. So I had to press O again. So what will happen? See, that has got activated. I can view the orientation as portrait or landscape. Okay, so you have to press Alt once, and then those shortcuts will appear directly on the Excel workbook, and then you have to press the according shortcut. Okay, so you don't have to work hard. So this is how you can use Excel using only keyboard alone. Mouse is not quite necessary. Also, in addition to everything, you can see right next to this title bar on the left side, you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, couple of them. So these are quick access toolbars. What are quick access toolbars? For example, of course, what you call this ribbon bar has hundreds of, I mean, not just hundreds, several. I would like to mention several functionalities. But there are certain functions which we'll be using on a day-to-day basis. I'm not just a day-to-day basis, but very frequently. So technically, we want them to have on our fingertips or technically on ready availability every time. So what we do is this is called quick access toolbar. So what we do is it will have automatic. So if you add new, another icon will get added. If you want to open, another icon will get added. So similarly, you can technically add several what to call functions here. And so each and every time when you want to what called perform on a specific action again and again, you don't have to specifically search for each and everything, or you don't have to specifically remember shortcuts or anything. All you have to go is directly go next to this toolbar and just click on that. For example, this is undo. Okay, undo zoom or something. Any action can be undone up to 100 steps. Fine. If you and if that is 100 first or 100 second step, then it will not get done. Okay, so you can do up to undo up to 100 steps, and this is redo. Since we haven't done anything so far on the Excel, because this will not be active. And if you want to print something, or to open something, or to save anything, or you want to open new document, all that we can do by directly going. We don't have to click on file. We don't have to click on. So that technically saves a lot of clicks. Since it will be saving a lot of clicks, it will be more efficient. Okay. Now the point is, of course, we can undo several actions, but the point is, any action which goes outside of this workbook. For example, you are saving something else as something else from within this workbook, you cannot undo it. So you have to be a bit careful while working with this Excel worksheet. Now, having said all this, let's create some small data, a small example in the Excel sheet. Okay. Now, let's see. Week, day of week, day of the week. Okay, so this technically defines the day of the week. Okay, and here we are telling number of toys sold, and this is data for what you call uh, a specific store. For example, the day of the week is say Monday, so you're putting it as what, a Monday, right? Now the point is you want to enter the date, number of days is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and so on, and the cycle repeats. Now the point is you don't have to manually enter each and everything every single time. Now we have typed Monday here, and this obvious, since I'm entering data here, this cell is highlighted, given the fact that the border is a bit thicker than the rest. Now here you are seeing a small notch here, right? So you take a cursor there, okay, and then what do you call, the look of the cursor. The look of the cursor actually changes a bit. It becomes a plus symbol. Now click and hold it, and then pull it down. So what you say is, you're seeing here, right? Right next to the plus symbol, you're seeing Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So technically, it is recognizing, the Excel is recognizing that you want to enter the number of days in a specific sequential order, and it is willing to do the work for you. Okay, so I want to enter for like 2 weeks, like Monday to Sunday, and that multiplied with it ends in the coming Saturday, right? So I can enter till next Saturday. So see what I have: Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, right? And one more day, that's obviously Sunday. I'll just pull it down a little bit, Sunday. So technically, instead of typing everything manually, the Excel has done the autofill. Okay. So technically, here also you can see the autofill options. Can fill series, can just copy. If I want to hit fill series, that means it is recognizing that there is a specific pattern to it, and it will fill those elements in that order. For example, Monday, and after Monday comes Tuesday, after Tuesday comes Wednesday. So it is recognizing that series, and it is filling everything. Now, for example, if I want to enter another data, so at a toy store on Monday, I'm saying, for example, I'm selling 100 toys, and this figure increases by 10% every passing day. Okay, so next day will become next it will become 110, 121, and so on. Now the point is, I want to fill up the entire series. So what I have to do, I have to enter 10% every time, and then calculate that. That is when you want to do it manually. But the point is, if you want to increase it automatically, you can do one thing. So what you're going to do is going to enter formula here. You can, what you do is equal to, select this value into 1.1, right? So technically you're increasing it by 10%. And there you go, you get 110. Now if you want to calculate for every cell under column B, all you have to do is go again here, find your plus symbol, click it and drag. Simple. And you get all the necessary data. You don't have to really calculate each and everything once you have entered a formula. Now actually looking at all this data, I want to make it a bit more what you call smooth or streamlined. I just want to reduce the number of what you call the decimals here, right? I just want to do it. So how do you do it? Go to home, click here, and there uh, number format control you will find. Okay, here this is number format control. There what you will do is click down, and here you can click on more number formats, then number, and then you can reduce the decimal places to 0. So what will happen? So technically we'll be having the whole numbers, only the numbers without the actual decimals. This is how you can manipulate it. Now having generated the data and made a table like this, now you just want to make it look a bit more tidy and more professional. Now what do? Just click any date, any cell which has data in it. Now the entire data is contained here on, okay. So I just click one cell, any cell, okay, some random cell within this data. Now what do? I have to go to choose insert. Here you have option called table. Click on that and create table. Now it will ask where is the data for your table. So it will tell $A $1. What does it mean? Technically A1. A1. So it starts from here and ends here. Okay. till B15. So B15. So the data in the table is entirely here only. And also click that my table has headers. So header means what? The topmost row is going to be the header for it. Now click on OK. Now let's see what will happen. So now you can see that the entire data has been transformed into a nearly really neat corporate look. Okay. Now how do, and also this, since it has headers, you can actually click on it and you can choose. For example, if you want to show the data only for Monday and Thursday, just click that. So only those will be shown, Monday and Thursday. Fine. And if you want data only for say only Wednesday, click that, and only that will be shown. Fine. And now if you want uh, the data which say for here will say 236, only that data will be shown. So technically you can actually what to call, manipulate the data and even show the data in this specific format. Okay. So this is how you can make a really good looking tables, etc. here. Now the point is, if you want to say add the summation of all these values, now you want to know how many toys were sold in the entire period. Fine. Now the point is, how do you do it? Now, one second. So all you have to do is go to the bottommost row after this. I mean the where the next row where after which all the data has ended, equal to put equal to sum, bracket open, and click and pull. Okay. Once you have done that, press enter. So here you are seeing the entire summation of all the values here. That means the total number of toys sold, the value shown here. However, in addition to that, instead of say summation, you just want to have other metrics. Like for example, if you want to have the average number of toys sold, you can click that. For example, once this formula is entered, you're getting a drop down menu, right? So from drop down, you can see average. Click that average. What will happen? The average is 200. And the number of this one, 14. That means for 14 days, the sale has occurred. And what is the maximum value? That is 345. And what is the minimum value? Obviously, it's going to be 100. I will show that also. And some I have already shown. Okay. And if you want to find out the standard deviation of everything, even that you can calculate. So standard deviation is around 78. So all this I'll be showing in depth when I will be dealing with these specific topics in further levels. But I'm just showing you just a bird's eye view of how to do everything. Okay. So this I'll just delete it for time being. Yeah. Just click it and hit delete. Okay. Done. Now how to actually create a chart? So I click again any one specific cell, go to insert here, and in the insert tab you can see insert charts and recommended charts. In insert here you can see this specific part of ribbon is for chart only, and in this, there are several charts. So you can hit on recommended charts, or if you want to choose something you can choose that also. Now say I want to click say which one shall I choose? I'll choose a pie chart or a scatter. Okay, I'll choose this one. This I can have 2D column chart, I can 3D column, 2D bar, something like that. So as I'm hovering my mouse over any specific thing, I'm seeing that all these charts are already appearing in the background. See, I'm hovering my mouse over 2D bar, and I can see in the background the chart has already appeared. Similarly for 3D charts. Okay, so I'll click one. So this is how it is showing. So for entire data, like for Monday, Tuesday, and till Monday again, this is the entire bar, the entire chart. Okay. Now, excuse me. Yeah. Now, once this chart appears, we click on this. What is available here? You can see. Can add chart elements. And click that. You can add axis titles also. For example, here I can put on x-axis I can put the number, day of the week, and on y-axis I can put number of toys sold, and I can put a data labels, that means which shows the exact amount of data that is being shown. I can also put grid lines, which is already there. You can also put the legend if you want to. So it varies. These are the elements which you can add actually. In addition to that, if you click here, can also modify the color, etc. also. For example, I can use this modification, I can use this, I can use even this, I can even use this. So technically you can toggle a lot. And color also you can change if you want to. For example, this is a color palette for one. I can click on something else, green, yellow. Yeah, even this one I can choose. I can even choose monochromatic. Okay, so all this will be dealing with. Don't worry, I'm just showing you a specific bird's eye view of all these features. Okay. Now the point is, if you want to print any specific thing, you can also do it. That is quite simple. You have to go to this file menu, click print, and yeah, you will get all the options. You can just choose the only the chart or something. Here you are seeing the option print select a chart, because I have selected chart previously. See, I have already selected this chart. So when I'm going to file and click print, it's only showing this one specific chart alone. Here also you can see that print selected chart is showing. Only print is the select chart. Now if I click it, print the entire workbook, I can do that. I can do print selection, etc., etc. But however, if you want to print a normal entire data, then unselect this chart. Now you can go to print. See, now you're getting both the elements, right? You're able to print the active sheets. You can print the entire workbook if you want. You can print only specific current selection also. However, if you want to print only chart, that also you can do by selecting the chart in first place. Okay. After saying that, if you want to save it, you can click on save or save as something. This works the same as any other Microsoft software like PPT or MS Word. So just have to enter the file name and then click enter, and also define in what mode or in what type of format you want to save it as. Okay. Now by default your work will be saved every 10 minutes. Okay, so there will be auto save. If you click on here, so just upload the file. Okay, fine. So I have to connect it to OneDrive. I will connect it later. So technically you can auto save it every 10 minutes by doing this. I can choose it to turn it off just in case if you want. So in this lecture, we'll be dealing with the different types of data we can enter in the Excel worksheet, and how to enter, how to edit, etc. and so on. Okay. Now, as we have seen in previous class, we have seen that there are several sheets here, 1, 2, 3, 4, and we can add as many sheets as we want. Okay. So there is technically not much limits to it, and each and every sheet has like this over 17 billion cells. Okay. That many different number of cells it can technically handle. Now that four types of data which an Excel workbook file can actually accept. They are numerical values. What is the numerical value? It could be any specific number. It could be even text, and it could be even a formula which we have discussed previously. For example, is equal to this multiplied by 0.77. Enter. So this could be a formula, and it could be even an error. For example, if an Excel doesn't recognize any specific formula, then it will what you call raise an error. For example, if you are dividing this value by 0, what will happen? An error will show. That is division by error. A division by 0 is an error. Okay, so these are four different types of values that each and every cell can hold. Okay, now let's deal with each and every one of these types one by one. Okay. Now first we will deal with what numerical values. Now numerical values can be of several types. Let's deal with plain numbers as such. Okay, so these or numerical values to be more precise. Now these numerical values can be of different types. It could be quantity of something. It could be number of men. Could be number of women. Number of students. Number of people. It could be even date, time. It could be weights, etc. Now the point is there is small limitation to it. The point is that it cannot hold more than 15 digits. So the Excel numbers are precise only up to 15 digits only. I will show a small example. For example, here in this cell, I'm typing like say 18 ones. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Okay, so I have typed 18 ones. Okay, continuously, so that is specifically a huge number. And now I'll take the focus back. Now let's see what will happen. Now I'm going back again to this one. You can see that last three have become 0. Got it? So technically first 15 digits are normal. They haven't been touched. Last three have become 0 by default. Of course the entire length of the number hasn't been changed. Okay, but After this 15 days, it is not recognizing the number modalities and it is returning automatically to 0 everything. Okay, so it's the precision of the number in Excel is only 15 digits. So you can enter any number, it will apply similar only. So technically it will prove a small issue. For example, if you want to enter a credit card number which usually has 16 digits, or if you want to enter bank account number which has like 30 digits, sometimes 20 digits or something, it will store it incorrectly. So one of the way you can do it is you have to pre-format the cell as text, then it will be able to do it properly. Okay. And also there are some of the Excel's other numeric limits. For example, the largest positive number you can enter in an Excel is equal to 9.9 into 10 to the power 307. Okay. So this is 9.9e into 10 to the power 300. This is a maximum positive number you can have. For example, if it changes to say 310, what will happen? Let's see. I'll enter it. See, it is showing unrecognized number. Though the number, the what you call the entered data is been unchanged, it is not able to recognize the number because it is the maximum upper limit. I'll just do one thing. I'll just say 308. See, again it is showing hashtag number is showing an error. This technically is an error. What is it? This is a problem with the number used in the formula. Okay, that is because the number is too huge. However, the same thing if I'm trying to make it 307, what will happen? It is showing perfectly fine. So this is the maximum largest positive number you can have. Similarly, the smallest negative number is minus symbol. Excuse me. Yeah. So equal to this one. Okay. So press enter. Is showing pakka. It is showing in the proper format. If you put again 308, it is showing error again. So this is a maximum minus 9.9 into 10 power 307 is the lowest form of negative number you can have. So these are the actual number limits. Fine. Now moving ahead, we'll deal up the text entries. Now the point is we are entering we have been entering numbers so far and also entered text. Now the point is if you say for example start typing any characters here, then it will automatically recognize text only. For example, if you want to add 15 fruits, what will happen? It will recognize this entire as text only. So if you want the numerical part to be separate, it is always better to put 15 in one thing and fruits in other cell. Okay, only then it will recognize this as numeric and this one as text. But however, if you combine both, this will be recognized as text only. Now the point is we have seen about a bit about formulas previously also in previous class. Let me show the sheet to you. Yeah. Okay, where we have technically implemented the formula to calculate that number of toys sold. And for example, if you want to multiply this, find out the value into say 35 per toy, 30 per toy. So I'm getting another column, etc., which shows the entire value. Okay, so this is how you can start using formulas to calculate any value you want. Now the point is while entering numbers, yeah, so when entering numbers you can actually what you call use individual numbers. You can add plus symbol, minus symbol, percentage symbol, comma symbol, etc. For example, if you put 9,000, this will be recognized as number. Then you can even use it for formula. Okay, equal to this into 9. See, so it is recognizing a number and even multiplying it. Now the point is you can even use it to add what you call numerical or arithmetic symbols. So it's equal to 9 minus 7. If you press 100, is showing as 2. So you can even put arithmetic symbols also in this. You can use percentage signs, even commas, etc. But however, if you put want to enter a negative number, all you have to do is minus 600. So it will be recognized as a negative number only. For example, I'll show one prove this is equal to this plus say 1000. 1000 enter. So how much will come? 400. So this is since we are adding this minus 600 with 1000, we're getting 400 as answer. So technically, if you want to enter a negative value, all you have to do is put a negative minus symbol before typing the number as such. Now the point, excuse me, yeah. Now the point is, if you want to enter any text, we can also do that. What do we do it specifically? How do we do it? You can just type any characters. Now, how many characters you can type? Technically, you can type about 32,000 characters in a single cell. Okay, that is technically sufficient to cram an entire say a small text or a small chapter, etc. Now the point is, if you try to type extremely long text entry into a cell, the what will happen is well, for example, I'll show one. I'll just type extremely long something. So the view will be spilled over to other ones. Okay. So of course you can click it and maximize it, but as you approach the upper limit of 32,000 cells, what you actually do is for example, it will not show properly in the formula cell so easily. So what you have to do is say I'll show one example. I will copy the entire one, and here I'll keep on pasting it. Okay, I'm just trying to make this text as big as possible. Okay, so what I have done is effectually I have made a huge what you call text in this specific cell actually, but however it's not showing in the formula bar completely, right? We cannot actually see. So what do you do actually? You can actually drag it, so you'll be seeing that you can see more. So if you have really huge text and if you want to see it in the formula bar for any specific operation, all you have to do is drag it down. Okay, so let me delete it. Yeah, done. Now coming to the point. The point is, see, for example, if you want to enter date values, we can actually do it in several ways. The point is, Excel treats date and also the time as specific types of numeric values, okay, not the normal ones. For example, the first date which the Excel can actually understand is January 1, 1900. Okay, so that from then the clock starts and then it goes on, and that specific date has a serial number of 1. Okay, and there, so the January 2 1900 will have a serial number of 2, January 3 1900 will have serial number 3, and so on. So this is actually the reference point of view which Excel uses to handle its date system. So the point is, the advantage of having such a serial number is that when you are trying to find out the number of days between any two date ranges, then it will be easier for Excel to calculate it. Now I will just show one example now. Okay, as a proof, equal to for example, if I enter a date like say July 4th 2020. Okay, so it is accepting this in the specific format. Okay, so it is automatically accepting as this one. So 7/4, and then this is the specific notation which is used to display this date. And for example, if you want to another date, for example, say 11th September 2020, same year. So it is accepting like this, 9/11/2020. And if you want to have the date ranges between them, you can get this minus this. So 69. So minus 16, of course, that is number of days between these two specific dates. Okay. So in backend, it specifically uses a reference number to calculate the date ranges, etc. For example, if I put a space and put say 1300, that is the time. Okay, now let's see what happens. Now instead of 69 it is showing 69.5417. Now what is this 0.5417? The difference between these two dates and also difference between these two times. So that is 1 p.m. Okay, for example, put 11, then what will happen? 95983. And 11, 59, 59, 59, 59, what will happen? See, it's almost equal to 70. Okay, so that's what it shows. So technically it's 1 second short of next day. So that's why it is showing minus 70. So this is how the reference system works. This specifically works with what you call the dates, and also works what you call with specific time also. Now the point is you are having this all these values here, right? Now the point is if you want to clear, you can clear certain contents or formats. What you can do is go to Home tab and go to Editing tab here, and here you seeing an eraser mark. So click that. You can see you can clear almost. Will clear technically everything. Okay, only for this specific cell. Or if you want to do for entire cell, you can do that also. Excuse me, clear all. So it gets cleared out. Let me undo this. And now if you want to clear only the formats, you can clear that too. See, now you get it is a refer. Before here it was a specific day. Now it is reverted to its actual what you call reference number with respect to date. So you can do that. You can clear comments and notes, and even clear hyperlinks. So if you have entered some hyperlink here, you can clear that also. So this is how you do use the editing the clear function within the Excel. Now we shall see how to edit the contents of a cell. Okay, that mainly three methods. The point is you can just click one cell where you want to do it, then click twice. I mean double click. So technically you can then modify anything. Okay, you can type anything and that will modify it. However, if you're using only the keyboard, so what you have to do is use the keys button to navigate to the specific cell and press F2. Okay, so here you are seeing ready, right? You are able to see ready. Now let's see what will happen if we press F2. See, now it is going to edit mode. Instead of ready, it's going to edit mode. The cell which you have selected here has a cursor, which means I can edit anything I want. Okay, then press enter. That's it. It changes it. Now that is one thing, and the third way by which you can do is you can actually go into the formula bar here. So we will have same text, same content as the cell here, and there also you can type it. Okay, so there are three methods to edit the contents. Now, for example, if you can see here, say for example entering any data here, pressing enter is going down to next below bar. Okay, it is going below here. Now, if you want the same thing to go in a specific order like right or left or something like that, how do I change it? So the point is you can do it easily. You have to go to click on file, go to options. Okay. So click on options here. Wait, let it come. Now here is something where you can do a lot of toggling here. Okay. So here what you have to do is after clicking on this options, you'll see one advanced tab here. Okay. Click that here. So here you'll have editing option. After pressing enter, move selection direction down. This is a basic default what you call selection. You can choose it right, up, left, etc. also. I'll choose up for time being. I'll just show how it works. Okay, so I'll press some enter and press enter, so it is going up. See, instead of going down, it's going up. Now I'll try to change it by clicking the options again. Instead of go to advanced, instead of going up, I want to go it to right. Okay, yeah. Okay, I will type in here something, press enter, it's going to right. So this is something quite helpful if you're entering data repeatedly. So this is somewhere you can toggle. So I'll revert it to previous or basic one because I'm accustomed to going it in default settings only. So and if you can go through all these things, you can see that automatically insert a place decimal point places too. You can do that. This is for automatic insert or zero also you can do. Okay, in altable fill handle select and drop. So all these ones you can do it. Okay, now coming to the point, so this is something which we can actually go through and toggle the preferences as per your choice, and it will be quite useful once this is set. Now again, if you want to find out a way by which you want to enter similar information to say 20 or 30 cells, then you don't have to copy paste everything, or you don't even have to drag everything. For example, I'm selecting say 10 cells here, and in top, give me a second, and in top I'm entering some values. Okay, is equal to 98 multiplied by 12. Okay, and this is I'm doing in the first cell, and then I'm doing control plus enter. Okay, see, so all the values are getting entered here only. Now, the point is, if I want to do it for say in a different method, I will just let you know. Okay, is equal to 87 multiplied by 2. So this is one value, and this one I'm putting it as equal to above cell into 1.12. Okay, and this I'm dragging it down. So everything is done. Now the point is I'm selecting all these cells, and in the topmost cell I'm putting is equal to this plus this, enter. This is for normal one. Let's see what will happen if we press Control Enter. Okay. So all the these things, what you call, all the values are getting added. Fine. Instead of adding, instead of putting for one cell and then dragging it down, this you can do using keyboard in a single shot. Okay. And how to select more than once? You can just drag the mouse, and you can use Shift also. Now again, certain situations will you'll be pleased to learn that we have autocorrect options right now in mobiles. So that same thing functionality can be proved to be useful in Excel also. The point is, if you want to say type a long name, say for example the name of your company, like for example Hyderabad Water Works, something like that. Let me type it for you. It's Hyderabad Water Works. Okay, so instead of typing this phrase hundreds of times in a specific worksheet, or maybe in a specific system, you can put it on autocorrect. For example, if I want to type HWW to show Hyderabad Water Works, so can we automate this? Yes, we can do it. How? Go to File, go to Options. Here you will be seeing one specific tab called Proofing. Click on that. Now what do we have to do here? Click on autocorrect options. In autocorrect options, what you have to do is I want to type h.w.w. If I type that, it should be replaced with Hyderabad space water space works. Okay, put it on add. So yeah, if I type this, it will come back. Okay, click OK, click OK. Now let's see what will happen. .w.w. See, so technically you don't have to type this entire phrase again and again. If you just have to type only the shortcut of any bigger phrase if you want to do it, and that will get automatically filled in the specific cell once you enter the key phrase. You don't have to worry much about it. Now, say if you want to enter fractions, for example, mixed fraction 3, 5 by 4, how do you do it? Point is 3 space 4 divided by 5. Okay, press enter. One second. Yeah. So here it is showing what 3.8. Fine. It just entered 3.5, 3, 4 by 5, and here it is showing 3.8. However, if you want to enter just 5 by 9, then what you should do? You should enter 0 space 5 divided by 9. Okay. So here it will show the actual value 0.55556. So this how you can enter even the what you call actual values. I mean actual mixed fractions as well. Now if you want to add the current date to any specific cell, how do you do it? using a keyboard shortcut? The answer is control plus semicolon. Okay, so it adds the date. So what is system date here? It will add that only. However, if you change this, even this will get changed. Okay, so whatever you are adding it, whatever the system date is present here, only that will be getting added here. However, if you want to add the time, what you do is control plus shift and semicolon 1. So it will add the time also 6:24. Now, however, if you want to add both of these in a single cell, what you do is control plus control plus semicolon space control shift again. So this is how you do it. So technically, you can add both in a single cell only. Okay, but the only thing is there should be a space between them. Now let's deal about number formatting as such. Okay, now what is number formatting? Number formatting is nothing but what in how or in what method or in what way the specific number that is already entered into the cell is presented to us, the viewers. I mean someone who is using the Excel workbook. It doesn't change the underlying value. For example, if you type a number here, it is going to be like that only. It will not change at all. But if you change the what you call the formatting, the how these values are actually changed, or how these values are actually shown in sheet, that changes. Okay. Now check this what you call entire values. I'll just make another duplicate copy, paste. Okay. Now this is the duplicate of all these values. Fine. Now I will do what I will do is I'll try applying formatting for each one of the cells and see how it actually changes how they look like. Now I'll choose this. Now I will choose this one of the values, right click it, and then I'll go to format cells. Okay, this is general number. This is what something is shown. I'll choose a number with say 5 decimal points. Okay, now see how it has changed. I'll choose another one and I'll format this cell also, and I will just check it by currency. Okay, so I want to symbol by dollar, Armenia, Azerbaijan. I will just use, I don't know. Okay, Bitcoin. When Bitcoin is also supported these days. Okay, okay, all of these are used. I will choose Vietnam, Bengali. Okay, I'll choose rupiah. See the same number, but it is shown differently. Now I will choose this one. Now instead of percentage, I will just format by date. Okay, and let's see how it looks like. See, so 1274.266 is pertains to this specific date, 1903-27/6. Okay, I will choose this one also. Now instead of just normal date, I will just choose this one. See, this is specifically represents this one. Now I will do it. Now you use this number as another format. Let me choose fraction. Okay, so 139,455, 1329455. See, it is showing like that. Another I will choose this time as percentage. After 2 decimals, I can choose up to as many decimals as I want. Okay, so this is a percentage, and this one I'll choose in some other format. I'll use just scientific. So the same number is depicted in a separate way because it is getting rounded off, so it is showing like this. So this is how you can actually change the formats, and also you can depict how they are actually viewed. Okay. Now the point is you are saying that all these numbers are not changed in the cells. The numbers are same only, but how they are presented to us in different formats with reference to different metrics which are chosen, that changes. So by changing the format, you're not changing the underlying values. You're only redefining how they're shown to us. Now instead of doing right click and etc., you can choose here also. For example, I'm clicking this. Even this home, you can see one number format right like this. So here also you can choose the format. Okay, currency. It is showing like that. See, I can whatever I had done before, I'm doing the same thing here, but just by choosing it here. Okay, percentage, fraction, so everything you can do it from here also. You can choose right click and go inside. Even you can do from what you call the ribbon here under the home section, home tab. Now, having said this, I would like to say that we can do all this from keyboard also. For example, I'm choosing this cell and pressing Control Shift and dollar symbol, that is 4. It is automatically converted into currency of 2 decimals. Now, if we're pressing Control plus Shift plus power symbol, you can see that it's turning into scientific notation. Now, Control plus Shift plus hash symbol, that is number 3. It is changing into date. Now control plus shift plus 2, that's at the rate symbol, is turning into time. Now control plus shift plus percentage, that is 5, it is changing into percentage. Okay, and with no decimal places obviously. And if I put this one as control plus shift plus 1, you can see that it's turning into thousands separator with 2 decimal places. Okay, now before moving on, I would like to mention certain things. The point is, okay, right click on format cell size. You can see actually several formatting categories here, right? Includes general, number, currency, accounting. So let's discuss one by one. So general is something which have no specific any number format, and whatever you type in the cell, that is only getting displayed. Okay, now the point is in number, you can actually get to choose the number of decimal places. If you want to use, you can use decimal separators or not. This toppling is something which you can do here. And how does the final number look like if various features are used? For example, if I'm using a 1000 separator, here we can see the comma here. If I unclick it, it is not showing it. And similarly, if I use 5 decimal places, it is showing accordingly. And if I reduce it, even then it is showing similarly. Okay, now it comes same thing comes to the dollar. Okay, so I can even here I can have as many decimal numbers I can want. I can also change the symbol. Okay, I can change it to Welsh if I want to. I can change it to Mongolian if I want to, and it goes on. Similarly for accounting also I can actually define whatever I want. For example, I can change the symbol. I can change even the decimal places. Now, for a date, you can have several formats. For example, it can have the number of in the form of the name of the day, date, and the year. It can also mention in this format. It can also mention in this format. There's several formats which can actually come down and look into it. And also, you can also change it on depending on the location. You can use English dates. United States, you can also choose the United Kingdom dates. So you can see that everything is changing here. See, 36/1905. And for time is concerned, you can choose international time or local time with AM and PM, etc. So on. Coming to the percentages, you have only one option to toggle the number of decimal places after the point, and it comes with a percentage symbol at the end. Now, fraction, you can have up to 1 to 4 digits, you can have up to 2 digits, you can have up to 3 digits as halves, quarters, sixteenths, and even up to hundreds. Now, scientific, it's also similar. It depends on the number of decimal places you are applying. And text, it doesn't have any specific what to call formatting. Whatever you enter is getting accepted into cell and it is shown as such. However, you can also do one thing. For example, if you're going for special in the formatting, it contains additional number formats. So what you can add phone number, you can add your own what you call Aadhaar number or any specific government ID number, etc., etc. It depends from place to place. Okay, and if you're not satisfied with all this, then you have your own custom types also. There are hundreds of types. I mean, there's several types where you can enter and accept. Okay, so these are the types which are usually not included in any of the specific category because they have elements of more than one. So they are included separately, and you can choose them just in case if you want to apply them. Now, any specific file it can be considered as a workbook. So you can see here this book one Excel. So technically an entire file of an Excel is nothing but a workbook. And down here you can see sheet 1, sheet 2, sheet 3, sheets and so on, 3, 4, 5, 6, etc. So each and every are worksheets within this book. So it actually actually analogous to a specific book which has different pages. So if we assume the Excel file to be a book, then we can assume that each and every sheets are like individual pages. Okay. Now I have told you previously, we can add as many sheets as we want. We can remove any sheets if we want. We can rename them if we want. And technically there are no limits. Now a specific book or specific file in Excel can have any number of worksheets. Okay. Now the point is, for each and every workbook, on the top right hand side you can see 5 icons, right? So this is my name, of course, but this is exactly the name of the account which I used to sign into this specific software. Okay, and this right next to it is nothing but the what you call the icon for manipulating ribbons. So you can auto hide ribbon, can show tabs, or you can show tabs and commands. So anything you can do. And here this minimize, maximize, and of course the close. Now, for example, you have several sheets, right? Now you want to view several of them in a single screen. Okay, now how do you do it? Go to view here, click new window, another window will open. So you can see that there are two windows on, but they are of same file only. Now go to view again, arrange all. In arrange all, you can have a tiled, horizontal, vertical, cascade or something. Let's put it as horizontal, click OK. So the point is, two instances are opening, same file book one, same file book one. But the point is, you can view two different sheets. Okay, so in single screen, I am able to see this sheet 2, I am able to see sheet 1. Now in arrange all, instead of horizontal, let's put it vertical. Okay, now this also shows me two different sheets at the same time. I can shoot sheet 5, sheet 1, etc. So technically we can view more than one at the same time. Now you want to add one more, click on another, add new window. Okay, and this one you can maximize it and then go for view, arrange all, vertical. Okay, so I'm able to see three different pages in the same screen instead of having to toggle with each other. Now if you want to go back to normally, how do you do? Close the remaining, and it won't affect your file as such because just you are closing the views. Okay, nothing else. Now you can see in the order, there's one sheet 1, sheet 2, sheet 5, sheet 6 and so on. Now without actually using my mouse, can I toggle it to sheet 1? Yes. Or control page up. Give me a second. Control page. If I click control page up, the view is actually shifting to sheet 1, which is before sheet 2. Now if you press control page down, sheet 2, and another goes sheet 5, 6, 7, 6 and 3 and 4 and so on. So this way you can toggle the view of different sheets using control plus page up and page down. Also, in addition to all this, you can see two small arrows here, right? So right click there, and then you can see all the sheets in this workbook. So click one, double click that, you'll go to that specific worksheet immediately. Again right click, click sheet 1, you'll go there. So this is another way by which you can toggle your workbooks. Now all the sheets are there, but if you want to add more worksheets, how you can do it? There are several methods. Number one is press shift plus F11. Okay, so let's see what happens. Let me select the shift F11. So one additional sheet is added before the current sheet. My current sheet is 1, and sheet 7 is added before sheet 1. For example, if you choose sheet 6, now let's see what will happen if I press shift 11. So sheet 8 is added before sheet 6. So if you press shift F11, a new sheet is added before the present sheet. This is one thing you can do. Then you can use even this plus symbol. So let's see what happens. We'll click it. So if you want to add a sheet after the present sheet, then you have to use this plus symbol. And another thing you can do is you can go to home, click in home, you can see cells here, and insert sheet, last one. Okay, click that. Even that will add one sheet before the present one. Okay. Now another thing is you can right click any specific sheet and hit insert. Insert a worksheet, click OK. Another one will get added before the present sheet. So these are the several ways by which you can keep on adding sheets to your present workbook, before, after, etc. Now if you want to delete, you can just right click, hit delete. Right click, hit delete. You can do that. Now or else you can even go to this home, go to cells, delete. Delete sheet means it will delete the present sheet. Okay. Now the sheet 10 will get deleted. Okay. Even that you can do. Now I have a couple of sheets to delete. Okay. Instead of doing, can I do it all at the same time? So click one sheet, press Control, click second sheet, click third sheet, click fourth sheet. So you can see that all the 4 sheets are selected here. Now I can press right click, hit delete. That you can do. Yes, and they get deleted. Now the point is, when you delete this thing, we cannot undo it. Okay, you cannot do Control Z and undo it. So before deleting, if it, especially if it has any specific important data, you have to be very careful with it. Now we have these specific sheets, right? Now how do we rename it? Okay, we can change the names in specific ways. One thing is, take this and double click it. If you double click here, then the sheet will get I mean, you can get the cursor there and enter the specific name. I'll put the name as chart. That is one thing. That is one way how you can do it. Another one is, right click it, I can and hit rename. You can click it as empty. I'm putting it as empty. Another one is, see, for example, I can click this, go here and format and rename sheet. Even that way also you can do random. So these are the several ways by which you can rename an Excel sheet. Now how long can you keep the name of this Excel sheet? It can be up to 31 characters, but you should not have slash, forward slash or backward slash. You should not have question mark or square brackets, asterisk and colon. Okay, so you have to avoid all this while naming them. Other than that, you can put up to 31 characters. Okay, now you can even change the sheet tab color. For example, if you want to, if you have some really urgent work that need to be attended, and if you want to turn it to red in order to grab attention, that you can do. How to do it? Oh, it's already random here. Click Format, come down, click Tab color. I want to use it as red color. Okay, click red. So done. So this has become red. Now, other than that, you can also do right click here, tab color. I can put it as, say, blue. Okay, so this way you can change the colors of the Excel sheet. Now there are a couple of sheets, 4 sheets we have, right? I'll add a couple of more to demonstrate certain features. Now you want to move the sheet, okay, to last. How do you do it? Click on it, hold and pull it to the last using mouse. That is something you can do. Or else you can click on it, move or copy, move to sheet number 13. Okay, before sheet number 13 you can do. Click on it and it gets moved. Or else if you want to make a copy, even that you can do. Move or copy, move to the end, create a copy. Okay, so I'm getting 2 copies here. Chart 1, chart and chart of in parentheses. Both are copies of features, but this one retains the place. Another one is moved to the specific location which I have mentioned. I just delete it. Yeah. Now that is one way you can do. Or else you can click this, go to format. Here also there is a similar option, move or copy the sheet. So I can move it to sheet 12. Okay, so it is moved accordingly. Now if you want to move more than one of them, how do you do it? Click one, press Ctrl, click 2, and both of them, then I can move it to last. See, both of them move to the last. Fine. Now in certain conditions, you may want to hide certain sheets because they contain some important or very valuable information. So if you want to hide it, how can you hide it? So to hide a worksheet, now we have to click this, go to cells, and from cells we can do format, and within format you can hide or unhide. Okay, so you can hide sheet actually. So I'm clicking on hide sheet, so that will be hidden. You'll not be in a position to see anywhere here. Okay, now the point is, if you want to actually hide another two or more sheets here, you have to do it individually. You can't hide 4 or 5 sheets at the same stretch. Another thing, if you want to hide using another mode, you can do even here also. Click here, click on any specific sheet, right click it, click hide. Simple. If you want to unhide something, go to format, hide and unhide, unhide sheets. So in that you can see unhide empty. You'll see the sheets which are actually hidden. So if you can click on which one you want to unhide, click that, and that will appear in the same position. Now, if you want to prevent any specific action to be taken on your sheet, for example, if you have already compiled this data and someone else wants to modify it and you don't want that to happen, you can do that. You can prevent that specific action or specific modification on sheet by others. How? Click this, go to choose review here, go to protect workbook. Okay, you can protect sheet individually, you can protect workbook also. And I'll just choose protect sheet and select locker cells. So you can select everything here, and you can also put password if you have to undo it. For example, putting 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, that's my password. I'm just doing it, and allow all users of the worksheet to select locker, select unlock. Okay, other things are not hidden. This is something you can do it. Okay, so re-enter the password to proceed. 1 2 3 4 5 6. Done. So it is protected. No one can other than me. No one can do it. See, now the seller chart is trying to change on protected sheet. To make a change, unprotect the sheet, you might be requested to enter a password. Click OK. Now I have to do unprotect the sheet. I have to put the same password. Click enter. And now I can make any changes if you want to. Otherwise, it will throw up an error. Fine. This is how you prevent sheet actions. Now, if you want to specifically have specific view of your worksheet that you can toggle. One thing you can do is by scrolling using the scroll of your mouse. That is something which you can do. You can use a zoom slider. You can use a slider here, horizontal and vertical, and then you can also use a zoom slider on the right bottom to view whatever you want. Or else you can do one thing. You want to, for example, you want this to appear in the as prominent as possible in the view. Then you have to click this specific element. Okay, click the specific element, then go to view, then zoom to selection. Click on that. You can see that this element gets highlighted, and to the maximum extent which is possible, which can be viewed on screen, that is being displayed here. And you can see that the zoom and all the horizontal scroll, horizontal and vertical bars are adjusted, and even the zoom has been increased to optimum level. Okay, so this is something you can do when you are trying to view a specific thing. Now this is the active window of the sheet, and now if you we have discussed previous class how we can have different windows and also view parallelly the same data or different data on a specific workbook in different ways. Now, if you want to do the same thing for specific worksheet, there's another way by which you can do this. That is, click this active worksheet, click the whatever elements you want to focus upon, bring it into focus position. Then go to choose, click view, go to Windows section here and choose split. So technically you can see that there are 4. You can actually see as many window splits here. This one shows one view, this one shows another view. Click on this, another view. Okay, click on this, another view. So it can split into 2 or 4 panes as you wish. Fine. This is one way you can split it. However, if you want to undo this, you can just have to click the split button again. It will come back to normal. Fine. Now, for example, if you are scrolling down below, you are seeing that the day of the week number of toys whole columns, all of these are getting obscured. This may not be technically quite useful if amount of data is very low. But for example, see, if the data is running into several hundreds of lines, hundreds of rows, then this is always useful. See, for example, this is way. Okay. So what do? You click on the first one and you click on freeze panes, freeze top row. Okay, so technically when you do it, you'll be seeing what you call uh, the first row is quite is constant or static, and you can see the rest of the data unimpeded when you're scrolling down. Okay. Similarly, if you have the data on right side of the what you call the columns, and you want to scroll horizontally, but it is technically cutting off the contiguity of the data, then what you can do is go to click freeze panes and freeze first column. Okay, click that. And what you can do is, I'm scrolling here, you can see that the first column is static, and their reference can be drawn by moving this side. Okay, this is something you can do easily. Now if you want to undo all this, go to click freeze panes and freeze panes, simple, and everything will return back to normal. Okay. Now, again, whenever you are scrolling through huge amount of data, there may arise a need where in which some part of data must be within your watch always, whether you scroll down, above, right, left, etc. So that must be fixed, but you can't really choose a specific data to appear on your screen always, which is in normal control. So what do? You have to, you can technically go to formulas, go to formula auditing, click watch window. Okay, add watch. Okay, so technically I added something, so it's showing. So from there I can choose a specific cell, or like this. Okay, I can choose specific data, click on add. So there you can see that all the data has come to a specific this watch window, and even if I scroll down above or below, this data doesn't get changed. So it acts like a window within a window. Okay, so so if you always want to keep monitoring other data with respect to specific data, this is how you can add a watch window. Now if you want to click something, go to a specific cell quickly, click on it, double click it, so you'll go to a specific cell. If you want to go here, double click it, we'll go to the specific cell. Okay, if you want to go here, double click it, will go to a specific cell. This is something you can do it. Now the point is, you can only click the watch window only if that specific cell is in active workbook. Now that's the same thing I cannot use in another one. Okay, if I click it, what will happen, go to same window only. If not, show something here. Fine. So this works only for one thing, and that's only for specific active worksheet. Now, I'll close this. Now, as a matter of fact, you must have seen that there are hundreds of and thousands of rows and columns, right? Now, supposedly, if you have forgotten to enter a data maybe in some row or some column, and now you have to enter this free space. So, what do you do? So, click on that. So, you have to enter say an empty row. What do you do? Click on that, right click it, insert. So one row gets added above this one. Now, once this gets added, you can actually enter any specific data, whatever you want. Okay, similarly goes for columns. Click here, insert, and one gets added to the left of the present column, and the entire data gets shifted towards right. That's one way you can do it, or else you can also click any specific row, then uh, then go to home, click here, then go to home, then cells, then insert sheet rows, you can put it. Okay, this will also do the same thing. Similarly, click on, I'll choose this, click on here, insert, you can insert cell or insert sheet column. Now you can do one thing. For example, say I'm putting it here. Okay, fine. So I've chosen one here. Insert cells. This you can do one thing. You can shift the entire cells right. You can shift the entire cells down, entire row or entire column. So I'll put entire cells right. So what comes? The entire cells move towards right position. Similarly, if I put insert, I can shift the entire cells down. Let's see. So another gets added. Now I can put insert entire row. So the entire row gets added. I can also put insert entire column. It gets added to the left side. It does the same function, but here instead of taking an entire row, entire column, it is taking a specific cell as a reference point. Now you can similarly, rather than enter, you can also delete it by similar procedure. Right click and delete. Here also you can do it. Right click and delete. In addition to that, you can do is click any specific row, go to home, go to cells, delete cells you can do, or delete sheet column you can do. If you want to click this, if you want to delete something, click on this, delete cells. Once it asks for deletion, in similar fashion, it asks whether you want to shift the cells towards left or shift the cells towards up, enter. I'll choose shift cells left. Okay. So the entire this got deleted and entire cells got shifted towards the left by 1. Now if you have deleted any cell or something, you can actually do Control Z. Okay, unlike this worksheet, when you delete, you can't do it. Now you can actually see that several of the cells are of same size, but some of them have become a bit bigger or smaller. Now can we control it? Yes, we can control it. How? If you want to change the width of the entire row, just click on it and go to the right side of the specific column where you see this specific arrow or specific symbol, then click and drag. This is something you can do. Similarly for rows, click on the specific row and you'll get a similar symbol. Then you can make the width change. Okay, this is one way you can do by clicking and dragging. And another thing which you can do is click on specific thing, go to home, go to cells, format cells, and this you can fit. You can modify row height. For example, it's 15 here. I can make it 30. Click enter. See, it has become height. Similarly, if you click any row, sorry, column, row height. Row height I can put it to 20. See, it has become increased. This is one way you can change the dimensions of the cells. Now the point is, for example, if I have adjusted it too high or too big or too small, you might be wondering whether to make it suit. I mean, make the width uh, that fits in with the data that has been entered. So what do you do? I just increase the size to show you. Click on this, go to format and auto fit row height, that you can do, and you can also fit auto fit column width. Click this. See, so it has adjusted to the maximum amount of data which has been shown. Similarly, let's see for this one. Auto fit column width. So it is showing uh, the max. Technically, it is getting adjusted to the maximum width and maximum number of characters. For example, 174 can accommodate smaller space, but 306 point this number it cannot fit. So it takes the maximum value and then adjusts it accordingly. Now let me choose for column height or something. I'll choose this one. Okay, the column height or the row height is quite high. Now I'll go for, I'll click the entire one, format, out of it, row height. It gets adjusted accordingly. Okay. Now sometimes you may have to hide certain rows or columns. That is simple. Right click, hide. Okay. Similarly for columns, select it, right click, hide. Now how do you unhide it? You can go to here, same, home, cells, format, hide and unhide. If you unhide rows, the rows that you can will show off. Similarly, format, hide or unhide columns, even this gets shown. Now let's understand what a specific cell is. Now in this entire what call worksheet, you can see that when I click on an specific element, it is showing that specific cell is getting highlighted. So cell is something that is a single element in a specific worksheet, and this is something that can hold any specific entity like a value, text, formula, and it could be anything. Now a cell is identified by two parameters. One is the row number, that is 4 here, and the column number D. So this specific cell has the address D4, which you can see here actually. Okay, so this applies to each and every cell. For example, if you click here, this is depicted in the column L, row 8, so it's L8. Now this is for an individual cell. Now if I try to select more than one cells like this, for example, so I'm selecting from D2 to D17. Okay, so what does it depict? So it depicts the range. Range means two or more cells. Okay, group of two or more cells is called a specific range. Okay, and however, some people are of opinion that even a single cell can be also depicted as a range, since it has only one element, and one element can be a range also. So 1, 2, 3, 4, it could be anything. Now this I will show you one thing. Now let's assume C1 colon D1. Let me press enter. So it selects here C1 to D1. So this is depicting a range of two cells. Okay, and now if you put C1 to say C20, find press enter, you can see that 1 to 20 cells are connected. Selected. So this represents 20 cells in column A. Now if you want to select more cells, for example, if you put say B1 and E5. So if I press enter, let's see what happens. So all these cells from B1 to E5 and all the cells that come in between these ranges are selected. So this can be defined as another range. Now, if I want to select the entire range, for example, entire column, I can just click F, and or you can do it F1 is to F1048576. Okay, so that will select entire cell. The entire column. Okay. Now, similarly, if you want to select an entire row, like for example, this say ninth row or something, then I have to do say for example A6 is to and to the last of the row, that is XFD6. Okay, if I click enter, the entire row is getting selected, the sixth one. Fine. Similarly, if you want to do for say 10th one, you can put A10 and to A1 to XF D6. Press enter, entire these columns will get selected. Okay, now if I want to select all the elements in the column in a worksheet, all I have to do is this one, A1 XF D1048576. So all the cells in a worksheet will get selected. Okay, so for this, why I'm telling for selection of these ranges is because if you want to apply any changes in masse, you have to select those specific ranges. So for that only, I spent some time on teaching you how to select a specific cell range. Now, there are several methods to select a specific range. The one thing you can do is easily by mouse is clicking on one specific cell and just dragging it to the number of cells or entities you want to select it. That is one method. And using keyboard alone, you can press shift and then start using the arrow keys to extend the selection. That is another way. And click any cell, just press F8. Now look at this portion. If I press, let's see what happens when you press F8. Okay. So it is showing extend selection here. So after pressing F8 once, only I have to move the arrows forward, arrow, right arrow, down arrow, etc. And all the what you call cells will get selected, which come in under their action. And if I want to undo it, then I have to press F8 again. So the extend selection will go away, but however the selection will remain. And one more method I just talk to you right now is by entering the specific range here. Another and one more final thing is go to home here and go to editing. After editing, you can click on find and select. After find and select, and we can do here yeah, go to, right. And now we can click on go to anything. You can go to say we can type $6 and $1. Click OK. So you'll go to the specific cell, or else you can press F5 also. Okay, for F9 to for example, it's B9 is already there. I'll put B9 to F10. See, the entire from B9 to F10 everything is getting selected. Okay, another one is Control plus G. It will also open the same window. From D6 I will show again, from D6 to I10. See, so all the elements from D6 to I10 are getting selected. Now, by entering or manipulating data, there may arise certain situations where you want to apply a set of changes, like apply application of format or something to an entire row or entire column. So how do we do it? There are several methods in addition to what the methods which I have mentioned before. All you have to do is go here, click on the specific row. So the entire, I'm sorry, column. So the entire column of T gets selected. Similarly, if you want to go and select any specific row, you have to go there and for example, if I want to select row number 8, I just go there and click it, and the entire row will get selected. Now the point is, if I want to select more than one what you call column, more than one row, what I have to do is I have to press I have to select one, press Control, and then for example, if I want to select 11th one also, you can click that, and then 15th one, and then 20th one. So the point is I'm holding down on my Control button. So this way you can select multiple rows at the same time, which are not adjacent to each other. Same thing will apply to even columns as well. For example, I have to select B, and then now I want to select E. I have to press on Control E, and then click here. So this entire row will entire column will get selected. Similarly, if I want to select I can push, select that as well. The only thing is I should be keeping on pressing this Control button. Now, for example, you can do this from the keyboard as well. For example, if I want to select the entire column of G, I have to go to any element in what we call G column, and then press Control plus space bar. See, the entire row, entire column is getting selected. This I'm doing from keyboard only. Now, similarly, if you want to select an entire row, I have to go to the specific row, any element. For example, 11th one, I'm selecting this. Then I have to press Shift and space bar. Okay, so the entire row will get selected. Now, if you want to apply changes to the entire sheet, then you have to select everything. So all you have to do is go to this specific space where adjacent to a column and first row, click that. So you'll be selecting the entire worksheet. If you want to apply changes there, you can do that way. Another thing is, if you want to, you can press even Control A. So that will select the entire worksheet also. However, one more thing I have to do. For example, if some data is contiguous, for example, some data you have posted as contiguous, so Control A, what will happen? At first instance, it will select only that data. For example, this data is contiguous. Okay, so it is continuous set of data. So when I press Control A here by going and click an element, it will select only that specific data first time. For example, I'll show again. See, I'm selecting this element here, then pressing Control A. Let's see what happens. So only that data is getting selected. However, if I press Control A again, then only the entire sheet will get selected. I will show one more example with this row. Sorry, this column. You press Control A. Only this data is getting selected. Okay. If I press Control A again, then the entire sheet is getting selected. Now, there may arise a situation wherein which you may have to select certain ranges which is not contiguous, that means not linked to each other. So you have to select this, then you have to select this, and there is no continuity between them. In such situations, the such ranges are called non-contiguous ranges, and the very act of selecting multiple ranges are known as multiple selection. Okay. Now the point is, if you want to select multiple ranges, you can do one thing. You have to select one using mouse. I'm telling first, so you have to select one, press Control, then select it, and without leaving Control, you can press another ones. Okay. So I'm not leaving Control, but I'm just holding down on Control button. Then I'm changing, selecting different ranges, and I can similarly select here also. So this is one way. Another way is technically you can use Shift 2 plus F8. Okay, I'll just show it. This is done using keyboard. Press Shift plus F8. If you press Shift plus F8, you can see here that you're getting one value here, add or remove selection, right? Then you can actually select any specific cell, okay, and start selecting it. Fine. So this is how you can do. So Control plus. Another method of selecting multiple ranges is like you can go here and just type the range. For example, I want like B1 to B10, B1 to B10, comma E5 to 11. So if I do that, you can see that two contiguous ranges are being and non-contiguous ranges are getting selected. Some which I have typed here. So B1 to B10 has been selected and E5 to 11 just by typing here. So this is something you can do. Now next we'll be dealing with selecting multi-sheet ranges. Now whatever data we have selected right now belongs to same sheet only, right? Now we'll be having multi-sheets from one sheet to another. Okay. Now how do we select it? The process is quite simple. Now I'll be selecting a certain range here. Okay. Now I'll be pressing on Shift, and then I'll go to another chart, another sheet. Give me a second. Hang it up. And I'll be selecting this one again. Okay. So you can see here that two other sheets, two different columns are selected. Now what will happen if I apply changes to one of them? For example, if I make them bold, see this has become bold, but at the same time, even this data has become bold. Okay. So technically, so you can select sheets. You can select different worksheets and also select the different elements in each and every worksheet, highlight them and also make changes to them in a single stretch. Okay. For example, if you have two or more headlines in different worksheets and you want to apply changes to all of them in a single shot, you don't have to make changes to each of every worksheet one by one. You can apply the changes by selecting all of them at once and then applying it. Now, one thing you must observe that if I'm using Shift, then if I'm selecting B column, then even in here also I'm able to select only B column, not other columns. And that is because they are non-contiguous. However, if you want to select different elements in a non-contiguous sheets, then instead of Shift, you have to use Control. Okay. Now I'll show you. Now I'm selecting from J column here, pressing Control, and then I'm going to another chart here. Then I'm selecting the A column. Now you can see that I am able to select A column and here J column. Now if I make it bold, the same effect will be seen in both of them. Fine. So this is how you select different elements of different worksheets. Now there may arise necessity wherein which you may have to, or you may want to locate certain cells which have certain specific characteristics. Now you have already seen by now that you can enter formulas, you can enter any text, or you can enter any other type of data in cell. Now what if you want to view those cells which are having only formulas? For example, see, this one is standalone number 1586, so this is just a normal cell. But however, if I click here, there is also another number. If you see here, then you can see that this is a formula. This is not a just a normal cell, but this cell has a specific formula that is equal to a5 into 9. Okay. Similarly, this also has a formula that is equal to 88 multiplied by 12. So does this, and so does this. Similarly, all these cells have formulas in them. Okay. Now, how do you locate only those cells which have specific characters like having formula or not? For example, you can do that. You can find that easily. Go to Home tab, go to Find and Select, and then go to Special. And in that, you can find which have nodes, constants, formulas, blanks, current region, current array, objects, row differences, column differences, etc. So on. Now, see, let's see. I want to click on constants only. So what will happen if you click constant? Click OK. So these are the only. These are those cells with their constants are available. I mean, no formula is there. Similarly, if I now instead of say constants would go for formulas, let's see, no cells for found. So once again go to special. Now click formulas because they were selected previously. Now see, these all are those cells which have formulas in them. Okay, and go to special. If instead of formulas we click blanks, let's see all of them within the specific view. All these cells are blanks. So this is how you can actually choose set of special cells according to your necessity. Now let me once again let me click specific thing which has nodes. Just click on it. I haven't entered any nodes. So what will happen? No cells were found because no cell have you entered any comment. So this is what this specific function does. Now we shall see a few more functions of what you call go to special options. Okay. Now we have seen for example, in go to special, you've seen those functions like nodes, constants, formulas, blanks, etc. Now let's see about row and column differences. For example, I'm in this entire column. They're of similar numbers only. Okay. For example, let me make some changes here. 120, 1235, and 1978. Okay. So there are two elements I have deliberately changed to make it look different from the entire the rest of the data. Now I'm selecting this and find and select, go to special in column differences. That means in this column, are there any elements which are different from the rest? So this is what this function does. Now click on OK. Now you can see that there are two elements that are selected. Fine. This is for column differences. Now similarly for row differences also I can specifically show you. Okay. So in all these rows, all elements have same number. Then I'll choose here. I'm changing two different values randomly. Then I'm selecting this row. Go file and select, and then I'm going to go to special row differences. Click OK. See, so two are getting into got selected. 756, 9677. So this is another way of using go to special. Another option find and go to special is last cell. So click it. What will happen is, so it will take you to that specific cell which has technically contains whatever data or how you have used it. Okay, so it selects the bottom right of the cell in the worksheet that contains data or formatting. That means some change which you have done to the cell, then it will be visible there. Now other than this cell, let's see if I'm going to some other specific cell, say here, and typing some random number and even editing it. Okay, now let's see what will happen if we go to special and last cell, click OK. Okay, so since I've deleted the data, this is not visible and only this is visible. But however, if you put some data here, let's see what will happen. See, so it is going to the last bottom rightmost cell in the entire worksheet. Now here the point is you can search for a specific cell which has a specific content by going there and finding. Click on find, and here you can search by formulas, you can search by values, etc. For example, find what if I want to say 1056. So find all. So we will be finding technically all the cells which have the element of 1056 in it, or the value of it. So there are totally 18 cells found here. Okay, you can search by rows, you can search by columns also. Fine. Now the point is we can also there is a shortcut of method for this find and replace, that is by pressing Ctrl and F. Now I'm pressing Ctrl and F and it gives me the same window. Fine. Then what you can do is there's one a small hack when it comes to searching things. Now say for example I want to search all those elements which begin with say 1. Okay, so what do you do? 1 question mark, sorry, 1 star mark. Okay, so if I put this and press find all, what it will show me? It will show me all those elements which have a value that begins with 1. Now let me click find all. So there are total 63 cells. So that includes this 15F4, this one. This includes even this 1056. See, if I click on this one, it is taking me to that number specifically, or so on. Similarly, if I wanted to find out those values which start with 6, click enter, and there are 63 cells. Find all. Okay, sorry, 4 cells for this one. And that includes even the 6:24 p.m. Cell also. Okay. Similarly, now there is another hack for this. For example, if I want to say I want a number which begins with say one specific number and ends with another number, then I can use question mark. For example, I want a number which ends with 1 and has 2 digits, ends with 6. Okay, if I click find all, what I'll get? I'll get 18 cells. So what are all those 18 cells? All these numbers. Okay. Similarly, if I want with 5, press enter, and I get only one cell, that is 1, 2, 3, 5. Similarly, if I want a 3-digit number, it starts with 1 and ends with 4. So this is a format for ending with 4, and if I click find all, I'll find out one value. Okay. Now if you want those values which ends with say a specific number like 4 or something, so I'll put star and 4. Okay, so I click on find all. How many get? I'm getting 8 cells. So this is one which, because there's 4 is the last number, and this one has 174. Other one has, this one has a 4 as a last digit. So this way you can actually custom search any specific values, whatever you want. Now there in some situations, instead of copying and pasting a single element, you may have to copy and paste an entire range. Okay, so how do you do it? Click in specific what do you call, click in a specific value, copy the entire range, Control C. Once you hit Control C, you will see a thin dynamic band around the copied range. After seeing copying this, click the single one which has, for example, where you want to start posting actually, then press Ctrl V. The same thing will come here, and here you'll get several options for pasting. For example, you can paste normally, you can paste the formulas that are involved, you can paste using formulas and number formatting, and keep the source formatting with, and you can keep no borders, you can keep the source widths, and you can even transpose it. Let's see what happens if you click on transpose. The columns will become rows and rows will become columns. Simple. And you can just copy the values or with values and number formatting as well. So this is how you copy. This can be done across sheets also. For example, if you put it here, even put Control V in, then the same values will get posted in a different what you call sheet also. Now this is how you do using mouse and keyboard. But if you want to do using another trick, even that you can do. Then so once you have copy this, you can go to Home, choose Clipboard, and from Clipboard, click on Copy. So this is what copy. Click Copy. You can copy it as a normal value. You can copy it as a picture also. Okay, and then you can then I'll just show one example. Okay, I'll choose this here. I'll use copy, and then what I'll do is paste, insert copied cells. Okay, so since they are overlapping ones, it is showing issue. Now we can paste, and it is showing always reference because this is actually a formula one. Okay, and from here it is getting pasted here, so it's getting confused. Now right click here, from paste options you can paste values only. So if you click on values, the same values will get copied here. Fine. So this is how you can do it. Now the point is, this is another way which you can do, and if you can copy this entire thing as a pic also. Go here, copy the picture as shown as screen, as shown as, and you can format it as a picture only. Click OK. Once done, go here and paste, and this will be a picture actually. Okay, so you can see when I'm moving it, this is actually crisscrossing against the columns, and this is technically an image of all the data which we have copied, and technically you can edit it the way which you have done for other elements, because this is just a standalone pic. Okay, this is also something you can do. Well, if you are familiar with other formats of Word or any other Windows applications, you can always do Control C, Control V, Control X. Control C copies things, Control X cuts things, Control V pastes things. Okay, and there's another feature called drag and drop in Excel, by which you can just move the content from one cell to another cell easily. Now, how do you do it? Now, select an entire range which you want to copy, then press Control and take it to right top left of any cell. Then you can see that it turns a small, the cursor has small plus symbol. Okay. Now, after doing that, give me a second. Yeah, you get a plus symbol. Now, after seeing the plus symbol, just click and press the left click button of mouse, and then move to the place where you want to move the data to. See, for example, I'm moving this data, so I'll take here and just release the button. So the data here will be moved here. Okay, so this is one of the drag and drop option in Excel. So, and there's another functionality which you can exploit in Excel when it comes to copying. That is, when you click the Home tab here, you'll find a small section of clipboard. Now, in this bottom right, you can find one small arrow. Click it, then the clipboard opens. So, this contains technically a history of all the items you have ever copied. Okay, so if I ever copy this, and if I hit Control C, this gets entered here. Okay, and if I copy these items and hit Control C again, even this gets copied here. Fine. Now, if I want to copy something, say I will now I'm copying this. Okay, hit Control C again. Even that gets added here. Now the point is, if I want to paste something that I have copied a couple of instances earlier, like for example, if I want to copy this, I mean, so already been copied. If I want to paste this, all you have to do is select the range, go here, paste. That's it, and it comes here. If I want to paste everything I have copied and pasted, copied so far, even that I can do. See, everything will get pasted here. Fine. Now, if I want to paste these items in the other worksheet, even that I can do. For example, if I want to paste the first instance, then I have to click this simply, and it will get pasted. So this is one added feature which will be quite useful If you're copying a lot of data at the same time and you want to paste them preferentially. However, now if you want to clear all this data, you can just click clear data. So, and all the data will be wiped out. Now, let's view this specific data here. This is nothing but a series of numbers in first three columns ABC, and from D column, E column, and F column have something which composed of formulas relating to data in first three columns. Okay. Now I would like to show to you the different paste options. Now, if you just press Ctrl C and Ctrl V, there are certain things which you may actually miss, especially when you are dealing with a software as complex as Excel. Now the point is, you may just want to type formulas, or just want to copy paste just formulas, or just values, or just formats, etc. So this will not be sufficient with just Control C and Control V. So Excel offers pasting in certain special ways. How shall we do it? We'll just look into it. Now, say for example, I copy this entire range. Give me a second. I copy this entire range. I put Control C. Fine. And now, while pasting, I can see several options. Okay, you can just see normal space, normal paste. So that simply everything that has been copied there will be put here. And here only the. So let's see if I just paste. Now what will happen? Even the formula is getting copied here. Okay, so if I'm clicking this, it is showing the respective reference. For example, it's equal to K5 into L5 into M5. Here, if you click the same value, it is equal to A1 into B1 into C1. So it's completely copying all the data. Now, I press Control Z. Now, what I will do is I'll press only values. Okay. Now, if you go there, if I hit here, so directly 6298, and there is no reference to other previous data. Now, I will do Control Z again. Okay, I'll do Control Z again. Now, instead of paste, I'll just put paste formulas. So what will happen here also, even now I can see the relative formulas of as shown in the previous figure. I am from the main source. Now the same. Now I'll do one thing. Now I'll paste using transpose. What is a transpose? Transpose means the columns becomes rows becomes columns. I'll click it. Now you can see here in the first row you'll see 167, 94, 162, 67, 629. The same has become converted into column here, right? So the first column is 1 to 20, and here the first row is 1 to 20 here. Okay, and according to the formulas are also adjusted. For example, this one is equal to K5 into K6 into K7. Similar is applied for everything. So the functionality is not actually lost when doing this. Now there's another paste option like this one. Okay, paste link. So if I click this paste link, now we'll see that the same data has been copied here. But the point is, if you click the value 1, it is showing this is equal to A1. Okay, and if we click 6298, the last one, it is showing as equal to F1. So technically it is showing the reference of that specific cell rather than showing the content of this. Now technically F is what is equal to 1 into 67 into 94, right? That is what the actual formula in F1 cell. But if I'm pasting using the link option, it is showing a reference to F1 which contains that value rather than copying the entire actual content itself. Now there's a few other options also which I like to show. For example, there's another option called paste as. If you click paste special, you can paste as a picture also. Okay, as a picture and also a linked picture. Now what is a picture? This is just nothing but acts like a screenshot of the selected region. Okay. Now this is static actually. Fine. Now let me what do you call delete this. Now there's another option called in paste special also. linked picture. Okay, so this also acts like a GIF only, but there is a small difference. What, for example, if I change here instead of 1, if I press 2, even this gets updated. Okay, this is an image only, but if I enter any data here, that will get updated here also. For example, press as 1, it becomes 1. Now if I will change the entire row, let's see what will happen. This also changed 1, right? See, the values also got changed. So technically it's a pick, but it's like a dynamic pick. Whatever changes you make in the main data will be reflected here also. But this still acts as an image only. Now I'll delete this pick for time being. Control Z. Okay, wait. Okay, this is fine. Now this is how we can do by using right click, right? Instead of that, you can even use this ribbon option. For example, you have to go to home, and within that you have to go to clipboard. Okay, in clipboard you can actually have paste options, paste and paste special. Okay, for example, I have to copy something. For that, let me copy this again, Control C, then this will get activated, and the same options which I have shown to you while using the right click now, the same options will be available here. Okay, and if you click this paste special option here, then it will show you a small window which will show the similar options again. Okay, this is something you can do, and instead of going to here, you can also press Control Alt V. Even then this window will open and you can perform the specific actions. Fine. Now when you are dealing with cells and ranges, sometimes addresses can be quite confusing. For example, every time you have to remember this T1, this is P2, this is say C12, and this is A13, etc. So it is quite tough. Now the point is you can actually assign specific names to an entire cell or even an entire range. Okay, for example, if you can give the name of this entire range as sales only. Okay, for this entire range you can give the name as sales directly. So the so this will be more meaningful. So for example, if you want to calculate sales for something, you don't have to remember each and every individual Excel cell addresses. You just have to remember the name that is assigned to the specific range. And also the advantage is entering a name is lesser what you call mistakes prone than entering a cell range. For example, if you instead of D1, if you by mistake if you put D11, it will throw an error. But sales is sales; it doesn't make an error there. Okay. Now another idea is that if you want to calculate any streamline your calculation, you don't have to remember cells. For example, if you want to calculate differences between two ranges, you just have to enter is equal to this range minus this range. I'll just show you right away. Now, before plunging deeply into how to use names, actually, we'll first learn how to assign names first. Okay. Now, there are certain rules which you have to apply when what you call assigning names to a specific range. Point number one is name cannot have spaces. And you can use, but you can use underscore in order to represent the space. Second thing is you can use any number of combination of letters and numbers, but it must begin with either a letter or an underscore or a backslash, and it can't begin with a number. Okay, and except for underscores, backslash, and periods, your no other symbol is allowed. And the number and the character limit of these names are limited to only 255 characters. Okay. Now you must be knowing that Excel also uses certain custom names for its own internal use. Okay, so it will be like if you create any specific name, then it will override the Excel's actual names. Okay, so you have to be quite careful when create those names while creating those names. For example, you can't use some name like sheet underscore title, consolidate underscore area, print underscore titles, etc., etc. Okay, if you want to delete or rename some range, then you can see managing names in later this tutorial. I'll just show how. Now, how do we create a name? it is quite simple. Then one of the fastest ways is to use the name box. So that is to the left of this. This is a formula bar and this is a name box. Okay. Then what you have to do, you have to select a specific range. Okay. Then here you should enter the name which you want to, and then press enter. Only then it will get created. If you don't press enter, it will not get created. Okay. So the entire range I have named as sales. Similarly, the entire this one has been named as unit cost, unit underscore cost. Okay, press enter. So when I click here, you can actually see the individual names, but the entire one is range is named as sales only. Another thing we should keep in mind while naming the ranges is that if you select a range and say, for example, if I put say AP21 or example AP2 is actually a valid name according to syntax, but the point is AP2 is the name of a specific cell also. So let's see what will happen if I press enter now. It will directly take you to that cell address. So the point is your name should not match with the cell address. That is very important. Otherwise, you will just activate that cell, you will go to that cell, but you will not be able to name a range under that specific region. Now, in this drop down menu also you can see what is sales. You can just click it, what is unit cost, etc. Okay. And there's another way by which you may actually name a specific range. So what you have to do is you have to simply select the ranges here. Okay. After selecting the name range, then we have to go to formulas. In formulas, we have to choose define names. Okay, that is here. In this define name, we can see. So the name we can put, for example, DAY. Now DAY could, the name of this could be, for example, day underscore of underscore sale. See, my advice is always use underscore in the names because technically it negates any cell address which you might try to use it, because DAY could also be a cell address, right? So DAY is actually a cell address. If you just put DAY, it will just take you to that cell address only. However, if you use an underscore in that names, then it will is a safe practice. Now here you have put DAY and it refers to the what you call this refers to the range. Okay, what does it do? It refers to sheet 14, that is this, and from A2 to A16. Okay, so hit click OK, and then yeah, so that specific is applied. For example, if you go in drop down where you can see DFC and the entire range gets selected. Now consider this specific table which I created right now. Okay, here you can see that the sales for on different days for different products has shown here. Okay, now if you want to create names for each and every range, each and every column, each and every row, then you have to click each and every time. Okay, so for this one you have to create separately, for this one you have to create separately, for this one you have to create separately, so it is quite cumbrous. So you can technically automate the entire process. Okay, so and it can be done very easily. So how you can do it? Now you have to select a complete contiguous range. It's not like you can select some here and you can select some here. No, it has to be continuous. Select this, then go to formulas as usual, then go to define names. Okay, after define names, create from selection here below. Now we have to create names from the values in the it is already shown top row and left column. Okay, so click OK. Let's see what happens. So we got this. So for product one, if you go down here, if you click product one, you will see the entire range. If you click the product two, you will see the entire range. Click the product three, you will see the entire range. So for all the products 1 to 7, everything has been created, and order space has been substituted by underscore here. Similarly, you're also seeing for different days like Monday, for Tuesday, Saturday, Sunday, etc. So this is how you can create all the names in block and Marset. This is quite easy actually. However, if you go to here create selection, you have technically chosen top row and left column. You can also, if you also have data in the left column, sorry, bottom row and right column also, even that you can see. Okay. Hello. Yeah. So now a specific worksheet can have any number of named cells and ranges specifically. Now, what is it? Now, the point is that you can actually, if you want to see what are the named ranges, etc., under single heading, then you have to go to formulas here and then click on name manager. So you will see all the list of names and ranges which has been mentioned here to show you by value the names, the values mentioned it, and also referring to the ranges here. And what is the scope of it? It is for the entire workbook. Okay. So another advantage to this is you can technically filter it by name scope to worksheet or scope to workbook, and if any names have errors, then even that it will be shown to you. So there are no errors in this, so nothing. So names without errors, all names are perfect. For example, if any range has specific name, then it will show with an error here. Okay. Now I will let you know one thing. Now, if you want to create a list of names in a worksheet, then I will show you how it's done. Then first click a cell here. Then press F3. Okay. So these are the names of all the uh, this is a list of all the names which you have created now. Okay. If you just click paste list, then you will find out the date of everything. So day of sale is presented sheet 1 from A4, yeah, sheet 14 from A2 to A16, A2 to A16. This is the data of all the ranges, list of all the names which you have created in this specific worksheet. Okay, so this is one way you can create the list. Now, one more thing I would like to know is, for example, if you have entered in specific data in the cell, and then if you want to refer to what the data pertains to that cell, then it is actually prudent to add a comment. Okay. For example, if you see this is a sales. Okay, so I want to add a comment to say that this was a number of sales done on specific day one, and I want the person who is using it to understand that. So what do you do is, if you have to add a comment, what should I do? There are several methods. I have to click this specific cell, go to review. In review, we can see for comments and add a new comment. Okay, click the comment. Click the comment, then I can start a comment here. Now what they do is, this is the number of sales of the product on day one, and press enter. And can add another line. This is for reference. Click this. Okay, and done. So you're seeing a small icon. So if I hover my mouse here, you can see the entire data which I have seen, whatever I have entered. This is the number of sales of the product on day one. This is for reference, and when it was written. It was written on 30/5/2021 on 12:41 p.m. Okay, so this is something we can do. This is one method, and another method is just click the cell, right click, and we can add comment here. Add new comment. Simply, this is for reference. Okay, click this button. Done. So you can see this. Another one is I can just go to any specific active cell using keyboard and press Shift F2. There you can type what I can type. Okay, this is the cost price of a single unit. Press enter, and that's it, done. So if I hover it here, I can see it. Okay. Now the point is you have to hover your mouse here so that you can actually see the comment actually. Okay. But the point is you can also make it visible without hovering also. If you want it to be visible at all times, all you have to do is go here, right click it, and right click this, and especially go click hide or show note. So if I go this will be visible always. I don't have to hover it properly. If I click hide again, then only I have to hover it, then only I will be able to see this comment. Now having said this, if you want to edit the comment here, you can do it. Go to here, right click the cell where you put a comment, then click on edit note, and go to the border of this comment, right click again, and then put format comment. Fine. Now here you can actually see, can increase the size of the what you call, you can increase the text size, you can make it bold, you can make it you can change the what you call the font type, etc. In color drop down list also you can technically change the color. If you want to make it say red color, I can do it, and increase the weight by several points. That's something which I can do. And in, for example, okay, let's click OK on this. See, now you can see that the entire text has changed. Fine. And now there's another way by which we can do it. Now click it again, go to format comment, and go for color. In color drop down list, you can say fill effects. Instead of this one, you can put a picture also. For example, I'll choose select a picture. I want to put pics from my computer, from a file. So the basic what I want to mention is that you can add pics from files also. Okay, so I'll choose this, insert, click OK. Okay, see, the background has changed. So you can even add that to your comments actually. And if you just remove the text, then you will be able to see a just a plain picture if you in place of a comment. Okay. However, you can see one thing, that when I'm for example, if I'm using the cursor to move it, until unless I hover my mouse, this comment is not visible. Okay. But however, if you want certain text to be visible when as soon as I select a specific cell, then even that you can do. So for that, you have to do is click any cell for which you want the any specific comment appear. For example, I've chosen one here. I will choose one here from product. Then you have to go to data, data tab, go to data tools. In data tools, you'll have data validation. Okay, this last one. Click that. Now you have to go to input message. There will be settings, input message, error, etc. So this should be, if you go to input message, and they'll have a title. Then I can put my own title. Hi, that's going to be this one, and message I want to put how are you. Okay, and we should click this show input message when cell is selected. Okay, and then click OK. Now actually when I click this one, then I'm saying this comment hi hover, but this is something you cannot which you cannot format as I have shown you previously. This is standard. Now even if I move the active cell using even keyboard, even then it is showing the same thing. Now this is something we can do using data validation. Now we have okay, this is another sheet. Okay, so where I have entered some comments here. Now the point is, if you want to read all the comments, so what do you do it? Okay, the simple thing is simple. You have to go to review tab. Okay, go to review tab and click show comments. So it will show you all the comments here. Okay, whatever comments that is there in this specific worksheet, it will show you. Okay, you can also delete this just in case if you want. Okay, and if you want to edit also, even edit, you can edit also. For its hello 123. Enter. Save. So over here, it will show hello 123. Sure. This is how you can edit comments, and if you want to delete comments, even that you can do. Delete this thread. Simple. As simple as that. Now, having said that, let's discuss about tables. Okay. Now, what is a table? Table is something that is a part of the worksheet, but that it has its own special character that separates it from the rest of the worksheet. For example, okay, in this entire worksheet, you can see that there are several empty cells and there are such specific designated areas. This is a table actually, and this is chart also. How do you differentiate these three elements? It is because you want to allocate a specific area in the worksheet for specific purpose, for tabulation and also for calculation to make the whole work easier. So this designated workspace is what we call as table. Okay. Now this table has its own some specific structure. It has number of columns, specific columns and specific number of rows also. Okay. This is each what you call each row technically has information about a single for example, this row has the information on the day of the week and the number of toys sold and column. Okay, so it is information about a single entity only. Okay, similarly, if you want to understand this table structure, it has several elements. For example, it has a designated space, that's point, then it has its own specific area, then it has its own specific header row. That means the topmost row, which technically defines what are the elements contained under this header row. Okay, for example, this contains the day of the week, the number of toys sold in the second column, and that is defined by the topmost element. Similarly, the number of columns. Excuse me. Yeah. So here now we can actually see that okay, I'm changing the instead of column one, I'm putting it as revenue, right? Now we can actually see that these are different elements in the row. Now the header row actually it also has certain drop down menus. Okay, this is used for filtering. I'll just show right away. Now, for example, if I want to see how many the data only for Monday, I just have to click on Monday. See, there are so many 99 till the 99th element there are Mondays actually, and I can see the data pertaining to only those specific Mondays only. Okay. Now, if I select all, and now I'll go here. Okay. Now there are certain days where different number of toys are sold, etc. Now I want to have the data of specific day where, say for example, around 600 toys were sold. So I'll choose this and this and click OK. So they were sold on 2 days, that is Sunday and Monday, and their revenue is such. This way I can actually filter the entire data and also see. Now if I want to know which on which day I had a what you call total revenue of around 3 lakhs. So I can click this, click OK. So it will show me the data of only those three specific days, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. So this is specifically used for sorting and filtering out of data. Fine. Now this for the entire data body is nothing but one or two modes of data. Now, for example, what is the data of this specific table? It ranges from here to here. Okay. Now I would like to copy some of the data here. Okay, and show you how a table is made from scratch. Now okay, I'll go to insert table. Where is the data for your table? I'll just first paste here first. Give me a second. So it is showing 0 because of this formula issues. 435. Just yeah. So you got all the data here. Now I'll just copy this, Control C, and put it here. It will show an error. I know. Give me a second. Now the data is here. Insert table. My table has headers done. Okay, click on OK. Once it is done, I'm seeing everything, and you can we have a header row. You can remove it, means the data will get it. But if you click on header row, it will have all the functionality of this thing, including the ability to filter and sort. Same thing applies for all other elements as well. And you can hit total row. If you hit total row, it will show the summation of all the data. And if you can see this total row, each and every element has its own drop down menu. Okay, if you can click it total, you can put it as average, and you can divide by 0 because not show properly. So I'll go to count numbers. That is something 0 because all of them are text actually. So I'll go with sum only. Give me a second. Okay, here you can put count. There are total 19 elements here. If you want to put maximum 2419, if you want to hit the minimum, you 435. If you want standard deviation, you can calculate. Similarly, you can do for here also. Okay. So this is total row has various functions here. Now you can also resize the entire row actually. You can actually drag it here down below if you want to. It will fill up the series. Okay. Now within this table, as I have shown here, you can have different types of sort options also. But however, you can also apply certain other extra filters also. For example, you can sort by color, that is blue or no fill. You can sort by certain number filters also. And how do you do it? For example, if it is number is, for example, number is greater than 600 and lesser than 800. So I want numbers between 600 and 800 for number of toys. So if you click OK, let's see what happens. So I'm getting three values here. Fine. So that you can do, and if you can also change it because I'm going to custom filter. Or else if you want to totally eliminate the values, that is number is greater than 600 or number is less than 800, even that you can do because you can toggle between and or. So let's click OK. So you'll be getting all this data. So this is something which can use logical gates and logical methods to sort your data as well. Another interactive way by which you can actually view certain specific data is by using splicers. Okay, so if you want to insert what a splicer is, then you have to go and click any element in the table, and then you go to table design here. Okay, click table design and click table design, go for tools and insert splicer. Now you can have different slices. For example, day of the week sold, number of toys sold, and revenue. Click OK. So you'll be getting three different splicers here, one for each of specific what you call characteristic. For example, if you click on Sunday, it will the splicer will this table will show only those elements which have element of Sunday in it. Similarly for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and goes on. Now after one splice, technically I can just click this and revert the table to its original. If I want something that's for 435, I can click that one. So it has only one what you call element. Click this and it gets reset. If I want to go on Sunday, which has 2660, even that I can do. So it is similar to filtering, but it's a little bit less flexible because it has lesser options. So, but however, it is great for newbies. If someone is new to Excel and want to give that specific data to a new person, and so that he can use it, it will be quite pretty useful. Now this is a normal appearance of a table by default, and if you want to change this what you call the appearance of this table, even that is for example, if you want to do is click any element, go to table design and click table styles here. So you have hundreds of table designs. You can click this, it becomes green. You can use orange, use red. So technically you can have hundreds of styles here, not literally 100 but several styles to show here. So you can always change them accordingly. Okay. Now, if you want to, if you're not liking the color of background color, etc., of any table, and you want to change it, all you have to do is select a table, go to home, go to this fill color. Okay, you can convert into deep blue, you can convert into say red, can convert it into what call this one, etc. You can make it italic, you can make it bold. So this is something which you can do easily. You can increase the size. So all these changes for the table can be done by yourself. Also, one final tip I would like to give you. For example, you have seen several styles in this table design, right? Which I mentioned previously. Now, if you like some style but don't like the color and if you don't like the format, etc., what you can do is choose one which you're liking, right click it, and click on duplicate. Okay. Here you can actually technically make lot many changes here. For example, first column style, you can change this size here. Okay, and format it with any specific italic or bold something. You can choose the border, you can choose the fill. So pattern color is one and pattern style is this. So instead I want to use this brown color, I want to use it as red color. I'll click it OK, and this is the final output, and click on OK. So I'll be getting one more, excuse me. So I'll be getting one such. Sure. So this is something you can later apply to any other table of your choice. So this is how you manage tables, etc. So why does a worksheet has to be formatted? See, spreadsheet is simply a document which holds information, but at the same time, it should be quite presentable. That's point number one, and also it should convey the message, the data infers, and the information to the any user who wants to go through it, right? Otherwise, there were in some certain complex cases, it will just turn out to be another some mild gibberish which just contains some combination of numbers and formulas. Now, the for we can agree that for presentation is not the only thing when it comes to working with worksheet. But however, if you format it properly, it will look much more presentable and therefore more attractive. So technically, if you're using certain data to pitch to your own customers or your clients or something, this formatting will take you a long way in making this entire worksheet presentable and also more eye-catching. Now, as you can see, that this is actually a fully functional worksheet. It has all the necessary information. There's all the data, all the formulas, etc. But the point is, we can actually make it more presentable by just by formatting it. Now, how to format? Now, formatting can be done in specifically three ways. One thing is you can in this home tab, if you go down here, you'll find a format symbol here, right? So click on that, and you will can find all the necessary information, necessary what call options. That is one way you can do it. Second thing is you can actually select it and right click it. Here you will get another option for format cells. Okay, this is the second thing. And third one is you can also use here. Fine, you can format. So technically these two tools we will be using for formatting. In addition to all this, you can also select whatever you want and press Ctrl plus 1. See, even then the formatting cells option will be visible to you directly from the keyboard. Okay, here again go to this home. This one I have mentioned to you previously, so you click on this one. Okay, click on that, so you'll be able to format cells like this also. Technically it will open only the font, but you'll be having the option to for other customizations as well. Now you can do certain what you call you can perform certain actions for formatting directly by using the keyboard. For example, this is usually the standard what you call the font is Calibri for Microsoft Excel, and the size is 11. Okay, this is standard. So if you just type anything randomly into any cell, it will assume these features, and this is the default settings of the Excel. Now, however, if you want to make it bold or italic, that also you can do directly from keyboard. How? Now select the cells here and press Ctrl plus B. Fine. Okay. So it becomes bold. Now, if you want to untoggle this, I mean, you want to make it normal again, press Ctrl B again. Fine. Now, same thing applies for italics. Now, if you press Ctrl plus I, The font becomes italics. And if you want to make it normal again, Control I again. And if you want to underline the text, you have to press Control plus U. If you can see here, you can see the, let me expand this a bit and make it here. See, you can see the underlinings here. If you want to remove the underline again, press Control plus U again. Now if you want something to strike through, okay, even that you can do. How do you do it? Control plus 5. So this is getting striked off. So that is how you do it. Now if you press Control 5 again, this feature will be removed. Now we shall talk about how to change the alignment of the text in the cells. Okay, before that I'll make this cells a bit bigger so that you can more appreciate the changes which I am going to demonstrate right now. Fine. This is just for demonstrating purposes. You can make the size anything as you want. Fine. Okay. Now, excuse me. Yes. Now here there are several ways of text aligning the text on a what you call Excel sheet. Similar to Word, but let's discuss. Now select this. Now check about. I will select one. Let's right click it. Go to Format Cells. In this Format Cells, we'll get a tab here. Alignment. Click on that. So general setting is technically it's on what you call horizontal and it's vertical center. This is a by default one. So technically Excel aligns numbers to the right actually and also text to the left. Now all cells use bottom alignment mostly or maybe center alignment as default. Now since you have clicked this center alignment, so it's showing like that. Now how to override these ones? Okay, see for example this horizontal text alignment, if there's one option called general. So what does it do? It generally aligns the numbers to the right, okay, and aligns the text to the left. So you can see the text is on left side and numbers is on the right side. And if there is any errors which if it has to show, then it will send what you call it will make it default horizontal alignment. I will just show it once. Okay, so this I'll just divide by equal to 9 divided by 0. It's one common error. See, so it is aligned in the center. Fine. Unlike this text, unlike the unlike the numbers, just come directly to the center. Now let me choose it again. I'll just click one of them to demonstrate format cells. Okay. Now observe here carefully. Now this is for general alignment. Now what if I click left? Now left is something that aligns the cells to the left side of cell. Now since it is already text, it is already aligned to the left by default. Now let's choose one, another one. For example, I'll choose this text. Okay, number, and this is also by default general. Now let's see what happens if we put on left. So it goes okay. It goes to the left side of the cell. Okay. Now similarly, I'll show another one. Now instead of this left, I'm choosing center. Now what happens if I click on center? The entire text will align itself to the center of the cell. Okay. Let's click on center and see how it happens. Okay, it is come on center. Similarly, if the same thing applies for right, go to alignment, click on right indent, click OK. So this aligns the text to the right. Now let's do one thing. We'll select another cell, we'll format it and use fill. Okay, now let's see what happens. Technically it repeats the content till the entire cell gets filled. Okay, the value remains the same. It doesn't repeat to so many hits, but the entire content is filled with the same what you call same single digit till the entire cell is filled. For example, even if I drag to any amount, the same thing gets repeated. Okay. Similarly is for this day of the month, which I have done previously. So day of the month, day of the month, day of the month, it goes on like that. So it gets filled like that way. Now let's make it normal. Simply click it and instead of fill, go to general. That's it, and it becomes normal. Fine. Now after this, I would like to mention that there are certain couple of more options here. So for example, I'll choose this, and let's choose one another this one, what you call horizontal alignment, that is centered across direction. So what happens, let's see. Now once I click here, distance traveled in kilometers, and let's see what happens. Click OK. So the text has moved to the center of this entire cell. Okay, even if I drag it a lot, it moves like that. Now there's one final option I want to show you, and that is I will just show right away. Format cells, and here center, instead of center across correction, I will show distributed. Now let's see how the text changes. Click OK. So the entire text is divided into individual components. So distance, space, travel space, this column, it is spread over the entire cell. Other than see, previously the entire text was centered around this cell. Now it has been distributed equally across the entire cell. Okay. So this is what a distributed option in horizontal alignment does. Now, in addition to this, there are certain other alignment options which if you have observed. Okay, so let's see here. Now, right click, go to format cells, and here you will find certain options on vertical alignment. Now, let's see what will happen. Yeah, now vertical, it is in center by default for a time being. Now, if you click on top, click OK, it is going to the topmost of the cell. Okay, similarly, you click on center, click OK, it's coming to center. Remember, this is not getting aligned horizontally, it is still left aligned, but in vertical direction it is getting aligned in the center only. Now similarly, for other things, like for example than center, if it's a bottom, click, it is going to bottom actually. Now if we choose other ones, let's see, like for example justify, it's going to top again. Okay, so this is how you can actually align your text vertically as well. Now I will undo all the changes to show certain things. Okay, fine. Now what I will do is I will try to minimize all the columns so that the text is obscure. Now I'll click on this, and I'll try to wrap or shrink the text. Let's see how it's done. Now if I put wrap text, what will happen is, click OK, the height of the cell has increased. Fine, I'll put Ctrl Z and show again. See, now it's like this. Now the cell has adjusted like this. Now I will decrease it further. Ctrl Z. I'll decrease it further, and let's see what happens. Okay, so now text is totally almost not visible. I click on format cells, click wrap text. Okay, so it has somehow wrapped it here. Now similarly, there's another format option called shrink to fit. Okay, if you click on shrink to fit, let's see what happens. So the size of the, what to call, the text has reduced so that it fits well in within the borders of the cell itself. If I increase it, it's coming to normal, but if I decrease it further, it will keep on reducing till it fits within the text itself. Okay, so this is how the shrink to fit text works. I'm undoing all these changes, give me a second. Yeah, done. Now in addition to this, I like to show one option called merge cells. Okay, now okay, in the top right of the cell, topmost right of the cell, putting data for 10 days. Okay, So this is the data I have put in, and this is the information I put in the top right cell. And in some other cells I put some gibberish. This is for demonstration purpose. Let's see. Okay, fine. Now what I'm going to do is, see, I'm merging this E and F. Now let's see what happens. Format cells, go to merge cells. Now the point is, if I merge these both cells, only one cell will be visible thereafter, and the text of F will be deleted, only the text of E will be remaining. Okay, let's click OK. So it shows me an error. Merging cells only gives the upper left value and discards the other. So only E is remaining and F is deleted. Let me click OK. So this has disappeared and this whole has become one cell. Fine. Similarly, it applies for as many number of cells. For example, merge these two again. Let's see, the same thing will happen. These two data will get deleted, only this will remain. Only cell of C, data of C cell will remain. Okay. I'll click on merge cells again, click OK. Same error. And it merges. Now, if I want to do for all cells like this, only the data for 10 days will remain. Okay. Format cells, merge cells, click OK. Same error. So for the data for this one cell, that is from A1, B1, C1, D1, E1, F1, G1, H1, I1, all has been merged. After merging, only the data for A1 is pending and the rest has been eliminated. Now, this one I can center justify this, and yeah. So this is something you can do. Now the point with merging is you can merge as many cells as you want. So there's no limits. Technically, you can merge the entire sheet into one single cell. Okay. There's I will just undo the present changes now. Fine. I just want to demonstrate one more. Yeah. Now this is one way you can actually merge it, and there's another option also. In this home tab, if you click, there's another thing called merge and center. Right? Click on that. Then actually merge and center, merge across, merge cells, and unmerge also. Okay. So what I will do is I will just one thing. So these are the merged cells, and if I click on unmerge, click this and click unmerge, this will become individual cells again. Okay, I'll show again. Now the entire cell was merged. Fine. Now what will happen if I click on unmerge? They will become individual cells again. That is one thing. And yeah, now there is another option called merge, uh, merge and center. So what will happen? It will merge all the cells. Give me a second. Yeah, it will merge all the cells, and this text will come to the center one in a single shot. Okay, this is one thing. Another one is merge across. So we'll just do the merging. Okay, and no centering is done. This happens for a single row. For example, if I choose multiple rows here, for example, if I do like this, and if I were to click on normal merge, if I were to click on normal merge, so what will happen? Only this data will come, it will be centered. Okay. Okay, so only the value 3 remained, and has been put on center. Fine. Control Z. Now this is for normal merging. Now if I were to merge across, what will happen? We now see we have 4 rows and 3 columns in this entire text. So if I click on merge across, there will be, instead of merging all the cells, only the individual rows will get merged. Okay, I'll click it now. Merge across. See, only and only the rows, individual rows are remaining. They have not been made into a single cell. Fine. Control Z. And another one is normal merge cells. So it will just merge and the center option will not be applied. Okay, so only 3 is remaining and the remaining is as such. So this is how merge actually occurs actually. Let me for sake of this one, click on merge and center. Done. So this is how actually we apply merging function. Now, how to display the specific text at a inclined at any specific angle. Okay, so sometimes we want to see, if we see certain posters or something, we will, the text will be vertical, okay, and sometimes the text will be slant. So how do we do it? Now see, I'll click this entire cells. Okay, I just to demonstrate how do we actually what to call change angle. In this home tab, you'll be seeing something, this alignment section, right? In that we'll be seeing orientation. There is AB at an angle. If you click that, click it, angle counterclockwise. Okay, click that. See, now you can see each and every text has been aligned at a specific angle. Fine. This is how you can do it, and you can even change the alignment angle also. If you can do like this, you can also, vertical up, vertical text, day of the month, and it comes like labor cost, etc. Another you can do it, rotate text up. So from down to up, you can do it that way also. Rotate text down, and you can also format this. For example, you can change the actual angle of this one. For example, I want to change it. Say here it shows the what you call the angle, how it changes. For example, instead of 45 degrees, I want to say 24 degrees like this. Click OK. Even that you can show. Fine. So this is how you can change the angle of any specific text. Now, after adding all this, Excel gives us the functionality to add color to your what you call, and different shades also to your text and even the workbook. Now see, for example, if I want to change the color of the text here to say red, I can do that. Okay, and if I want to change the background of this color, I can change this here also. I'll put it as yellow. Even that I can do. This is one way you can do. Another way you can do is click this, right, select the cell, do right click, format cells. In that you can change the color of the text also. Here you can change the text of the change the color of the text. For example, I will make it, say, what can I put, purple. Now see, it changed to purple. And background also, font is this, and fill also I can also change it. How I want to change it to blue, mild blue. Even that you can do. So technically you can have more than 16 million colors. Yes, more than 16 million colors which you can toggle and experiment with when it comes to Excel actually. So you can actually change color from here, home and font section. Also you can do right click and even you can change it. Fine. And this is how you change colors. And now next we'll be dealing with borders. Okay, now what is a border actually? See, the border can be applied in several ways. For example, on worksheet you can see that each and every cell has its own specific border that is getting highlighted or getting bold when you select the cell specifically, be it a specific cell or a specific range. Okay, so so when it, how do we differentiate between each and every cell? You can see on computer, but if you want it to be more pronounced, then it is prudent to add borders and lines to the Excel worksheet as such. Now where do we go and search for this? For example, select an active cell, and here the same what you call font, you can see one thing here, what you call a small icon. So that is for the borders. Click that, you will get at least easily 13. Technically there are 13 options wherein which you can apply the border. For example, click only the bottom border. You can see the bottom border has been activated. Okay. Now if I click on all borders, this will get activated. Okay. Now this one is also changes, depends on the choice. If you click on all borders, it will change like this. Click on entire sheet, then click on all borders. You can see all the cells have their own borders, which are visible irrespective of the fact whether you have selected them or not. Okay, this is one way. And another style of border is thick outside borders. See, so this border has become thick. I'll select all, thick all borders. Okay, so this is how you apply thick borders for each and every cell, whichever you want to. And not only this, you can even customize your border. Fine, if you want to remove any border, you can do that by clicking it. For example, erase border, if you click on that, this will go away. Fine, the border is gone. Control. Now all the options here can be accessed by another way. How? Give me a second. Instead of draw border grid or something like that. Even that you can do. See, you can see that you can have different colors for borders. So if you click on red, for example, see this border is getting turned into red. That is something you can do. You have to be very precise. This won't work mostly. Okay, so this is how you can do. In addition to this, you can right click, format cells, and go for border. There, the same options which are available here, you can see here. You can draw outline border, you can draw inside border, you can draw no border at all, you can above border, and you can even draw horizontal border also. Even these borders as well. Fine. So technically, this kind of borders grow, and the thickness of the border you can control, and the color of the border also you can manage by using this. Okay, click OK. See, so this border has got all the characteristics which I have mentioned previously. Fine. Now, having said this, now this is specific border style which I have actually designed or applied to this specific cell only. Now, the same thing I want to apply for 20 different cells, then which are non-contiguous, which are different from this cell actually. So, what do I do? Do I have to click each and everything, or should I have to go through the entire process again? No. What I have to do is click this cell first and go to this clipboard. Here you get a paint like icon, paint brush like icon. So that is known as format painter. Okay, so I have selected this, go here, click this. After saying that, for example, I want to apply the same to here. I have to click that. Simple. I have to click this cross border will be applied. Similarly, if I want to apply to this one, click format painter and click this. Done. Okay, click this format painter. I have applied for everything. See, all have similar formats. So this is how you can copy formats by using this specific tool. Now here I have reverted this what you call worksheet to normal look, as you have seen in previously in the beginning of the lectures, because I want to show certain more features. Okay, so yeah, so there's something else called a conditional formatting. What is a conditional formatting? For example, if you want a cell to look in a specific manner or in a specific way, depending on the input you are putting into the cell, then that is called conditional formatting. For example, if any cell has a negative value, to show a specific color. If a cell has specific value, to show it should be visible in a different way. So that way, can you do it on an active basis? This you can do, and this is what we call conditional formatting. So this is something we can do the formatting selectively and also in automatic method without having to change every time. Okay. How do we actually apply this conditional formatting? Now, for example, select these cells actually and go to home. Here you'll get styles, okay, and here you'll get conditional formatting. Click that. Now in that you'll get several highlights, cell highlights rules, bottom rules, data bars, color scales, icon sets, and so on. We'll check each and every one. For example, I'm checking this highlight cell rules. For example, in this, for example, you can have greater than, less than, between, equal to, text that contains text data occurring, duplicate values, etc. For example, if I'm putting this, if it is greater than, for example, say, for example, if the value is greater than uh, 20, then if this condition is true, then you should have this light red fill with dark red, so or red text, plain red text. See, if you, whatever I'm changing, it is become automatically change it here. Or else instead of red text, if I'm putting red border, that I can change. or else if you have light yellow fill, dark red, that you can do. In addition to that, you can even do custom format. And what is this custom format? You can have a strike through, or else you can have a border that is colored red, and yeah, so color that color of the this thing that becomes blue, and fill becomes yellow. Click OK. So it becomes like this, which is greater than this. Now if I change here greater than 15, see I'm getting three values here. Click OK. Now you're telling that this has already been, data has already been entered, so it is showing like this. But if you have observed carefully, I have applied the conditional form to all the cells. Now I will take one cell, and if I put say 17 here, let's see what will happen as soon as I press enter. See the same it is getting automatic. Okay, and I will choose one more here. This is for greater than. I'll select this, and conditional formatting highlight cells if it is less than, and if it is less than say 2.1, then I'm choosing it right let fill. Click OK. So only 1.7 is there, so it is becoming right let fill. For example, if I go here and put 0.99, which is again less than the specified value, so even that is becoming uh, formatted in similar way. So this is dynamic. So once you set it, whatever conditions it fulfills, accordingly it will become like that only. And another feature I will show you for conditional formatting highlight cell rules between. Okay, if the cells are between say 6 and 8, then fill red. I will choose red border. Okay, click OK. So in this, how many between 6 and 8? 6, 7 and 8. Okay, now if I click one more here, and if I put 6.9, what will happen? Even this will become red. Cool. Now I'll undo all this because I have to display more features. Okay, that is for conditional formatting highlighting cell rules. And if it is equal to any specific, even that it will show similarly. For example, if it is equal to say I'll put 10, then it should show me red border, also okay, yellow fill with yellow text. Okay, since no value has 10 here, then it will not be showing like that. So but however, after applying this rule, I'll click 1 on 10. See, the formatting is changing. I'm not changing the format anytime now. Okay, similarly I select this, highlight conditional formatting highlight rules, and a text that contains, okay, for example, someone types hello, what will happen? It should, the formatting should change. Now I'll type hello here. See, it has changed. Cool. So this is how you do for this thing, conditional formatting. Yeah, so this is for the specific conditional formatting cell rules for greater than, less than, even text that contains data, can duplicate values, etc. And you can also define your own rules. Okay, click on this, you can find out any specific uh, formatting rules. This is for highlighting cells, and for top or bottom rules, that also you can do. For example, top 10 items by value, or top 10%, bottom 10%, bottom 10 items, above average, below average. So that we can do. So some, for those items which are above average, click on that. So this 1, 2, 3, 4, these 4 items are above the average of entire this thing. Okay, use right green fill. It goes like this. Fine. Now, similarly, if I add some value that is like more than average, for example, say 11, not 14, what will happen? Even that will be formatted in similar method. Okay, this is for conditional formatting for top or bottom, and for top 10% also applies same thing, because 20.79 value is something that is in the top 10%. Now if I add another value like 22, this will come, because this 20.7 will go away. Why it has gone away? Because the average mode has moved up, and this 20.7 is no longer in the top 10%. However, if I put 21, let's see, even then, if I put the same value 20.78, See, so you're getting 20 points on your top 10%, top percentage of it. Now, yeah, this is for top or bottom rules. And there's something called data bars also. So you can have gradient fill, can have solid fill, and so on. So water fill is shown here, that will be in reference to the amount of value that is put it here. For example, 11 it is showing a graph bar, and for 7.2 it is showing like this. For example, if I type as 19, the entire graph will change, the bar will change actually. Okay, this is for a data bar, and in this, within this data bars you can have a gradient fill, and you can even have a solid fill also. Let me show this. This is for gradient fill, this is for a solid fill. Now, in addition to this, there's something called color scales. Okay, if you can see this properly, the color scales is applies the background color, which is in proportion to the value of the individual cell. So before doing that, I'll just remove this graphs so that it will be less confusing. Go for color scales here. Yeah, check this out. So in accordance to the what you call value, the individual value, they're showing different gradients. Okay, different color gradient for different value based on the order. In addition, another conditional formatting is icon sets. Okay, so for example, you can choose 3 arrows color, 4 arrows color, can arrows 5. Okay, so what it actually do, it actually displays directly into the cell, and it depends on the cell value again. Okay, so this is the lower value is showing like this, is the lowest value, so it is showing like this, and the highest value shown by this one, higher values like 20.79 and 18.58, and middle values are shown here, what you call between in yellow color, 11 yellow arrow downwards, and the values which are on the higher percentile, they are shown in upward arrow, that is slanting upwards, that is 16.88. Now let me remove this as well. I'll show one more. Technically, if you have put any specific rules at that time, okay, I will just show this one. Okay, so this is the middle value, this is the lower value, this is the uppermost values. This is how you show it. Now, in addition to this, you'll have three more additional options. This you can new rule. That means if you can add any specific rules, or you can add clear any rules. Clear any rules means, for example, you already done some certain conditional formatting and you just want to remove it, you can click that. You can clear the rules from any specific cell, or you can clear the rules from the entire sheet at a stretch. And for manage rules, you can if you want to change any specific rule, that also you can do. This is done here. Now I'll just select this couple of cells here. Excuse me, a couple of cells here, and go to conditional formatting. Clear rule from selected cells. So only these will get disappear. Okay. If I want to remove all the rules from all the cells, all I have to do is clear rules from entire sheet. Simple. Everything will be disappear. Now I'll choose this again. Go to home, styles, data bars. This is okay. Gradient fill here. Okay, choose this value here, and again what we'll do is go to manage rules. This manage rules, what I can do is can change the format here, double click it, and then you can change the color. If you want to click on blue, you can do it, and you can click on solid border. You can change the orientation from left to right, which is already by default, or from right to left. It comes from this side. So solid fill I can put even as gradient fill within this also. And for negative value axis, I can change it color also. Click on OK. OK again. Now click apply. Click OK. Simple. See, it has shown like this, and there are no values shown. Now I would like to change it a bit again. Let me show. I'll apply here. Cost per kilometer travel, distance travel. Okay. This is fine. Okay, I'll choose this again. Go to conditional formatting, go to a data bars, go for grid and fill, and something you can do it. Go for more rules here. For negative value and access, negative I will use fill color red. Apply same fill color as color, even that is okay. And select access bottom cell midpoint. None showed. Access color is black. Okay. So um, this is for positive values. If I enter any negative value, let's see what will happen. Minus 66. See the entire what you call the entire view has changed. Just because I have changed the rules here. I'll put -6 now. Yeah. So if it is -6 is showing this side, positive is showing this side, and this applies for both. Sure, because travel cost incurred is shown in yellow. I have mentioned previously, so it is showing in that color. I will do one thing. I'll select this again. Data bus, more rules, negative value and access, fill color red. Click OK. Click OK. So it is showing red color here because I have applied for what color the negative axis must show. Okay, I'll just make it normal again. Yeah. Now, for example, I will show one more formatting which I have previously shown just now. And just go to this icon sets and go for more rules. Okay. Here, I want the value to be say tick mark when someone has traveled more than when the cost per kilometer traveled is lesser than 1.8. Value is lesser than 1 is greater than or equal to 1. Okay, so that means, for example, see, whenever we are using this icons format, right? So technically what happens, we the entire range, cell range from top to bottom is divided into quartiles or uh, uh, maybe into three parts or something. Now we have chosen three different icon format, so it gets divided into 0 to 33 one set, 33 to 66 one set, and 66 to 99 or 100, that is one set. So when the top quartile when greater than or equal to I want it to be tick, and yellow when 67 to 33, and red when less than 33. Now let's click OK. Okay, one or more data ranges overlap. Give me a second. Okay, this is fine now. Now I'll go back. Yeah, icon set. Instead of this one, I will choose 4. Okay, and instead of 4, give me a second. Icon sets 4 and more rules. Yeah, so in this entire set, I want to make one small distinction. It is if it is on top 20% or top 33%, I just want it to be a tick mark, and other symbols it can come below. So what I do is I'll go for conditional formatting, icon sets, more rules, and then in the icon style I can click down, and I can choose five icon sets. So that means uh, 80 to 100% is one, and 100 to 80 to 60 is one, 60 to 40 is one, 40 to 20 is less than 20 another one. Now for less than 20 I want to put as this symbol. Okay, and 40 to this one I want to put it as say I'm just choosing random, so I'll put it as, wait, give me a second, I'll just choose this one. Okay, and from 40 to 60 percentile I want to choose say it is going down, and for this one I can put this symbol, and for increasing one I can put it as yeah, this one is fairly okay, and for topmost I want to put tick. So this is how I want to modify it. So click on OK and format all cells based on the value that it should be the option that should be chosen. Click OK. So you can see the top 2 percentiles 2.973 3 they have tick marks, fine, and rest have other symbol that have been associated to them according to the rules. I'll just make it normal again. Now, one thing we may have to observe in certain times that we don't want certain values to exist in our sheet altogether. For example, we have number days of the month, we have distance traveled in kilometers, etc., etc. Now, if someone may try to enter any specific instead of entering numbers, he may enter text, right? That can happen. So, how do we put a specific rule stating that if someone enters a text, it should become uh, it should show up an error on the sheet itself automatically. So this is something which is not preset in Excel, but you can actually make such a rule in Excel easily. How do you do it? Now go to conditional formatting, go to create a new rule, and here you can get a option to select a rule type. Choose use a formula to determine which cells to format. Okay. Now you have chosen the entire selection, right? As from A3 to you'll be having till H12. So, but the point is only one cell is active among this entire range, that is A3. So we have to enter the formula only for one cell, that is a active cell which is on top left. So we have to put equal to is text. That means if it is text, then it should return a value true. Is text of A3. Click. So format values where this formula is true. So if someone enters a value text here, then it will return the true for this specific cell. Now once this is done, what is the next step? Then what this becomes true, the formula becomes true. Someone enters a text here, then what is next? Then we have to click on format. So you want this to become a specific if you want to show this a specific color, or say like red as warning, and border should be okay, borders could be fine, and strike through fine, bold, bold and strike through. So these are the settings you're doing. So if someone enters a text here, it should show this. Okay, so this is how you're putting a formula here, and click OK. Fine, click OK. Now the formula is applied for every cell here. Now let's type a text here and let's see what happens. I'll type hello. See, you are seeing here that strike through is applied and the entire text has become red. Simple here, hi. Let's see what will happen. So it is showing errors here. Fine. This is how you apply a specific format or specific conditional format using formulas. So before proceeding further, I'll clear rules from the entire sheet so that I can start on a new page. Now this is if you want to check it for the text or something. Now however, if you want to one thing you should observe is that though we are taking this, once we have selected the entire range, we are applying formula only for a topmost this thing, top left, and this entire the same what you call format gets applied for entire sheet. I mean entire selection or the entire range. Now, just in case if you want to enter a specific formula wherein which you want a cross reference. For example, if you are entering a value and this is greater than some other value and you want it to return an error, or you want to get have conditional format, how do you do it? I will show one example like that. Okay, I will select the entire range. Give me a second. Yeah, I have selected this entire range. I will go to this what you call conditional formatting and new row. Fine. In that formula, I'll use a formula based on to determine which cells to format. Now, any formula it has to start with an equal to. Otherwise, there's no point. Equal to so what reference I'm using? A3, right? Equal to A3 is greater than. Now I want to use a specific reference value, right? If A3 is greater than say B9. If I want to use B9 as an absolute reference, that means there is no cross reference possible. Then what I have to do? Dollar B $9. Okay, so this becomes an absolute reference. Then the formula will return true. So what I have to do is then I'll go to format, and from format I can say use fill that with red color. Click OK. and click OK. Okay, so you can technically see all those values which have greater than this specific value, because this is using as a proper absolute reference. Okay, now if I change the value of B9 itself as 100, let's see what will happen. Everything will become normal except for few values here. And if I put it as say 150, few more go away. Let me put it as 1500. Then only one or two, one will be remaining if I'm not wrong. Okay. Yeah, this one and this one. Sure. So this is how you can use as relativistic reference to an absolute reference. Now, having said this, I would like to mention one thing. For example, if you're just deleting any specific data from this, you are only deleting the data, but not the conditional formatting. So, if you want to delete the conditional formatting, you have to go to this clear rules from the entire sheet. Only then the rules will go. If you just delete the data, the conditional formatting rules will always remain. Now, if you want to know, for example, if you're looking at the sheet outside as such, and you don't know whether conditional formatting has been applied or not, then how do you do? How do you find out? Now, for that, you can go to home, go to editing, and within editing, find and select. Click find and select, and click conditional formatting. So if you click on conditional formatting, you will see all those cells which have conditional formatting applied. Okay, if you remember previously, these are the cells from which the conditional formatting was actually applied. Okay, now let me just clear all the rules. Clear rules from entire sheet. Done. Now if I go to this and find and select conditional formatting, I think no cells were found. Fine, since all the rules have been removed. Now another one of the most underutilized important features in Excel is called named styles. What is named styles? It is something that is predefined, and it makes it easy to apply a set of predefined formatting options to an entire cell or a specific range. Now, what is specifically styling? Styling is something that consists of a number format and some consists of a specific alignment, a specific border, special fill color, and also whether the cells are protected. That means they are locked or hidden. Now, the point is how to apply styles actually. You can actually apply styles very easily. Go to home, go to cell styles here. Go to home, here styles you will see, go to cell styles. Click on cell styles and you'll have several what you call models here. Fine. Say normal, bad, good, etc. and so on. Give me a second. I'll delete this. Control Y. Yeah. Now, now the point is when you are applying the styles, you should select the range or entire worksheet. Now you'll select this worksheet, go to cell styles and hover it. Okay. If I click on this one, it is showing this one. Okay. If I click on bad, it is showing like this. Normal, it is showing like this. Action 4, it is showing like this. And if I like, for example, heading 2, this one, this is a style. So what this specifically styles does, it gives a uniform look to your entire what you call sheet or range, which actually helps in giving it as a more proper look, what you call a consistent look, to be precise. See, for example, if I hover this, you can see the changes happening in the background on live basis. So you don't have to click every time and then go back and do it. For example, if I'm going accent 6, it's like this. Accent 60% going like this. So this are the various methods of what you call applying styles by first hovering it and then choosing the one which you actually like it. You just have to hover. You don't have to apply it for time being. Okay. Usually, as you can observe, the fact that the default style is what normal only. Okay, it's not normal, bad, good, or neutral. So this is normal. So in good, bad, and neutral, the normal is a by default style here. Now, having said that, if you have a really good grip on the styles, you can actually modify an existing style can create a new style and also merge styles from other workbook to special workbook. Excuse me. So the point is, if you want to modify existing style, you have to just go here, same home styles and cell styles, and right click on this. For example, you want to choose a bad style, you want to choose this style, but you want to say modify it. Go here, right click it, and in that right click you can choose modify. So there you can click on format. You can use the font. Say I want to use agency FB, this one is fine. Then strike through, all strike through and subscript. No, not script. I'll put strike through. The size will be 36. It will be bold, italic, and yeah. So I'm defining my style like this. That is one thing. And for alignment, it is general and bottom aligned. Alignment I can put it, even that I can change here. I can wrap text. I can put it as center aligned and top. Okay. So what I'm saying is I'm trying to toggle each and everything. Fine. And I want to make it thick and blue. Okay, blue is already there, so I'll choose dark red. Sure. And for numbers, I will choose number with 7 decimals, 7 place of. I'm just showing this for sake of propriety. Click OK. Now what I'm doing is I'm clicking this, go to cell styles. I'm going to back. Okay. Now you see that all the changes which I asked for, like so many digits of precision, the font style, the strike through, all have been applied here just by clicking that bad. Why? Because I modified it such way. Okay, Control Z. So this is how you can actually modify an existing style. Sure. Now you can also create your own new style just in case if you don't want to meddle with already existing ones. Okay. So to do that, what I do is I have to select a cell, and what I had to do is I had to first and foremost this specific steps is for applying a new, making a new styles. Okay, so what I had to do it, I had to first select the cells or any specific cell. Okay, then apply what you want to, what are the changes you want to apply. I will choose this color, I will choose bold, italic, underlined, and instead of Calibri I will use, wait, Arial black. Okay, and text one I will change it to be blue or this color. Okay, so this has been done. So I want, what are the modifications I wanted, I have done for this specific cell. After doing this, after making all the changes, whatever changes I want in my specific style, after doing this, what I'm doing is I'm selecting this cell only and go to cell styles. Give me a second. Yeah, then new cell style, and here I'm putting, instead of style 1 I'm putting it as ABCD. Okay, now all I have to do is click OK. Done. Now what I have to do is I'll unselect this. I'll get select a few more styles. Now if you go to the cell styles, I'll be finding this custom one. Got it? So what the style which is created just before, it is available here. And by hovering, I can see that everything will be applied here. Sure. So this is how you can create your own styles actually. Fine. Now this is something you can, these are the styles that you can actually copy from other workbook also. The point is, if you want to do that, you have to open certain workbooks that contains styles, then can activate it, then you can choose to merge the styles, and then the style from one workbook will be applied to another one simply. Now I'll just undo the changes here. Fine. Now after having discussed this, I'd like to mention a few words about themes. What is the theme? Theme is nothing but a specific feature by which you can apply the colors, fonts, and variety of graphics effects in the total entire document in a single shot. Now, for example, you saw the theme, but it's applied to only one worksheet. Another worksheet need not necessarily have the same thing. But if you apply a theme, it will be applicable for the entire document. Now the point is, if you have applied the theme and if you are applying another conditional formatting, it won't change it. It won't override whatever changes you have done. But in a general sense, if you want to apply specific settings for entire document, it will help that. Now, how do we do it? Now, go to page layout. Once again, go to page layout, go to themes, click that, and here you will be seeing several uh, names of the themes that are usually applied here, right? Like office, facet, gallery, integral, retrospect, and if I'm and the way I'm hovering, you can see that the changes are happening in the background. Okay. Now, if I choose, let me choose one theme for you. I'll choose the mask. You can see that the entire font has changed, the font style has, and the size has changed. For the similar thing, if I go for say view, again the font etc. has changed. So this not only applies for the fonts, also applies for various colors etc. Okay. Also, you can also make your own theme. You can also save the current theme etc. For example, if you want to apply the colors, you can apply, which gives a huge what you call spectrum of color palettes. Goes similarly goes with fonts and effects as well. Of this is more pronounced when you apply shapes to it, your worksheet as such. Okay, so this is how you apply themes, and this is how you can actually see in live when you are changing any specific themes as such. Now, for example, if I like a specific theme, or else if I've changed a specific theme for this, say I have changed the theme and I have made it Calibri like Consti and colors have used as Microsoft 2007 to 10, and this theme I can actually save as my own personal theme also. Okay, I can save this theme as say mine. Click save. So this theme is now saved. Now technically I can access this theme from anywhere. I can use this theme for not only for Excel, I can use it for PPT and Word also. Now, for example, if I have a theme in Excel and the same theme I want to apply on PPT, I'll just have to go to File and apply themes, and under my custom themes, these themes which I have specifically created for my personal use and applied will be always visible. So this is how you create. You can apply the existing themes and also create your own themes in MS Excel. So when you click on this MS Excel icon, let's see what happens. Of course, it opens a new window, and it opens a starting screen, which looks like this. Okay. Now we, we can actually choose a blank workbook, which is technically a normal empty file, or else you can choose other things like other formats which are available here. So you can choose them as well. So let me, for sake of property, choose this one. Okay, and there you go, and it opens new one. And so this is a new file or new workbook, as you will like to call it. Now when you do so, as I said, so you will be opening a new file named book1 by default, and it will have only one sheet with the default name sheet1. Okay. However, once you have entered this and you want to open a new file, you can do in two ways. What is this? Go to file, click file here, click new. You click this, another blank, you'll be able to open another new workbook by clicking here. Okay, this is something you can do. And if you want to do from keyboard, you have to press Control plus N. See, you put Control plus N, another book will open. So, and this time the it is named book 2. Okay, let me close it for time. Now if you want to open an existing notebook, you can actually go to file, choose open. Okay, and this you'll be able to see the list of all the Excel files which I have used previously in my system actually. Okay, so you can click on one of them and open them. Fine, and you can also specify the number of files to display. Okay, you can display up to a maximum of 50 in the advanced section of Excel options toolbox. See here you have Excel options. Click there. Wait, let it open. In Excel options, you will be able to for display of. So in this Excel options, go to advanced, click here, and scroll down. You can see display. and show this number of recent workbooks. That's it. That is last 50 workbooks you will be able to see in when you click Control plus O, or you will see the open button. You can of course reduce it, but maximum is only up to 50. Okay, so this is how you can choose this option. Another one is you can press Control plus O. Even then the same option will appear. Okay, coming back. Now, if you want to open a file which is not in the recent list, then you can always click Open tab here. Click that and go to folders. You can choose any folder where you feel your file is saved or something. Else you can click on Browse, and there you go. Then you can actually choose any specific folder where your Excel file is there. Click that, and you will be able to open it. Just click this and click Open. Simple. It's as simple as that. This is another way by which you can open it, and another one is by using File Explorer file list. Another tip which I would like to share is when you go to File and Open. See, you will be able to see several list of the what call workbook side. Now, when you hover here, you can see one small pin. Okay, so if I click that pin, what will happen? This will get pinned to the entire list. Fine, and every time when I open it, this will appear always on the top. So you don't. So if you have any specific file that requires frequent work or something, and something where you want to open it frequently, so you can always pin this. And if you want to unpin this, just click this again. Okay, so this becomes unpinned. In addition to that, in addition to that, for example, you can right click anything, you can open, or you can open the file location. You can also remove from the list. Okay, you can delete file directly from here, and if you don't want that specific what to call a list to appear here, you can also remove from the list. Another thing, you can also pin to the pin this specific file to the list by clicking this option. Okay, now moving ahead. Now go to open and just click on browse. So here you can actually see that for example, if I say select one file, then click on tools here. Okay, sorry, file open. You can see that there are several options you're getting as open. Now if you click this, you can open the file normally. Then you can, there's another thing called open read only. So technically the file opens in read only mode. That means you can go through the entire contents but cannot even change it, make any changes to the original file. Now if you are opening as a copy, then what will happen is it will open another file with similar name and with a bracket of 1. That means same name, parenthesis open, 1 parenthesis close, dot whatever extension it is having. Now if this is actually disabled, but actually when it is active, if you click this, then we are able to open the file in our default web browser. And if the file can't be opened in default web in a browser, then this option will be disabled. Okay, so you can see here this option is disabled here. Now if you open it in protected view, then we should the file opens in a specific mode that doesn't allow editing. Okay, so in this view most of the Excel commands are disabled, but you can just see it. Now open and repair means if some file is already damaged and we can't access it directly, then we can use this option. Okay, so and we may try to we can even try to what call recover information from this. Now just in case if you want to open more than one file, then you can do one thing. Click one only a single time, press on control, and you can click other files as well. Okay, you can click them, then if you hit open in whatever mode you are trying to do it, it will all the files will open at a single instance. Okay, so I have deselected. Now here if you click this, you'll see all types of Excel files. Okay, so technically in this folder D, all the files which are all Excel files are being shown. However, if you want to see only what you call just in case if you want to filter out any specific files, then even then you can do. For example, if you click on XML files, there are no files, only folders are shown. And if you click on the text files, yeah, I can see two more. Of course, you can't open it here, but this actually acts as a method to filter all the different types of files which you may want to see or view before choosing them to open. Now going back, now you may want to save your Excel workbook, because it may contain any specific information which you want to save and move on. And going forward, you want to work with it at a later stage in time. Now there are 4 ways by which you can save your work, or say you can save your Excel file. There are, okay, so click here, file, and click as save. If you click on save, whatever, if you have not entered any name prior, it will ask the location first, and also it will ask as the type. Okay, and you have to enter the file name. I mean the name of the file by which you want to save it. If you enter this and if you click the type of file you want to save it as, you can do it, and then you have to click save, and then it will be saved. That is one method. Another one is click Control plus S. Even then you'll be getting the same options also. You can choose your own location, you can choose the name, file extension, etc. Click on more options, you will go to the same page. Okay, that is one option. Again, third option is press shift and F12. Okay, even that also will open the same, what you call, the options window by which you can save your Excel file. So these are the ways by which you can actually save it. And the last way you can save it is by clicking on this icon. Okay, click on this. So the technically showing save control plus, even then you will get this dialog box. So these are the 4 methods by which you can save your file and you save your progress. Now coming back, now there may arise some occasions when you are working, suddenly the power goes off, or sometimes your system may shut down due to some error or something, and you are in middle of something very important, so you forgot to save the file. So Excel usually has auto recover option. Okay, so auto recover option has two features. One first thing is that the workbook that you have closed, which was that the workbooks, if you have closed without saving their saved as draft versions, that's point number one. Second point is the versions of a workbook that are actually saved previously automatically, and you can also view them. Now you may ask how to recover the versions of the current workbook or any other previous one. So click on file, go to info. Okay, and in this click on version history. Okay, okay, so it's not enabled, so you can do it. However, if you go to manage workbook, you can see that there are no unsaved changes because this is a pretty new one. I will do one thing. I'll open another file which has been previously saved. Wait, let me open one file. Okay, so this is a book one, right? So this is a previous file which I was working with. Now similarly, go to file, go to info, and go for version history. Okay, even now it's not missing, and there are no unsaved versions here. You click on manage workbook. Okay, so there are no unsaved files for this case since I have saved previously. Otherwise, they will show in this section probably. Okay, so these are the ways by which you can auto recover your uh, previously unsaved work which has been saved previously in system automatically. Okay, now there are several ways by which you can configure this auto recover option by going into options here, and here you can actually scroll down and find out auto recover options. For example, give me a second. So here you have to go to save. In save, you can see that auto save OneDrive and SharePoint files, SharePoint online files by default on Excel, and save files in Excel workbook. Okay, and save auto recovered information every 10 minutes. So this you can toggle actually. This you can reduce it to 1 minute to maximum 120 minutes. So if you are doing work on something which is quite sensitive in nature, I suggest you turning on, because uh, for example, if you are working on something important, if you have forgotten to save, then it will be quite helpful till the last minute. Now you can also toggle other options just in case if you want. So this is how you can customize your auto recover settings. Now, having said this, I will close this book one first. Okay, this is another one. Okay, now there are certain rules for naming your files. Okay, it is as similar as other Windows files only. You can use up to 255 characters, including spaces, and This length actually enables you to give meaningful names or phrases, etc., whatever you want to files. But however, certain things are forbidden. Certain what you call characters are forbidden names. There are, for example, backslash, one question mark, colon, etc. I will just type here colon, backslash, asterisk, quote, lesser than, greater than, vertical bar, question mark. So these are the characters that are forbidden. So you should be using them in your file naming syntax. Other characters you can use up to 255. Now you may want to once you have entered specific data, or you have done some work in your workbook, you may want to protect it, right, to prevent its unauthorized use or access. So in that case, you can save your workbook by using password. Okay, so if you said that then it can be opened by someone only who has that password, otherwise no. So for that, what you have to do, you have to go to file, go to info. In info, click the protect workbook. It's on the topmost. Click. Now you can put it as always open read only, or encrypt with the password, or protect current sheet, or protect workbook structure, or add a digital signature, or mark as final. This is usually when you have completed the book, then you can do it. Now how to encrypt with password? Click it. So you can add any password. I'll just put 1 2 3 4, just simple one. So you can do that. Click OK. And we should remember obviously that this is case positive. We have to re-enter it 1 2 3 4. So this is the password by which you have technically sealed or protected this workbook. Now once setting the password, we have to just save this. Okay. So I'll be saving it in my desktop. I'll be saving it as say ABC, just to show you, and then click on save. Okay. So this is technically saved now. Now here the ABC is saved here. Now I'll click on this. Let's see what happens. So it's asking password. It is telling it is pass abc.xlx procedure and what is the password. So if I enter the password here again 1 2 3 4, click open. It opens. Okay. And also I'm getting the what called document recovery options here, which I have set it previously. Cool. So this is how, okay, now remove the files. I have saved the files and so this empty workbook, I'm not doing it again. So that is how you do it. Now if you have several say 20 30 or maybe 100 or more than 100 Excel files, then you may have some problem when you want something or specific workbook which you need. So using a specific names will always help. That's one thing. And also keeping folders and subfolders will also be quite helpful in that. Now let's go to this info what you call option in file. So here you can see a lot many what you call options here within info itself. As I have shown previously, let's discuss one by one. So if you protect the workbook, click as open read only. Then if anyone else opens it, you can only use it to read only to prevent any changes. Encrypted password we have seen just now, and this command lets you if you click this one, protect current sheet, it helps us to protect the various elements and whatever features we have put in the worksheet, and it displays the same dialog bar review product sheet command. Okay. Now this is protect workbook structure. It helps you to protect the structure of a workbook. Let me click one. Yeah, and ask for the password. Okay, though it's optional, you can do it. Now click on OK. It has protected. Now we go for info back and click on this protect workbook. And if you want to restrict access for anyone, even that you can do. Okay, and other thing is you can add a digital signature. That means this is a command that allows you to sign a document digitally. If you have a digital sign, you can add it so that the people who access this will know that this is your work. And now if you want to designate any workbook as final, then it will prevent changes. This isn't actually a security feature, but marking as final is useful to let others know that it is a completed version of any specific work. Okay. Now another thing is to check for issues. Now if you for checking for issues, we have three options here now. First is inspect document. Now this actually displays a document inspector dialog box. So it can technically alert you to any specifically sensitive information or any private information or some hidden information in any of the worksheets. So if you want to make a workbook shareable to your audience or lot many people, then it is excellent idea to use this before. And the next one is checking accessibility. Now, when you click this, this checks the workbook for potential problems, for especially for people with disabilities who might find it difficult to read. Okay, and the last one is checking compatibility. Now the point is what we are using is the latest version of Excel. Okay, but there may be people outside who will be using older versions of Excel. Fine, so they may not be able to use open the workbook properly and use it smoothly as much as we do because of the variance in the uh, uh, different subsequent versions of Excel. So for checking that, we can use this specific option. Now having said that, now let's go back and now we'll learn how to close a workbook. Of course, that is quite simple. One option is go to file and click close here. This option, that is one way. Another one is by pressing alt control plus F4 on keyboard. Another is control plus W, even that closes it. And the final one is closing using mouse to close this one. Okay, so these are the four ways by which we may close our file. Have now after dealing with all this, we'll just work a little with the templates. Now there are more specific Excel templates. Now what is specifically what is a template? A template is nothing but a model, a brief what you call stencil of work that usually serves as a basics for something else. Okay, now Excel template is something, a special type of workbook that is used as a basis to create other workbooks. Okay, now we'll discuss about Excel templates now. Now the best way to become familiar with this is to try a few of them. Okay. Now Excel 2019 or Excel the latest version will have access to hundreds of template files. Now how do we view templates? Simple. Go to File, click on New. Okay. Once you click on New, here you'll be finding templates. All these are templates. Okay. You can also search online just in case if you want some. But if you stars and plans and commas, relocation helper, etc., there are hundreds of templates like this. But you just scroll down. Okay, so these are the templates which you can access now. Or else if you want to search something for something, even that you can do here. Now if you click on personal, searching the, yeah, you can get for hundreds of for loan calculator, family event, personal manage, household to-do list, tree listen generator, watercolor, washing machine, so on. See, there are hundreds of templates like this. Okay, now going with back, I will choose one template which is already there. So I will choose one, okay, plants and comets, click on. As soon as I click it, this gets maximum so that I can have a better view of the template. And all I have to do is click create. If I find it good, okay, just click on create. So it says downloading your template, plants and comets. So it's technically available online. And yeah, so this is the template now. Now the linked data types have been disabled. Okay, I have to click enable content. Now yeah, so this is enter. So this is the entire template, plant explorer, plant comparison, etc., and so on. This is how a template looks like. Okay, I'll go back, I'll choose another one. I'll go with recipe nutrition tracker. Click create. Yeah, so enable content. So this is how you can create one, I mean download or use one template and start using it. Fine. Having said that, how do I modify a template now? Now, template which we have downloaded is just like a already preset workbook file. So someone has already some work for you and saved it as a specific template for you. Okay. Now, how do we actually modify it? Can make changes to it and even save it. Now, how do we change it actually? Wait, I will choose another example for this purpose. Say new one. Which one will I choose? Money in Excel, stars consultation, college, academic calendar, weekly. Yeah, I'll choose this one. Yeah, click here. So this is it. So how do we modify it? It is quite simple. Now as you have seen here, I'll make some changes here. What I'll do is I will convert this text into say blue, and I'll change the what to call here to bold, etc. You can do it. Now the point is, if you really want to make changes to any specific template, then what you should do is you should not open the template file. Okay. Now how do you find the location of the template file? Go to info. Sorry, go to options. Go to Trust Center. Go to within Trust Center, click Trust Center settings. And in this location, you'll see one specific location for user templates, right? That is C app data, C users admin, app data, roaming, Microsoft templates. So you have to go to that specific location. I will make some changes here. I have told, as I told previously, blue, everything fine. Now I will go to here, go to save, go to save where I'm going. I'm going and saving it in the same location where the what do you call uh, the templates are usually stored. Go to my computer, C. Let me expand this. Users, admin, app data, roaming, Microsoft, here templates. Yeah, so here I'll be saving it, and instead of as Excel workbook, I'll be saving it as Excel template. Okay, here is it. Where did it go? Where, yeah, Excel template. So I'll be putting it as weekly, and okay, that's sufficient. Save it. Click on save. So it has been saved. Now I'll close this now. Close everything. Close everything. Okay, no need to save. Close this. I'll close this also. Don't save. I'll close this. Don't save. This one also I'll close. This one also close. Now what I'll do is I'll just open one file for sake of explanation. Click on new. This is on personal. See. So on personal, you can see that the template which I already saved previously shown, and I can create one template again from this. Okay. So this is how you can actually create your own custom workbook templates and start making your entire work easier. So if you are making any specific templates for an organization or something which requires a specific template, you can do it easily like this. Now, as we might have known that we can actually do the basic printing by pressing Ctrl plus P. I'll show you. I'll just press Ctrl and P on keyboard, and you'll open the print dialog box. Fine. Now the point is you can actually click the print and number of copies and you'll get the print. This is one thing by pressing Ctrl P. Another one is, and go to file and find print tab, and you can also do it. Fine. Third one is you can click this print here. Okay, there's a print button here by which you can do it. Okay, so these are three ways by which you can do the printing button. Now there, if you go to the print option, there are always certain default settings, like it prints only one copy, and it also prints only active sheets and prints on only one side, and they are collated, and there is portrait orientation, and there are custom margins also. These are all the basic settings actually. So basic default settings. However, you can toggle them as per your requirement. Okay. Now let's go back. Yeah. Now if you want to see how your actually print page actually looks like, so you have to do Control P again. Control P again. Here will be this sheet here. You'll be seeing how the worksheet which you're intending to print will look on an actual sheet. Okay. And it has a few more view options here. Okay, so if you click that, you will see, you can see the each and every you can see the margins here, the lines for the same. You can also see the column headings, I mean the column what call arrows, etc. You can even toggle them if you want. Sure. And here When you click this, you can actually zoom it and actually see the finer details of your print. Now let's go back. Okay, go to here. Now if you want to see how it looks differently on different what you call views, etc. If you want to change the view of your page, click the active sheet, then go to view. Okay, click on workbook views. You can see this is a normal view and this is a page break view. When you click the page break view, since there is only one page, it is not visible, but if you enter more pages, you can see them as well. I added to this one, and you can also click the page layout, so it actually shows page by page. And if you want to make some changes, etc., you can do it. So go to page layout here, and in page layout you can actually see the margins, the orientation, the size, the print area, etc. So you can actually toggle this here if you want. You can also change in what you call print option here. As I previously mentioned, you can change it from letter to A4, etc. so on. That's one way. And in page setup dialog box also you can do. So in page layout, this is a page setup dialog box. Click that. Even here you'll be getting certain options where you can toggle it. You can even modify the print quality. You can also change the paper size. You can fit it, adjust it. If you want to change the orientation to landscape, etc. You can change the margins here also. The same thing is visible, but it is more clearer here. Okay. And you can also set any header or footer, and also you can also toggle the sheet properties. Now I'll take you back to the same control here, print. Now we'll see each and everything in greater detail. Okay, so this is for number of copies you want to do, and if you click it, you'll just go to print. And here you'll have several what you call options here. And since this is the only printer installed, so it is showing me the option, that one. So you can use this, and you can only print the active sheets, or you can print the entire workbook, or you can, if you want to select only a couple of only a small amount of data, that you can select, and then if you apply this, then you can print the selection. And if you want to print any specific selected table, even that you can do. Another thing you can do is, you can go to this page layout. In this you can set print area. Fine, click that. So you can select a print area. For example, okay, I will this only one cell is selected, so I'll show you like that. I'll just select a couple of things. Okay, so yeah, I have selected only this as my print area. Now what I can do is click this, set print area. So this area has been set. Now if I'm going to print, let's see what it shows. See, only this is showing whatever I have selected. Now if you want to unselect it, go and clear print area. Simple. Now if you go to file, go to print, and everything will come back. So this is how you can set any specific print area if you want to only that specific area to come into print. Now the page orientation, as you must have known, give me a second. Yeah, the page orientation also is there. Now that you can actually change. We have two orientation, that is portrait like this, and landscape orientation. So it comes like this. So that also you can change. And you can also specify the paper size, like letter, legal, A4, etc. Mostly most popular is A4. Then you can print multiple copies of report by increasing it here, 2, 3, 4, or just one. You can also adjust page margins by preset ones, or you can just click on custom margins and you can modify it here. That also you can do. You can change it here. Also page layout also you can do. Go back here, click on margins. There's normal, so click on custom margins. And yes, so you can actually increase or decreases, and then click on print preview. You'll be able to see how it looks like. So you can make the decision before actually going for print. And again, if you want to insert page breaks, for example, the specific spot where uh, the 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 page should what do you call, a specific print should stop and it should start from second next page. That is what called a page break. So if you want to insert a page break, that also you can do. So for example, if I want to insert a page break after say 20th row, I had to select the first of the I have to select the first one. I mean the first column of this one. So technically it should come like this. A21. Okay, so A21 is where I want the page break to occur. So I click this, go to page layout, insert page break, and I put insert page break. So what will happen? Till here one page has occurred, and after the next page occurs after this. So this is how the page break actually is applied. If I want to insert another page break here, after 12th row, insert page break. This is how it occurs. Fine. Now if you go to file, click on print, you can see the page breaks here. So in page 1 I have one page break has occurred, page 2 the remaining, and from page 3 the other one. So this is how you can actually implement page breaks here. And if you want to remove all the page breaks, just reset all page breaks and everything will be back to normal. Now, while printing as a huge data, for example, if you have some 100, 400 or 500 individual data, then it may occur that you may want certain what called rows to appear in each and every page. Because, for example, if student name Monday, Tuesday, this has to appear at the starting of every page, right? Otherwise, only the first page will come. From second page, you have to start referencing to first page if someone wants to look. So what we had to do then, if we want this to appear, then we have to go to print, select what we had to, then go to print titles. Then here you can see print titles one, a small text here. So what I'm selecting here is the rows to repeat at top of each and every page is 2 to 3. So which one I have mentioned here. And if you want some columns at left to repeat every time, even that you can choose by clicking. For example, I want arrow or maybe 0. I want 0 to repeat. So that I can do. Then click OK. Of course, you can then go back to print and see. So for each and every, so you'll be able to see this specific data on each and every print sheet. Now sometimes it may happen that some of the print areas may come outside of the print area or maybe out of the print sheet. Now so you have to scale it properly so that it can fit properly. So what should you do? You can do it manually by adjusting the by manual adjustment, or else you can directly go to page layout, and here in page layout, in page setup, you can find click to fit. Okay, for that you have to click the small arrow here, go to here and go for scaling, and you can actually do it by fitting it to 1 pages by 1 page tall. That you can set 1 pages by 5 pages tall, even that you can modify. So click on OK and everything will be done. Another one is printing cell grid lines. Now, usually these grid lines, if they are not set by default, or if they are not what called modified or formatted, the border lines, they are usually don't get printed. Now, but however, if you want them to get printed, then similarly you can go for page layout, and in the options, go to sheet. Here you can actually print grid lines. Click that. Then even print it in black and white, draft pattern, even row and column headings. Even all this you can set it. Okay. However, if you want to insert a header or footer to an Excel sheet, header is something that appears on top of each printed page, and footer is something that appears at the bottom of each printed page. That also you can do. For usually workbooks do not have any headers or footers by default. So what you have to do is go to insert here, go to text, and here you will get header and footer. Click that, and then you can get this specific section. Okay, so this is the header. There will be 3 sections: left, center, and right. Similarly, go for, if you scroll down, okay, you can also add footer here. This also has left, center, so you can add any specific data. But however, if you want any preset headers or footers, that also you can do. All you have to do is create a template, as I told you in the previous lecture, and save it as a template. Then you will be having headers and footer sections for all your worksheets. Once you create it, then that's it. You don't have to worry much. Now I have told there are 3 sections in header, 3 sections in footer, and there are certain functions which you can use in header and footer section to make it make your life easier. Now the point is, if you want to mention any specific page number of this header, you can put it here. This will apply for footer also, but I'm just showing for header. So, and ampersand symbol, square bracket open, page, enter. Okay, so this is now you click outside to show that it is showing page number 1. So this is a page number 1. Now if you want to show out of say for example total number of pages, how many pages it has, then you do it pages. So it's a plural of this, and if you click outside you can see the page 1 of 1. Okay, now if you want to type the current date, that also you can do. Wait, and date. Okay, click outside, it shows the proper date. And if you want to do the same for time, even that you can do. time, click outside, it will show the time. And if you want to know the file path, you can do that as well. I'll show how. Path and file. Click outside, I'll get the entire path. Okay, so this is a place where it is being stored. I'm working on template, so it is showing that. And if you want to know the file name, that also you can do. So this is a weekly, the same as the file name. And if you want to know the sheet name, that also you can do. Click. Excuse me. Okay, so this weekly attendance, give me a second. Sorry, it is a tab. Okay, my bad. It's not a sheet, it is tab. So it's weekly attendance report. Okay, so if you want to put and ampersand of picture, then a dialog box will open, and then you can click on work offline and import any picture here. So that is something we can do easily. Okay, so this is how you can use your header and footer function. Now you might be wondering what is the use of all this. See, the point is here you can mention your page number, here you can page number, mention the date and time. Here you can mention the file name, here you can mention the date and time when or the file path of the file. So this has enormous functionality. It depends on how creatively you can use it. Now in certain instances, you may want certain data from not being printed. Okay, you want to hide them. So how do you do it? One is simple, just click on right click and hide it. So if you hide anything, that specific column or row will not get printed. The same thing, you can do it other way also. The point is you can actually hide cells or ranges by making the text color same color as the background color. For example, if I am say typing something here, say student name, I'm typing some random name. Okay, this data is there, but I want to hide it. So what do? I go to it, and background is white, right? So what do? Go to home, text, and I'll put it as white. Simple. Data is there because if I click it, I can see here. But at the same time, the data will not. This will not get printed in the worksheet. You can also mask an area by covering this with a shape. Okay, you can insert any specific shape here, like a rectangle or something. Then if you I will show one thing. Okay, I'll just undo this before. Go to automatic. Yeah, now it's visible. Now what do we do is you can, of course, this is a bit long method, but you can go to shapes, go to here, and just copy here. Okay. Instead of this blue color, I'll be putting as white color. Simple. Done. And the border, you can shape outline. You can change it by white. Done. Data will, if you click here, the data will be there, but it will be obscured by the object. Fine. So click that object, delete. It will be visible again. Now, if there's an object placed in your worksheet, okay. For example, I'll insert one. I'll go to insert. I'll go to illustrations, pictures, from this device, and say I'm choosing this. So this picture is somehow placed in the report actually. Okay, not the report, the worksheet. Now the point is, I don't want to see this picture when I'm looking at this worksheet when I'm working, but I don't want it to come in the print. So what do? Right click it, format picture. In this, go to picture properties. Okay, here properties, and there's one checkbox for print object. So uncheck it. Okay, now let's see what will happen if you go to print preview. Click print preview, and this object is not visible in the print region. Okay, now if you want to have it printed, then click this again. Now go here, go to print. Now you can see that this will be printed. So this is how you can toggle whether you want to print any object or not. So I'm chosen a picture. This can apply for anything. Now, if you want to share this Excel worksheet to someone, but you don't want it anyone else to even edit it properly, you can do it by actually protecting it by password, or else you can convert this into a PDF file and send it across the person. Because PDF file, there are several free PDF viewers and they can view it easily. Now, how do you do it? Go to File, click OK. Go to File, click Export, and create PDF or XPS document. Click that, or if you click this, you can do it. Another method is go to print to PDF. Even that you can do. So there are two methods by which you can convert an Excel file into PDF, and you can share it. The user interface consists of a couple of things. That is, one thing is a ribbon, another is quick access toolbar, and another is dialog boxes, and also right click shortcut menus. So we'll be dealing with all these in this present lecture. Now, first and foremost, we'll deal with the quick access toolbar. What is quick access toolbar? It is this. Okay, whatever you are seeing here, this is the quick access toolbar. Now here we can actually customize it to our own specific necessity, and we can also add or remove any specific elements which we want to. Now now this has a very important functionality. For example, if you have any specific functions you'll be using again and again, that you can add it here, so that the specific function is on your fingertips. Now the point is, see, you can actually here one first and foremost is auto save. Here you can toggle it on or off. If you can make it off, click this here. You can make it on also. Now next is for save. Actually, if you hover your mouse there, even then you'll be able to see whether you want what function this specific button applies. This is undo, redo, and this is for exactly emailing purposes. This is for quick printing, and this is for actual print preview and then print, and this is for if you want to open a new one, and this one is for opening folders. Okay, and if you click it here, you can actually see that there are several more functions here. Okay, for spelling there is one function, for sorting, for touch or mouse, all these functions are there. So you can add any number of them in order to customize your quick access toolbar. Now click on more commands. So you can see several hundreds of several functions which you can add to quick access toolbar. For example, say copy, you can put it add, cut, I can add, and insert table also I can add. Click OK. So you can see that all this couple of functions have been added here. Now you can have the quick access toolbar the topmost, I mean above the ribbon. This is actually this is the ribbon, and above this the quick access toolbar is usually available. You can keep it like that, or else if you want to what you call keep it down, you wanted to put it down, then you can do it. Right click this one, go to quick access toolbar, click it, and show quick access toolbar below the ribbon. Click that, then this will come down. Okay, and since this has more space here, I mean more visible space than above, so you can add at least 10 not just 10 to 15 more commands without any problem. In addition to that, there is another method by which you may add commands here. That is, go to any specific what you call command here. Okay, for example, wrapping text. Okay, this is not still there in auto save. I mean, quick access toolbar. What to go? Where to do? Go there, and then right click it. Okay, just right click and click add to quick access toolbar. See, it has started appearing here. Similarly for insert, it will apply for all this what you call all the functions on ribbon. So I'll be adding one more. For example, symbols, add to quick access toolbar. See, this is occurred. Having said that, there's another third option. For that, go to file, go to here options, click that, and here you will set customize ribbon or sorry quick access toolbar, right? Click that, and here also you can add now. For example, I will add one more. What shall we add? Shall we add? Okay, subscript. Press Control. Press okay subscript. Add superscript. Add. Okay. Now click OK. Now see, even this they have been added to quick access toolbar. So these are the three ways by which you can add any specific commands to quick access toolbar to increase your ease of functioning. Now having said that, if you want to change the order of these things, for example, you want the subscript and superscript to come here, you want the save to come at the last, then what you should do? Even that you can do. Go to file, again go to options, in this customize toolbar, and here click one, and then you can change the order, okay, above or below. Now the first one is auto save, next is print and preview, and last was subscript, right? So I'm taking it to top. Similarly superscript, I'm also taking that to top. Okay, now click OK. Now you can see that the order of the what you call elements in this quick access toolbar has been changed. And if you want to remove any specific icon, then you can go here, right click, remove from quick access toolbar. Simple. This one also right click, remove, and this one also you can right click and remove. So that way you can remove the icons. And the same thing you can use by going into your options dialog box in this file. Go to options, quick access toolbar, click one. Then if you click remove, it will go here. For example, say I want to remove this email. Remove. Okay, so it will be removed. Click OK. Okay, now you have seen that the email option has been removed. Now there are certain basic settings in this quick access toolbar, and if you want this to reset to what called default settings, then you can technically go to this options button again, quick access toolbar, and customizations reset only quick access toolbar. Okay, click that, and it will ask for click yes, click OK. See, so you will see that all the options have been restored to normal. Fine. Now having said this, I would like to talk about the ribbon. Okay, so ribbon is technically, this is what you call the ribbon, and this is one of the primary user interface of Excel. Okay, now how do we customize it? We may actually customize in several ways by adding new custom tabs. For example, if you click on home, it will show the necessary ones. Insert, it will show the necessary functions. Page layout, formulas, data review, and so on. Now the point is, we can actually customize it the way we want. We can add new custom tabs if you want. We can also delete if any specific custom tab if you want to. We can change the name of the tabs even if you want to, and we can also change the order of the tabs. And also we can hide anyone just in case if you want to. Now we can also customize groups on the ribbon. For example, this is a group, right? This one also you can do. You can add new custom groups. You can add commands to custom groups. We can move group to different tab. You can change the name of a group and so on. So technically, there is a huge functionality and huge customization which we can apply using the Excel functions. Now, how to customize it? Let's see. Now, if you want to create a new tab, all you have to do is go to this Excel options. In this customize ribbon, click on that. While customization ribbon, you will find these commands. You'll find popular commands. You'll find command not in the ribbon. So these are the commands not present in the ribbon. Okay, and you can go for all commands, macros, file tabs, all tabs, etc. So technically, you can choose what you want to. I'll go for all commands not in the ribbon. So technically, since these are not available, I will want to use that. Now, how to create a new one? Okay, yeah. So click this new tab. So a new tab will come with a new group. So what you do is right click and rename. So I just want to put it mine just for sake of renaming. I'll put it as mine. And it will also have a new group custom, right? There also rename. I'll put it as rename. Okay, I can display name mine. Click OK. After this, click OK. Now, what do we add to this? Okay, within this group, how to add new commands? Now, click choose commands here. Okay, you can have already chosen the commands not in the ribbon, so that I have chosen. After that, select the command in the list box. This is a list box, right? So you can choose a specific command here. Say, for example, let me choose here. Okay, Tim, I will check. Tim, I will select it. Then I will choose dim direction discard. Okay, I'll just choose dim for time being. Now here in mine, what I'm going to do is I'll just have once I've selected dim and this is already selected here, so I'll click add. So it will come under this mine only. And dollar sign add. Okay, email add. So technically under mine and the small mine, I have under mine tab and mine group I have added these things. So what I will do is I'll add one more thing, add, and here if you can select any one of them, you can change the order also. That's not an issue. And okay, having said this, right click and add new group. So here in this new group, I'll rename as mine2. However, you can also see that you will have several such functions also. Okay, let's I will choose any one of them. Click and click OK. Okay. Now here also I can add any specific what do you call add curve, dark shading, etc. So this is technically I have created a tab of mine and added two groups here for mine and mine too. So this is how you can do it. Now click on OK. Okay, so here you can see that there's one specific tab called mine where I have added my own custom functions here. Dim dollar sign left bracket mine to having curve and dark shading. So this is how you can create your own specific customization on the tab. I mean on the ribbon. Now if you want to restore a ribbon to any default state, then what you have to do is click on any part of the ribbon, click right click, then customize the ribbon. After this, we'll be going to here only. This is almost same as going from file and options. It's technically Excel options only. Then click on reset. Reset all customizations. Then click yes. Then click OK. So you will see that the mine group has vanished. So this is how you can actually customize your ribbon and also restore it to default stage. Now, what is actually a formula? A formula is something, a special code or special syntax which is entered into a cell and it is expected to perform a specific calculation of some type and return a result that is displayed in the cell where it is entered. Okay, if you're entering a formula here, that result will be displayed here only. Okay, so it could the formula can always begin with an always begins with an equal to sign. Okay, only when an equal to sign is entered, then it becomes a formula. Otherwise, it becomes another what you call a simple what you call text or some simple assignment were done in the cell itself. Now the formula can always have specific mathematical operators like minus, plus, and star mark for multiplication. It can also contain cell references. It can contain values or text, and also it can have certain worksheet functions like average, count, etc., and so on. Now, after you enter the cell formula, the cell displays a calculated result of the formula. The formula itself appears in the formula bar. For example, I'll show one thing. For example, these are distance travel, and in this specific worksheet, you can see the distance traveled in kilometers and cost per kilometer traveled is mentioned here. And here, if you click, there you can see actually 11. But the what formula this cell contains is actually equal to C3 into B3. Okay, so technically this into this gives this value, and this formula is contained in this specific cell. However, when displaying 11 is displayed. Why? Because it is a result of multiplying 5 with 2.2, that is a multiplication of two values. So this is how a formula actually works. Now I'll give us few examples of formulas before proceeding further. For example, a formula should always start with equal to. Okay, and for example, you can put direct reference instead of specific references like here, cell references. You can also input direct numbers. For example, equal to, you can put 11 plus 89. So what will happen? 100. However, now see, if I put just 11 plus 89, what will happen? It will just show as 11 plus 89. It will not calculate the result. However, if you put an equal to before it, then it becomes a formula, and then the result is calculated. So this is one way, and you can also use formula to have a reference. For example, if you want to have a what you call a specific value which is equal to this, for example, B9. So what you do is, if you type equal to B9, okay. So when you type B9, this specific cell is getting highlighted. So this is to just to show you that the specific cell is the one which you are looking for and you are entering the formula. Now press enter. So whatever values here, that will get displayed here. For example, if I change this here like 150, even this gets changed. Okay. So this is how you do it. And if I put it as 15, even then also this gets changed. Cool. So this is how you actually assign any what you call reference to any specific cell. And now if you want to perform mathematical operations just as on any two specific cells, even that you can do. For example, say the total revenue is 198, okay, and the total cost is like for example this and this 56 and 11. So what I can do, I can put it as equal to, I can just use a cell references, I don't have to use the actual numbers. Equal to revenue 198 minus labor costs. So instead of typing the HC, I can just click the cells here. Minus labor costs, okay, again minus what to call travel cost incurred. So I'm getting, just by clicking these specific cells, I'm able to enter these numbers. So H3 198 minus 11 minus 56. So all I have to do is press enter. So I'll be getting 131. That is the actual value which I'm looking for. So this is something you can do. And if you have some any specific cell ranges, even that you can apply. For example, let me, okay, there's no cell ranges here. I will do one thing. I will specifically mention cell ranges here. Okay. This one is called, this one I will put it as travel cost, travel underscore cost, press enter. And this one I'll put it as labor costs. I'll put it as LABOUR underscore cost. Okay, press enter. Now I can do it as, I can put it as equal to travel cost. It's coming here when I'm entering autocorrect cost plus, I can put again labor cost. See, it is showing autocorrect. Press enter. So what I'm getting the calculation for the entire range here. Fine. So I'm putting in the topmost, I'm getting the entire range of all the costs. Can put it here, total cost also. Total, I'll put it as total cost. Total space cost. Okay. And this entire range also I'll name it as total cost. Okay. I can do press enter. That's it. Fine. So this is how you can do calculation for entire ranges, just in case if you have predefined it earlier, and this is something which we discussed in level 1. Now instead of this one, for example, if I have to add all the costs, okay, add this is the total cost for each and every individual day, right, of the month. Now if I want to add a total cost, even that I can do. I'll put it here equal to sum. Okay, I'm getting a sum, parenthesis open, can click one here and I can drag it. Okay, close, press enter. So I'll be getting the total cost here. Okay, the total of the total cost. That is something you can do. And for example, if I put equal to, and if I want to compare two entities, technically if I want to compare two items or two numbers or something, that also I can do. For example, if I want to compare this 15 with this one, is equal to 15 equal to 2.9. Now let me explain this formula a little bit. Now here first equal to is for formula, so you can actually forget it. B9 is equal to C9 is a condition. It's not assignment, or it's not exactly putting up any value into another. The point is we are comparing two things here. Is B9 equal to C9? Is what it refers. Don't forget this first equal to, this is for formula. So B9 is equal to C9. So if it is true, it will give us true. Otherwise, it will give us false. Now, if B9 it is 15 and here it is 2.97. Now both are not equal. So let's see what will happen. It should return false. Okay. Let me press enter. So it is returning false because they are not equal. Cool. Now I will do one more thing. Here equal to this equal to this. Sorry, my bad. This, okay. So equal to C5 equal to C7. So what it means is comparing two values C5 and C7. Now they both are equal, right? 2.3, 2.3. So what it should return, instead of false, it should return true. Let's see. See, so it returns false if the condition is right, and I'm sorry if the condition is wrong, and true if the condition is right. Okay. So this is how this is how basically the formulas are usually applied. Now, having said that, we'll just think about operators in the formulas. Operators is nothing but other after the equal to whatever what called symbols, special symbols we use to arrive at the final result. These are called the operators. Fine. So there are different operators. Some of them are quite common. One is plus. One is one is plus. We should add it. Give me a second. It is okay. One is plus. Another is minus. This is for subtraction. This is that is you have to press shift 8. This is for multiplication. Another is backslash. Give me a second. Another is a backslash. Okay. Backslash. This is for division. And shift and 6. This is for exponential. And this is for ampersand is for concatenation. Concatenation is what technically joining two different strings or something. And this is for logical comparison, that is greater than or something. And this is again for lesser than, and this is greater than or equal to, and this is lesser than or equal to. And if you use both these symbols, then it is a logical comparison, that is not equal to. This is for, but these are the specific operators which we actually use in the formulas. And technically you can use one or even 2, 5, 10, even hundreds of these, several of these operators in a single formula. Okay, according to the need. Now what I will do is just what you call demonstrate one of them, each one of them one by one. For example, I'll take this plus symbol I have already shown for you. So okay, I'll just put it for sake of it. I'll just add cost this plus this. So how much will you be getting? 5.37. So this is how you learn. And for minus I will do again. I will say profit minus, okay, I'll choose this one, total cost. Cool. So this is for the revenue for that specific day. Profit minus total cost. Sorry. It should be revenue minus total cost, right? Okay. So I'll put it. I'll choose another one. I'll put it again. Equal to revenue minus total cost. Total cost for this, for the same row. Revenue minus. Give me a second. Again, J7 should be. You can also type here in the formula bar. That's not an issue. So it gives 443.4. Okay. Fine. So yeah, and for multiplication I will choose one more here, equal to cost traveled per kilometer multiplied by, not this, distance traveling per kilometers. So how much will we get? 44.55, the same as here. And for division I will choose some random values. Okay, it's equal to 100 divided by 5, it should be 20, just simple. And for power also I can do it, is equal to 23 power 2, that is 23 square, it's equal to 529. That is one way you can do. Another one is you can even calculate the 1 by nth power. That means if I will take 1000 power, I will take 1 by 3. So what does it mean? This is taking the cube root of 1000. So it should be how much? 10. Sure. And now for ampersand is something we should can use for concatenation, right? Now this concatenation can be done in two or more than two ways. For example, I'll add equal to hello, hello space, and I will put ampersand s sub. Okay, click enter. So it will show hello sub. So in the formula it will be showing similarly. We can do another way we can do is can actually concatenate hello space. Wait, okay. This is online hello. I'll put another word here. I'll put Mark, June, Peter. I'll be choosing these random names, and now I have put it. I have put hello here, right? And I can put here directly. I can assign the cell also. Click this cell. Now click this. What will I get? Hello Mark. And can concatenate two strings directly also, equal to this one and this one, June Peter. Cool, that you can do. And if you're doing the same thing for numbers, what will happen? Let's see. For example, equal to say 1.7, this has only numbers, right? So let's see what will happen. And 19.58. So it is showing 1.78.19.58. 1.78 so technically when you are doing it, it treats the, when you are doing ampersand directly, it treats that values as text and then concatenates. Okay, similarly I will show one more thing. For example, equal to this one and this one, presenter. So you're getting this number actually. Cool. So this is how ampersand works. Now similarly, this is for checking it, right? So technically these are logical operators, so it usually gives true or false, something like that. So now let me check once. Equal to say, wait, give me a second, I'll just freeze this page. So go to view. Sorry. Give me a second, it's just saving here. So that's why it's hanging up a bit. Escape. Now we'll come back. Yeah. So coming back, let's compare two things. Equal to distance 7 kilometers greater than this value. So technically 11 is greater than 4 here. What are the values are set? So technically you should return what? True. Fine. So here it is coming true. I will do again equal to this one greater than this value. So what do you get it? You should return false. Fine. Similarly, the same thing applies for here also. I'll show one example. Equal to, I'll choose values from this column. Greater than, I mean, sorry, whatever symbol is it? This one, it is returning true. So equal to this one lesser than 1.78, false. Okay. Now let me choose certain values which are equal also. Yeah. So equal to, sorry. Okay, this is assigning equal to this one. Sorry, greater than equal to same values. Let's see what happens. Should return true. Fine, because it is equal to and or greater. Similarly, equal to this one, greater than or equal to. So there's no other value. I will choose one. I will type H11. Greater than equal to H12. Okay, any mistake comes, it shows like that. Equal to greater equal to h11 greater than or equal to this one. So click enter. So it's false. Similarly, it applies for this one also. You can actually check it. The same whatever logic has been applied, it comes here. Now, okay, equal to this one, this one. It will show false because this is both are equal here. What you call G11, G12 and G11 are equal, so it will return false. So if they are unequal, then it will return as true. I'll put another one equal to this one greater than or equal to this one. So it will get it's true. So this is how the formulas actually work. Okay. Now, having said this, so there will be certain operator precedence. That means which when you enter any specific formula, which function actually is given more priority than the rest of them. Okay. So which formulas are actually, for example, if you enter a simple formula, okay, fine, not an issue. But if you are having a formula which has 4 or 5 operators, which will be done before what? Okay, which actual mathematical operation will be given first priority. So this is what we call operator precedence in our formulas as well. So the whichever has the highest precedence, it is performed first. The lowest precedence will come last. So I will just put one. I'll just put priority here. I'll just make a table for you. Say yeah, priority. Sorry. This is the priority and these are the operators. Now the priority, first priority is this one, and first priority is for exponential. Okay, and the second priority goes for multiplication. Okay, third priority go even similar priority is given to even division as well. So technically, give me a second. Oh, 1 second. Lock. Okay, so division symbol is usually given say same priority as this multiplication as well. So both multiplication and division are given similar priorities, and then priority comes to addition. Okay, and similar preference is given to subtraction. And after this comes the fourth priority comes concatenation, that is ampersand symbol, and last comes to equal to, greater than or lesser than. So this comes last in the priority. Okay, so this is the what you call precedence, what you call operation priority, operator priority precedence in Excel formulas. So if you put any specific formula, first preference will be given to ampersand, and multiplication division will be given equal precedence. Then comes addition and subtraction, then comes the concatenation, and last comes equal to, greater than or lesser than. Fine. So this is actually how it is done. But however, if you want to override this, you can use parentheses or braces. Okay, so similarly simply put it, technically follows the formula of BODMAS: bracket open, division, multiplication, addition, division. Okay, so BODMAS formula is mostly used, and one ahead of BODMAS there's one extra precedence, that is exponentiation, that is taking raising it to the power of that one. Now let me choose one thing. I'll show one example. Okay, I will just delete it. Give me a second. Yeah, been cleared. Now I will show one thing equal to, for example, this one multiplied by this one. Okay, these two values minus say 11. Let's see what value it gets. equal to 8.58. However, if we put it equal to this one multiplied by this minus this, okay, this minus this. So what will happen now? Now what will happen now? The value between these braces is calculated first. Okay, then that value is multiplied by B12. So you'll be getting a different value. So I'll give a easier examples for you for a time being. I'll use simpler numbers. Okay, I'll just put 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Okay, now I'll be using these simple numbers to demonstrate this again. Equal to 1 multiplied by 2 and then I'll subtract it by 3. So operator, well, taking into operator precedence, what will come? 1 into 2 minus 3 will become minus 1, right? So that will be the value. Now if I will use another example now. I'll use a parenthesis. The same thing equal to 3 multiplied by 4 minus 5. Okay, so it should come how much? Minus 3, because here first this value is calculated, the value within parenthesis, despite the fact that this is has a lower precedence than multiplication symbol. So this is how actually the formulas are implemented and calculated at the back end of the Excel. Okay, so parenthesis is always important. So it's always suggested that you implement parenthesis to get a clearer picture and also to avoid confusion. Cool. Let me delete. Okay, let me have clear the values. Now moving ahead, we can also use parenthesis in nested form. That means, for example, say can use more than one set of parentheses. For example, you can put it like this: equal to bracket open 10. Okay, A10 multiplied by say 8 plus 7, this one. So if you make any small typo, it will show this error like this, and it will also show you the correct formula which it try to assume on based on its own internal order. So it will click whether you want to accept this condition or not. Click no. Okay. So that is because there is a mismatch of parentheses. On left side opening there are 2, and right side opening there is only 1 parenthesis. Okay, so this one after this plus 12 into 6, I'll open parenthesis here, minus b1. So this is how we can use multiple levels of parentheses. Okay, so what happens when this formula is actually calculated? The innermost parenthesis is first calculated, then whatever the operator that is preceding it, then they are calculated, coming to the final, and then they are used to calculate the final result. Now let me click enter. So it will show 174. Okay, so technically you can use as many parentheses levels of parentheses you want, but make sure that the parentheses are balanced, and also make sure that do the nesting properly. Now let's look at formulas as such now. Okay, now Excel itself has certain formulas that are already preset within. Now for example, here if you click here, okay, if you click here, it shows one formula called sum of total underscore cost. Okay, so if you click sum of total of cost, it will show you the total. Okay, instead of adding, you can do this like this, or you can individually equal to this plus this plus this plus. So technically you have to add each and everything individually, even that will give the same result. Okay, that you can do, because but it's quite time consuming. But instead, if you want to have a single answer in a single shot, even that you can do. This is equal to sum of so and so. So this equal to this sum, what you're saying is a specific formula. So which technically calculates the sum of an entire range of values which are taking up. Okay. Now here similarly, if you want to calculate the average, what you have to do, we have to add everything in specific parentheses and then divide by number of values. Okay, and that is quite cumbersome because it will take a lot of time typing. So instead of that, you can do is equal to average. If you put AV, it will autocorrect, autofill to show the average. Average, click that, and parentheses will open. Now all you have to do is click and drag the specific range of values for which you want to calculate the average, close the parenthesis, press enter. Simple. So in a single move, you'll be getting the average value. So this is what you can do. For example, if you want to calculate the maximum value of anything, equal to maximum, you're getting the maximum value, parenthesis open, maximum value of all this, parenthesis close. Now what is the maximum value? By visual inspection, you can say that this is 2024. Okay, click enter. It will show that one. Similarly, if you want to technically, this is okay for if you have 5 or 10 values here. Technically, I've taken 10 sets of values. But however, if you are having thousands or 10,000 values, it is impossible to type each and everything. So these formulas actually make your job quite easier. Okay. For example, say if any text is proper. For example, if I'm typing some text, for example, uh, say I'll type everything small. Hello, sir. How are you? Cool. So this is a small text. Now I want to see if the proper what you call see if the syntax is proper. I mean the capitalization part is proper. What I have to do equal to proper PRO equal to proper here, proper of this one. Close the bracket. Click enter. See it is showing according to its own rule. So each and every first letter is capitalized. Hello sir, how are you? Let me pull it down. So yeah, it shows like this. So for example, if you have a name called, okay, all capitals I'll put as Mark Henry, okay, and it's all in caps, okay, so it's not a proper intonation. So what I do is I'll click proper of this. So uh, this is formatted. This is the entire capitalization is converted into specifically. So first letter of each and every word is made capital, rest is made smalls. So this is how you can do for implement the power of functions. Okay, so this is a small peekaboo into what you call. This is a small introduction into power of functions. We'll be discussing each and everything in detail further in this level itself. So having said that, now let's move on to the arguments governing the functions. Okay. Now you may have seen that all functions previously they specifically use parentheses. I mean, be it any function. I'm not talking about formulas, but function. Function is something which is usually defined by a specific keyword, and formula is something which is custom made, which you can do. So functions technically it may have, some may have one argument, some may have a specific number of arguments, some may have any number of arguments, some may have no arguments at all. So what is an argument? Argument is something that usually defines as a specific formula by the way of a condition. For example, I'll put one. Function here equal to now. Now what does it give? It gives the okay. Okay, I'll delete this. I'll delete this also. I'll just put in some other one. Equal to now. Now what is now actually? Now is nothing but gives the system date and time for present whenever this what you call specific function is typed. Cool. Now this doesn't have any specific any argument, but there's already a predefined condition in this which gives which makes a condition which makes a formula to return this date and time. Okay. Now we may have specific arguments or conditions. For example, it could be a cell reference. For example, if I'm putting it as sum, of say 11 these conditions. So what is the argument here? Argument is here travel cost range. Okay, or else sum of total cost. This could be even this. Okay, so technically here the argument is nothing but a specific cell reference. What is cell reference here? From C3 to C12. So that is a cell reference here. So it gives the, give me a second. Okay, equal to sum of the total distance traveled. You can put this. So this is a cell reference here. Cool. B3 to B12. And this gives the sum of all sum of the distance traveled. However, if you can observe here, what is the argument here? It is cell reference here. So we are taking the reference reference of the values present from B3 to B12. Cool. And now we can have a direct value also. For example, if you want to have say SQRT, this we can calculate in two ways. In SQRT of any specific number. So if I put SQRT of 100, sorry 100, what will happen? It will return 10. Why? Because here 100 is not tied up with any value anywhere in the worksheet or anywhere else. Here I am giving a direct reference. What is the direct reference? The number 100 itself. So it gives 10. And same function I can use it for any cell reference also. For example, SQRT of let me see, say B6. Okay, click enter. Even that we can do. So it gives 2. So here we can use both cell reference and also literal value. Similarly with sum also, you can give sum. If you click open, you can get it. You'll be getting number 1, number 2, etc. Right? So I'll just add direct numbers 12, comma 8, comma 9. Okay, click enter. Okay, man, give it. Equal to sum of 12, comma 8, comma 9. Cool. So it should come 29. Fine. So this is how you can do cell reference and literal reference. Now, when it comes to literal references, direct references, you can use numbers and you can use even values also, like what you call text or something. So I have used values so far. I'll just use text directly. Equal to proper of, say when you're putting any text, you should use parentheses, this quotes. So it's equal to proper of. I use all the caps. Say Peter John or all smalls, whatever I want. Click it. So I'm getting as Peter John. Since here I have not used any specific what you call reference here, I've used it text as reference. The same thing I can use as is equal to proper of this A1 close. So data for 10 days. Here foreign days has small letters and starting here it has been changed to capitals here, if you can observe. So that is you can do. And within this, instead of direct numbers also, I can use any function within, I can use any formula within the function. For example, is equal to SQRT of, say, how can we put, okay, 25 plus 100, okay, plus 225. So let's see what comes. It comes this value. Similarly, if you put here SQRT 25 plus 75, it comes 10. Sure. Now we can use function within function also. We can put a SQRT of, say, sum of, sorry, I should put equal to, right? So it is not getting, okay, is equal to SQRT of sum of these numbers. Bring the cursor to the place. equal to sum of, yeah. So this is you can do, press enter. So I'm getting this. Cool. Or else I can put it as sqrt of average of these numbers. Press enter. So even that will give a value. So you can nest a function within function. You can use literal values to calculate, implement on function. You can also use indirect cell references also. Cool. Now Excel will have more than 440 or something inbuilt functions. Okay. So if you want more functions, you can purchase certain specific functions from third-party suppliers, or else if you want, you can create your own custom functions. If you're so inclined, we'll be teaching it a little bit. I mean, at the final stages, but for the time being, let's focus on what are the functions available here, and we'll also delve deep into functions as such. Now, having said this, if you want to insert any formula, you can actually press equal to and type any specific name. For example, sum, if you get S, you can put search, sec, sequence, sheets, etc. Standard deviation, and sum also you're getting. So technically, if you add first two letters, you'll be able to, in the what you call autocomplete, you'll be able to see the function name sum. Double click it and you'll be getting it. That way you can do once. And second thing you can do is you can go to this formulas tab and you can see all the formulas what you need. Recently used, financial, okay, logical, text. So technically you can what you call uh, uh, specifically search for any function whatever you want to by going to function library. Cool. And you can also search on specific for web also. You can search for any compatibility related functions, etc, etc. Another method which you can do is go to press equal to and press insert, click on insert. You can go for within, you can go to insert within the formula section. For example, click insert function and there you can get the list of all formulas present. Okay, you can choose the category, you can choose financial category, you can choose date and time, you can choose database. So this is something you can do. This is another way you can do it. And let me cancel this. Another one is press shift plus F3. Even that will show the same dialog box. Okay, so that way you can technically insert functions in several ways. Now having said that, if you want to what you call edit any specific formula, you can also do that. Now how do you do it? For example, any formula has specific, if you have entered a formula somewhere, then you have to double click here. You can just do double click here and you'll get, you can enter the I mean you can edit the formula directly. That's one way you can do. And and the second thing is you can go to that specific cell, press F2. Even then you can do it. That's our second way. And the third way is click the cell and can go directly to the formula bar and enter here. Okay, so that's the third way you can do. Now, for example, if you have entered any specific formula and it has an error, for example, okay. Now, for example, in this cell I have entered as equal to 89 plus into 89 plus multiplied by 79. Okay, so technically it's an error. So if you try to put in an error, it will usually show one error box and it will show its own correction. If you want to accept this correction, I will click no. Click OK. So yeah, it will correct automatically. So this is some way. This is one way by which you can do. And power. Let's see what else. It shows a value like this. Cool. So technically, if you show usually the Excel shows us its own suggestions when you're trying to put up any errors. So at that way, at that point in time, you can actually correct them as well. Now, having said that, we have specifically used certain references, cell references, and previously we have just explained it, right? So the types of cell references can be of three types. One is relative, absolute, and mixed references. For example, if I put it as say here I'll put it as equal to uh, units sold multiplied by this one and press enter. So here is 198 is a product of 18 and 11, right? However, this F3 and G3 are both relative references. So if I drag it down, what will happen? This will show as a multiplication of the relatively the next row. Okay, if I start pulling down, all the relative values will start appearing. Okay, so this value will be the product of 32 and 11, and this product will be correspondingly the product of 66 and 11. So this is relative. Now if there's something else called an absolute reference. Okay, what is an absolute reference? I'll show again. Equal to, for example, if I want to I'll just delete it for time being. Give me a second. I will delete it. Also, I'll make it as 10. Okay. Just for sake of calculation, I'm showing it. Now the point is, also I'll make it as 0. Okay. Now all the values have become 0, but I have changed only the cost per unit. Now the point is, I want all the values to be multiplied with this cell alone in absolute sense. So what do? Equal to units sold multiplied by dollar $G. Dollar $G and dollar 3. Okay, so here the red mark shows the absolute reference value. Click enter. Now what will happen if I just drag it down? I'm getting all the values multiplied by this one. Okay, so technically if I use normal reference, what will happen? Equal to cost per unit multiplied by unit sold, and if I drag it down, what will happen is I'll be getting zeros here below. Why? Because when it is becoming relative, 46 multiplied by 0, 22 is multiplied by 0, etc. and so on. But rather, if I put a dollar symbol here before every time, so this becomes an absolute reference. Okay, now dollar $G, dollar $3 is an absolute reference. Cool. Now I'll just make it as 10. Let's see how for easier explanation. Yeah, so here this value it comes, it is getting multiplied by 43, but when it comes to multiplication by this column, it is taking always the value of this cell only. 22 multiplied by 10 is equal to 220. So here one part is relative and here it has been fixed, so this is absolute. Or else I'll put, to for more clarity, I'll put equal to F3, simple. So technically it is showing, if I drag it down, it is showing this same values as this. Now if I put it as equal to uh, dollar $G, dollar 3. So what do you do? I'll get 10, right? And if I drag it down, what will happen? It will show 10 only, because the other values are not getting affected or getting copied here. Only the absolute value is getting copied. Now the other way we can do is, now another way we can use references mixer. Now before this demonstration, let me clear this. Okay, and I'll put it as 180. Cool. Now, now we have seen what is totally relative and total absolute references. Now there's something called as a fixed reference. I'm sorry, mixed reference. Now what is a mixed one? For example, if you want the value to be same across a specific row while keeping the column number same, or else keeping the column numbers column letter same and row fixed, that is what we call a mixed reference. Now I'll just demonstrate one. For example, say I'll just use simple numbers here, uh, 1 2 3 4. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Now this is I'm typing it as an area. Okay, so this this represents the row represents the what you call the length of a specific field, and this represents the width of a specific field. Now we have to calculate the what you call the area by using this value. So how do we do it? So we do equal to dollar $b. Okay, now since this is fixed, and what is a dollar $b 15, so this comes here multiplied by sorry, it's actually so this is a length and breadth, right? So first row, what we are doing, we are multiplying A15 by B14, right? But however, there's one small catch here. We want to calculate the values of this entire range. So what do we do in this column? What is fixed actually? 1, 2, 3, 4. That is that specifically which is belonging to this column is fixed. Okay, whereas whereas this other values can change. Similarly, when you're calculating across this row, this one value is fixed, whereas other values are changing. So what you have to do, we have to take absolute reference of A and mention the column row number 15 multiplied by in the B column number 14, that is this one is fixed. So if you drag it below, what will happen? So each and every number will be multiplied by same number only. For example, 1 is multiplied by 1, 2 is multiplied by 1 again, 3 is multiplied by 1 again, 4 is multiplied by 1 again. So we get the areas as 1, 2, 3, 4 specifically. However, if we really now when we're trying to calculate across this spectrum, what is fixed? A column is fixed. Sorry, row what you call column A15 is fixed, and the values across this row changes. Cool. So when we drag like this, what do we get? We get this positive values. Now when we drag this total below, we'll be getting the exact values. So this is how we actually use mixed references. Now coming back, when you are entering here, if you want to change cell references to absolute, relative, or something like that, you can do it by keyboard itself. For example, if I'm putting equal to say B12 and then press F4 once, it becomes totally absolute. Then mixed, then again normal. So this is where by pressing F4 on keyboard, you can actually change the types of reference types. Okay. Now, if you want to use the cell references from across the worksheets, for example, you have certain data here in the first worksheet and you want to use the same numbers in the other worksheets, even that you can do. For example, this is sheet 14, right? I will go to sheet 13, click it. I can put it as equal to, okay, equal to 10 into, I want to use a reference here, okay, go to here, click here. So what I can see here, it is 10 into sheet 14 uh, exclamation mark E12. Okay, you can see that the same thing is getting repeated here. Okay, don't have to worry much. So yeah, so I click this specific cell, then the formula is actually getting entered. So the syntax is equal to any specific into this sheet 14 exclamation mark. Now the sheet 14 is the name of the worksheet. Exclamation mark is for the reference where E12, and so technically E12 cell of sheet 14 is getting referenced to, and that is multiplied by 10. So press enter. So you'll get 1230. So what is here? 123 into 10. So you can do it across worksheets as well, and you can use it for even other values also. One, 2. Okay, I'll just pull it down for here, and here instead of 10, I'll just remove this. I'll put it here. C5 into E4. Okay, so I'm getting this, and if I drag it down, is equal to C6, C14, C15. Yeah, so technically because each and every is getting cross-referenced to each and every specific one, because here E21 is, wait, where is E21? E21 is undefined, so it is getting 0. Cool. However, if I see instead of E21, I'll put it as, in first row, if I put it as, instead of E12, put as E1. Even that I can, it is showing error. Why? Because, click it here, a value using the formula is of wrong data type, because it's a text here. Instead, if you want to put it as, say, what is this? E2, right? I'll E2, what I will choose, I'll E6. Okay, I can fix this as $E $6, so it will become a absolute reference. Cool. So if I click it, I'll be getting the proper values. Now what is E6 value here? E6 value is 46, right? So it will get technically showing a table of 1 to 10 of 46. So this is how you can use the fixed references also. Now this is when you are doing across the worksheets in the same workbook. Cool. Now if you want to do this across the workbooks, I mean across different files, the syntax is like this: equal to uh, square bracket open, the name of file, okay, then comes the sheet name, exclamation mark, and then will come the cell address. Cool. So this is actually the syntax for using the data from another workbook. Here the simple uh, the concept is actually simple. This is common to this is actually common with the previous method, and the only thing you have to add additional is the name of the file here. Okay. Instead of the name of the file, you can also add one more thing. What is it? Instead of this square brackets, you can add the exact, what you call, the address also. For example, C colon, you can add the specific address also, but you should enclose in this two single quotes. So within these two single quotes, you should add the entire address of the workbook. In addition to that, instead of this workbook also, you can also add the, what you call, the proper address if it is there in your LAN. Okay, if you are linked to any server and that server has the workbook open somewhere else, so but you have the address for the specific workbook, that also you can do. So this works for local and even LAN addresses. Okay, now yeah, so this is how you, this is just okay, fine. So this is how you do it. Escape. Fine. Now going back to the sheet, for example, delete this too. Yeah, done. Now the point is, if you are making a table actually, then you can make several of these functions quite easy. Cool. Now for example, I'll go to insert table, and where's the data for your table? I'll just copy this. Okay, till units sold and cost per table. Okay. Okay, my table has headers. I'm clicking that and click OK. So this is so I'm getting a table here right now. Now once this table is actually created, I don't technically have to what to call, use any type any specific formulas. Now go to 1 minute. Let me delete these values. Cool. Delete. Yeah, done. Now using here, you can actually implement formulas also pretty easily. Okay. So you have to select the row table, or you can click anyone. Click on this, go to table and add totals row here. So what is the total row? It comes at the bottom after all the rows. So here you can actually click and see that you can have what you call, you can count the number of numbers. There are total 10 values. You can toggle it, you can calculate the average, you can put the count, you got the count of numbers, you can add maximum, you can put minimum, you can also put sum. So technically you can add as many values, different types of values. If you want, you can do this is something for which you don't have to add any specific formula here. Cool. This is how it's done. Yeah, now coming back to this, if you want to use a table to calculate things, calculate final results without putting any formula, even that you can do. So what I'll do is I'll just click on here, add columns to right. Okay, so another column has come, and here I would like to calculate profits. So I'll type profits here, profits, done. Now what I'll do is I'll have to multiply this and this. So equal to, I have to click this. It will just show already at the rate unit sold multiplied by this value, cost per unit. Okay, you can actually type it manually, or else you just click it, then the value gets shown, press enter. Okay, so in one shot all the values are getting calculated here, and here also you can calculate the sum. So this is a total sum of all the profits for all these days. Cool. So yeah, let me change this. Fine. So this is how you can implement formulas in table also. Now if you have observed properly, here you're getting at the rate, and within that you're seeing the units sold. Okay. So what does this at the rate symbol mention? This precedes the column header. So it technically means the entire row. So at the rate of units sold means at the rate of the units sold, the entire row preceding it. Succeeding it. Okay. Similarly, multiplied by at the rate cost per unit. So cost per unit is a specific row, and the entire row succeeding it. So technically we are multiplying two ranges rather than multiplying two values. That's why with a single operation we are getting the entire values here. Okay. Now if you want to find the sum of all the data in this specific table, that is table 1, you can also do that. How do you do it? Is equal to sum of, click table, TA. So we have two tables in this worksheet, so I'll be putting on table 1 and click enter. So 6471.67. So technically all the data combined together, the value goes to 647.67. Now, however, if you want to calculate the values of any specific column, then you can do even that. So you have to click sum of table 1. Okay, click that, click table 1. Then square bracket open, and then here once you open this, you'll be getting all the names of the columns, right? So you can calculate the sum of day of the month, distance travel, cost per time. So I click on distance travel in kilometers, click that. Okay, square bracket close, main bracket close, enter. So answer is 60. See, you are getting the same value as here. Similarly, you can do for other values below. Equal to sum of table 1. Just type TA, you will get table 1. Then square bracket open. Then I would like to add for profits, press enter. Wait. Okay, so it's accepting that, so I have to close the square bracket. 1 second. Table 1. Within that, if you open this, profits, square bracket close, another parenthesis close, enter. See, I'm getting the same value as here, 4990. So that is, so you can calculate the sum even in this way. Okay. Now, whenever we are applying any formulas, we may often face certain errors. Okay, if the formula is incorrect, if the syntax is incorrect or something, the Excel usually throws up an error. Now, how do you find out what error is what and what are the types of errors that we should see? Now, by default, any error accompanies this mark. After this, some error will come. So that will be what an error looks like. Now we may actually see one thing. See, for example, I will show you one. I'll discuss different types of errors. Now, for example, if we divide any number by 0, 89 divided by 0, then we get this. So this is an error that shows that hashtag division by 0 exclamation mark. So technically it's an error. That's what it's showing. This happens when you try to divide any value in the Excel divided by 0 itself. However, for example, one value is 3 here, another value is 4, and here if you put it as equal to this column divided by this column, so what will happen? You will get 0.75. But however, if this column is empty, so what will happen? it will show an error. Why? Because an empty column has an by default value of 0. So technically if you do that, even then the error 0 will be shown. Okay. Now having said this, another error I would like to discuss about is hashtag name question mark. Okay, that will usually happen when you use a formula that or formula or specific formula name that the Excel doesn't recognize. Okay, for example, show one is equal to this one uh, divided by, say, mark. Mark could be anything. Click enter. So hashtag name. So instead of this mark, if I had put some any other say like the any other value, then it would have recognized and calculated. But since here the mark is something which is not recognized in Excel as such, this is throwing this error. So this is another error. Now another error which I would like to discuss with is value error. Hashtag value exclamation mark. Now this happens when the formula which you usually have used contains a wrong argument or wrong operator or something. For example, here you can check we are multiplying each and every columns here, adjacent columns, right? However, instead of 2.1, I just put it as some text, hello or hi. Now let's see what happens. See, so this has become what you call this is showing the error. Okay, so this is what happens when you use wrong types, wrong arguments, wrong operatives, etc. So let me, yeah. Now when so now when you're calculating any specific formula, you must have observed that whenever you make any specific change in any what you call subsequent columns or something which are involved in a formula, the result usually is calculated immediately. For example, if you make any changes here, the effect is almost instantaneous. It calculates accordingly. No, but the point in fact is whenever you are trying to say create a very complex worksheet or something, then you may have then you may require at times that you just want to enter the formulas and data first, and then you want the Excel to calculate. Okay, so can we actually do it? So we can actually modify the Excel calculation to manual mode. How do we do it? When we have to go to formulas, then in formulas we'll have calculations, right? Here in calculation options, you can turn it to manual. Okay. Once you click on manual, excuse me. Now what will happen is if I change somewhere here, the other data is not getting affected. Okay. This row data is not getting affected. So after doing this, how do I calculate it? Okay. Now okay, I've made all the changes. Now I want it to calculate the all the final calculation. So what should I do? I can do one thing. I can press F9. Now let's see the first of what happens when I press F9. See, now everything has changed. Here it has changed, right? That you can do, or else you can press Shift plus F9 also. Now what happens is the difference is if you press F9, it calculates the formulas in all the open workbooks. If you have 5-6 workbooks open, it calculates formulas everywhere. But if you want to calculate the formulas only is present by active worksheet, then Shift plus F9 is the way. Now what will happen now if you want to recheck all the formulas whether they have calculated correctly or not? What you should do is you should press Control plus Alt plus F9. So technically what happens? It forces a complete recalculation of all the formulas. Okay. Now if you press Control Alt Shift and F9, technically it forces a complete recalculation of everything. Okay. However, if you want to revert back, you can go to automatic. Okay. Now if you change something here, it will affect all the data everywhere. Okay. So this is how it's done. Control Alt Shift. Yeah. So you can, after doing this, I would like to mention certain advanced techniques for naming any specific ranges, for naming any formulas, etc. Now if you want to say define a specific value as GST or something without actually having to type the exact value of GST each and every time, then we can do it. How do we do it? Go to formulas, choose define names, and within defined names click on define name. Okay, click define name, and now I would like to put specific name. What to call? I would like to put as GST. Okay, now here scope you can set it to be workbook or any specific sheet or random, etc. So I'll put it as workbook, and if you want to add any comment, you can also add that. Now here refers to also you can technically delete everything, and you can put a specific value. For example, in my case it will be 0.18 or 18%. Okay, click OK. Done. Now what I do is I'll type GST here. Okay, and one second, give me a second. Equal to GST. Yeah, so click equal to GST, it returns a value of 0.018. So we have to assign the value. So yeah, so if you click equal to GST, since we have put already preset the name as 0.18, so it will return that value. For example, if I want to calculate here equal actually total GST, I can do is equal to GST into profit. Simple, press enter, and I'll be getting all the values. Cool. So I'll be adding one more column here. Done. So this is how you can specify for any preset any specific value. In addition to that, if you want your constant, it can also be text. For example, say define name. I'll decide one name. Mine entire workbook. Instead of mine, I'll put it as my name is. I'll put as what? Karthik. Okay, my name actually. Click OK. Equal to mine. See, it's appearing here. Click enter. So it is showing Karthik. So technically you can assign even names to it, even text to it. So yeah, so similarly you can even create formulas also. I mean you can name your own formulas. Now how do you do it? Now go to similar, go to define name. In this I would like to mention a name as say month. Okay, I'll just put a generic name hi or hello one. In hello one, or else I'll put one average profits, and I will click this slash h. Give me a second. Okay, click on new average profits, and here I will put instead of D15 I'll put H13. Okay, H13 divided by 10. Okay, click on OK. So it's done. So this is what average profits formula is. If you put equal to AVG, then I'm getting AVG profits here. Okay. So click enter, what will I get? 499. This is 499 by 10. So again, this you can multiply by, can perform other function multiplied by, if you want you can uh, multiply with this 812, you will get back the normal value. So this is how you can actually name functions also. These are usually not seen here. You have to go to name manager where you'll be getting a list of all the what you call specific uh, named functions which you have defined. Okay, having said that, let's for example we have several ranges in this. Okay, we have one range here, we have f range, etc, etc, and we have horizontal ranges also pertaining to each day of the month. Now you want to know what is the for example the total travel cost incurred on fifth day. So technically it's the intersection of this row and this column. Sure. So we can define it mathematically as well. How do we do it? Equal to this entire range that is D3 to D12. This is the range, space, an intersection of this row. Okay, fifth day is seventh one, right? So we can say A7 to I7. We can do that, to I7. Click enter. See, so we are getting 4.6. So intersection of one column and one row, we are getting only single value, that is 4.6. So this is something which we can do when we are intersecting two ranges actually. One is horizontal and there is vertical. Now to explain in a bit more clear manner how do we use range in intersections, then we can do one thing. See, I have created a specific data where profits for year 1, 2, 3, 4 are given for 4 cities, that is ABCD. Okay, now what I have done is I have selected everything and created named ranges. Okay, so for example, if I want to have profits for year 2 from city C, what I have to do is equal to profits. If I have profits, then year 2 here. Okay, then I click space, then CTC. Okay, CITY. Okay, so this one I had to do press enter and I'll be getting this value. Okay, so this is how you can use this specific operation to specifically create easily those formulas by which you can read values easily. Okay, so naming of the ranges is quite important. This is one thing you can do. And if you want to find out the sum of any, for example, specific number, you can do city A, click it. So this you can see the entire range is getting selected. Click enter. So 484. Similarly, excuse me. So similarly, if you want equal to sum of any another range, vertical range, even that you can do sum of profits year 2. Okay, click enter. So applying reference ranges to any specific table is quite useful in such cases. Now, most of the analysis in business world or something, or maybe if someone is student, will be asked to calculate certain metrics. Okay, so for example, see how to calculate percentages. Now, percentages can be calculated in a dynamic way, or it can be with reference to a specific metric also. For example, if for the day of the month the profit, let me type here profit target. Okay, for this month profit target is say 200, here is 420, and here is 245, here it is 118, and here's 550, and for this is 210, and for this one say for 700, and for this one it is 195, and for this one maybe like 450, and for this one maybe it's 500. So here what I have defined is the profit target is different for different days. Okay, so in such a situation, how do you calculate the profit? So it is technically what to call a pretty straightforward question, is equal to this divided by this. Okay, press enter. So, and this one I have to multiply by 100 because we're calculating not as fraction but percentage. Fine. So this shows here the percentage achievement, percentage achieved, profit achieved. Okay. Yeah. So here you can see 90%, 1 or 2%, 89, and so on. It depends on the calculation which you have done. Now, however, this is because the profit target for different days are different. Now, just in case if the profit is standard, for example, profit here equal to say 600, and this is something that is standard for the entire days without any change. How do you do it? So instead of dividing by 100, 600 every time, we can actually use this number, or the best is to use an absolute reference. How do you do it? Is equal to profits divided by, now this is a relative reference, okay? I'll be converting it into absolute reference. How? Dollar mark F, dollar mark 15, okay? Multiplied by 100. Cool. So this is the actual profits which we have, which has been earned when it comes to specific reference. Now, why I'm asking that you use an absolute cell reference, because every time you want to calculate this, you can put divided by 600. But just in case if tomorrow the decision needs to change from 600 to 500, then you have to do the calculations every time. So instead of that, if you use a fixed reference like this, then you can, all you have to do is just change one metric here. For example, if it is 1000. You just type 1000, the entire value gets changed here. Okay. However, again, if you want to change the value to 100, even that you can change. So a single change is always that is required. Now these are the two ways by which you can calculate the percentage pretty easily. Now at the same time, there's something called a variance. Now what is a variance? The indicator of a difference between two or more different numbers. Okay. Now, for example, one day if someone has brought in a profit of 100, and the next day they have brought a profit of 200. Now, difference in profit is actually how much? 100, right? So, the point is, we sold. So we sold 100 extra. We got a profit of 100 extra on the second day. So the difference is what you call a unit variance of plus 100. 100 and 200 difference is 100, that is called the variance. Now what is percentage variance? The percentage variance is defined as the absolute difference divided by the previous number. I will show you in well, specifically. One day its profit is 100, next day profit is say 200. Okay. Now absolute difference is how much? 100, right? Division of this. Now what is percentage variance? The difference between these, that is 100, divided by the main number, the previous number. How much you get? The variance is 1, or 1 here refers to 100%, because we are calculating in form of percentage. Divided by 100 into 100 again. So the percentage variance is 100%. Now how do we calculate this percentage variance actually? That also we can do. For example, say I'll show one thing. Now the percentage variance, give me a second. This is a profit achieved, and this is a percentage of profits, right? Percentage of profit achieved, and this is exactly multiplied by 100. Cool. With reference to this, fine. When the profit is 100, this is the value. Otherwise, the exact amount is this. Now the point is, if you want to calculate the percentage variance, you can use this specific formula, which is very easy. I will draw one more. I will do it 100, 145, 138, 136, 112, 64, 87, 87, 99, 187. Okay, so these are the profits for say consecutive 7 days. Now how do you calculate the variance? Is equal to, I'm talking of percentage variance, is equal to this minus this, bracket open, okay, divided by the base value, this again, multiplied by 100. Sure. So what is the variance now? Is a 45% variance. So this is something you can find out, because 45 minus difference is 45 on the base of 100, it is 45% variance. Fine. Now I'll just pull it. Let's find out how much it is. So we are getting that, and here we are getting more profits. We are losing money here. We are losing money here. Losing money here, and even here also. But from this 87, we have been gaining money. Okay, and again after this we have lost money again. Got the point? From 87 to 99, 99 to 187. From 99 to 187, this one, and 187, it is not shown here. Why it is showing as minus 100? Because it is 0. This value is 0. Why it is showing minus 100 equals 0. So 187 minus 0 divided by 187 is minus 100. Cool. So that is why it is showing minus 100 here. So for last value, we can actually ignore, not an issue. Now, having said that, for example, if you have any negative values, for example, minus 87 or minus 676, etc., and you want to ignore all this and you want to take only the absolute positive values of this one, positive integers, that is absolute value. How do you do it? The formula is ABS. Click this ABS, you can click it, of any specific number. Press enter. So technically, if you put any ABS, that means it ignores the negative value and returns only a positive value. For example, if you put minus 8787, it gives 8787. However, if you put positive value, even then it will return positive value only. So whether it is positive or negative, the sign will be changed to positive only. This is what an ABS function is for. Now, if you want to find out, now this is the entire profits, right? Now, of this profits, you want to know how each day has fared with respect to total. That means you want to find out the percentage total of each and every of the profit, right? So technically, give me a second. Percent of total. So you want to find out how much this day has contributed, how much percentage this day has produced. I mean, contributed over the entire period. So how do you calculate it? Is equal to this daily profits divided by this multiplied by 100. Simple. So you can see that on day one we got 3.6%, day two 8.6% of the total, and similarly it goes on, and highest being 39.47% when it comes to 1970. So there's nothing much to this formula, just division of two different values, and then calculate the entire one. Okay. Now sometimes we may have to calculate the cumulative values actually. For example, if you want to have say cumulative profits for from day 1, day 2, day 3, etc., that also we can do. How do we do it? For example, let me open a specific column here which has cumulative profits. Okay, so I have named this column as cumulative profits. Let me expand this a bit. Done. Now what I do is I'll enter a formula here, equal to sum of what to call dollar h $3. So we are using the fixed reference here to h3 itself and press enter. So you're getting the cumulative. Now the point what it does is, for first row when you're calculating, what it does, the sum of $h $3 is fixed, some h3 to h3 is fixed, it is calculating. So what is 180, summation of 180 to 180 is 180 only. So we are we are doing summation of first row only. But when it comes to second row, what happens is this is fixed, and from this fixed value to this value the sum is being calculated, because this sliding is, this h3 is unfixed. Okay, so this is relative. So for second row it calculates the sum from here fixed to here this row. So sum of these two values, that comes 610. When it comes to third row, the sum this calculates sum of h3 again, which is fixed, to this this specific row. Okay, so technically it calculates these three values, so it goes to 830. So that, like that way, it calculates the summation of all the specific rows and adds. So technically you can see that at the end of the last row, you can see that the summation is 4990, which is same as the sum total. So this is how a cumulative uh, values or cumulative summation of any specific column or even rows can be achieved. Here, for example, I want to calculate the percentage change or percentage change of profits or maybe any other value, maybe percentage change of unit cost, etc., or final reference value. What I can do is can just, it can be done easily, percentage change, which I'm asking for. Okay, that you can do, and here I can put the final value or final profits if you just want to calculate changes. Okay, so now the point here is I have put here 10 and I should put percentage. Okay, then it will recognize it. Now equal to, what I have to do is this multiplied by 1 plus this. Since we have put percentage here, Excel will automatically recognize it. So yeah, so a 10% increase will naturally correspond to 96.8 final profit. Now if I want to make it negative, then I can do this. So put minus before 10%, it's 79.8, it reduces. So this is how you can change, calculate the percentage change both by what you call positive way or negative way. Now you might be knowing how to deal with errors like division by zero. Okay, for example, I'll delete this. Now what I want to do is, for example, say after profits, I want to see net profits. Okay, or else I'll put it as take home. So when it comes to take home, I can put it as, for example, in a random value 123. Okay, this is already in the percentage, so it will calculating like that 123. Give me a second, I'll just change the format. Number done. So I'm putting 68, 65. Here I'm putting 166, 19, sorry, 1921, 240. So it's done. So this is a take home for all this. Now the point is, if due to some reason or the other, if division by zero occurs and I want to avoid the error message, so what I can do is I can implement a simple if function. So what is simple if function? For example, equal to, that is for assigning the value, if bracket open, this equal to 0, then return value if true. So if this becomes 0 due to some reason or other, then return the value 0 itself, 0 itself. Else if it is not 0, then what I have to do? I have to divide by 86, this divided by this. Okay, enter. So this I'll be getting profit by take home percentage, and I can calculate for everything. Now what happens if I enter something by 0 by mistake? Okay, so it returns 0 naturally. However, if this formula is not there, what will happen? You'll get a division by 0 error. Cool. So the if argument here usually has 3 arguments. If condition, then true, then false. Simple. Now having said that, now for example, I'll just restore this file to some random value 177. Okay, yeah, so we got all these values, but the point is there are too many decimals here. So in order for this to look neat and tidy, we may have to reduce the number of decimal places. Okay, so there's something called rounding function. We can do it round, round. You are getting all this. So there are three types: round down, round up, etc. I will just let you know what are those. Round up this value, comma. So how many decimal position you want? If you want it to 0, you can get it. Okay, so you'll be getting it as 1 only, because when you round it to only 1, you will get 353, gets all this decimal part gets nullified. However, if you wanted to round it to a single decimal, even that you can mention here. So from there you will get 1.4. And now you can do even rounding up for negative values. Okay, how can you do it? For example, okay, this is a bit small value. I'll do one thing here, into 100. Okay, I'll just pull it down. Yeah, done. So technically I'll just multiply this value by 100, not much. No, okay, so this 135.4. Now if you want to round it to a negative value, for negative means I want to here. So what it should show, technically it should show 140, because it is not it's ignoring the decimals, and also it is rounding up the what you call main numbers also. So in 135 the rounding up is rounded up to next value, that is 140. Similarly, if you pull it down, for 109 it will come 110, but for 104 it will come 100 only. So you can round up to you can use basic round function to even negative values. The same thing applies for round up and round down. For example, I'll just give me a second. I'll just use demonstrate round up and round down. Round up, yeah, round up of this value. Okay, round up of this value, comma 0. So here also can mention the precision. See, so when it is rounded up to 0, it is showing 136. Similarly goes for all the other values. Similarly, round down works the other way around. Round down of same value, comma 0. Excuse me. Round down of comma Control Z. Didn't get selected. Okay, I should put equal to, my bad. Is equal to round down of, yeah, now it will work. Round down of this value divided by 0. It works the other way around. See, instead of 135 it comes 135. Similarly it comes for 109, 104, 131. So this is how round up and round down comes. Now there is another function which I like to mention is ceiling and flow. Now what is ceiling function? Ceiling function is something that will round up, that is round a number up to nearest multiple of significance that you usually give it. This usually happens when you want to override standard rounding protocol whenever you want to put up with any data. Now what is this? I will put ceiling function here and it will demonstrate you easily. Is equal to ceiling of this value, comma 1. See, it has come to next ceiling value. Cool. Similarly comes to floor function also. Floor function of this one, sorry, this one, I should put equal to, right? Yeah, equal to floor function of this value, comma 1. See, it is working in similar fashion. But there is a small difference between roundup and ceiling and floor. That is, for ceiling, instead of single digit, you can use even a smaller bit of precision. For example, 0.0 1. Okay, you can do that. See, it is rounding up to here. So for ceiling, you can use better precision. Similarly for floor, instead of 1, you can set it to 0.001. Okay, this is also something you can do. But however, if you want the limits, even this 0.001, you can do it to 0.002. So instead of 34, it comes to 0.0386. So this is a basic difference between ceiling and floor. Okay, with that too, round up and round down. Having said this, I would like to mention a couple of other functions as well. Now we have already defined these ranges, right? Profits, this one, etc. If we click here, okay, CT, ABCD, like profit for year 1, profits for year 2. Okay, this is for different one. Okay, not an issue. I'll just copy and enter this. Give me a second. I will column 1. Okay, I will delete this. Having said this, I'll make a range. I'll name ranges. Create from selection, top row, Okay, so it has been done. So click here, I'll be getting all the ranges name. Now the point is, if there's a specific range here, I can always, you can use you can always use a function to calculate certain metrics. What metrics I'm interested in? For example, counting the number of values, counting the absolute values, counting the number of blanks, etc. So on. Okay. Now here, let's see one by one. Now equal to, let's see, equal to count of, and press enter. So I'll be getting 10. So there are technically 10 values here. Or else, if you want to put any blanks here, like for example, put delete one, equal to count blank. Okay, count blank of all the values 1. So this is 1, there's one blank element here, written as 1. Okay. In addition to that, for example, if a couple of things are blanks here, okay, 1, 2, okay, 3. So I have made 3 blanks here. Well, the total are 10. Now, if I want to count the non-blank ones, what do you do? Count A. Okay, count A and select the range. Cool. So how many non-blank element entities are there? There are 7. Okay, so 1 minus 3, that is 10 minus 3, that is 7. So these are the functions, simple count functions which can apply in Excel. Having said that, there's one final function when it comes to mathematical conversion which I want to discuss. That is, if you want to convert one metric to other metric, okay. For example, is equal to convert, bracket open, number, okay, convert, okay, cost per kilometer travel, okay. So I'll just convert distance travel here. This is a number from here. You can see, okay, so this is in kilometers, right? I can just scroll down. Where's kilometer? You have to just Google it. I mean, sorry, not Google, just scroll down. Here, where is kilometer actually? Okay, mile per not here. See, you have to check for kilometer here. Let me click one. Second nautical mile, inch, foot yard. Or else you can just, if you know, km. Mile, okay, it doesn't seem to show. From kilometers, bracket to mi. Mi stands for miles. Okay, that you can do. So technically I have converted this many kilometers into miles. Okay, so even that you can do. So this is, you can use as an absolute reference, you can use it as a relative reference also. So if you want to convert one metric to other metric, even that you can do by using simple convert function. So as soon as you click it, they'll be getting a drop down menu. Of course, there are so many, since I didn't take time to search it manually. Otherwise, you can, there'll be several metrics from which you can convert from one to another. Okay. So for example, I will insert one more here. I'll put it as distance. Okay, I'll copy this. Control C, Control V, travels in miles. Cool. Why this 2 came? I don't know. So this I can do. What I have to do is equal to convert, bracket open, the number here, okay, comma, from kilometer to mile is what I wanted, right? km doesn't seem to come. Where is km? It must be there. Otherwise I wouldn't be able to. Okay, whatever. I'll just type it anyways. Km, comma. So technically this is in kilometers. So that is the first initial condition. From this one, what I have to convert into miles. So mi mile is already there. So click that. Okay, bracket close, enter. So technically it is calculated for all the range of values. So technically these are kilometers, these are miles. And here also you can click the average count, sorry, sum. So 60 kilometers travel, that's 1 miles travel. So that is, so this is way is one of the way by which you can convert one values to another if they're already preset. Okay. Now the point is, whenever you enter any data into cell, so Excel tries to identify whether what you are entering is a formula, is a number, or is a date, time, or any text, okay, and so on. So anything that is not a formula, anything that is not a number, is considered a text. Okay, so sometimes we use text and string alternatively, both are one and same. So in a single cell, we can have up to 32,000 characters. Okay, so although Excel is not a specifically word processing document, a word processing software, there is no reason why we should even type so much text in first place. However, if you want to insert any specific text for demonstrative purposes, you can go to insert, and here from there you can insert text box. Okay, insert text box. So the point is, text box is standalone what you call element where we can enter any amount of what you call text as we want, and that will not hamper with our Excel functionality. However, if you are using any specific text for say formula purposes and for in calculation purposes, then we have to enter them in cells alone. Okay. Now there may arise certain conditions when a number, though we enter it, it will not be treated as a number. Sometimes it will false identify it with a text. That happens when we import actually data. So the point is, we'll be dealing with a later stage in this tutorial, so don't have to worry. So moving forward, let's discuss the text functions. Okay. Now, how do you join two texts? Actually, we can use ampersand. Okay, that is one of the easiest methods. Let me see. Let me show once. Hello, how are you? Okay, and here I'll put a question mark. Done. So I want to join everything into one specific. So all you do is equal to this one and this and this and this. Okay, press enter. So you're telling this, you're technically you're saying hello, how are you? Okay, cool. Now the point is, this is a small space that is required between hello and how. Okay, how do you do it? You can actually enter a space here before how, then it will change accordingly. Or else, here in the formula itself, you can make a small change. And after this and, you can place a small space here enclosed within two quotes. So even that will do the same, what you call, effect. In addition to this, there's one more function in Excel, latest function, that is text join function. Okay. Now the syntax is equal to text join. Okay. And then the delimiter. Delimiter is something that comes between two successive strings. Okay. So technically I'll put, and that should be entered in between parent, this will called quotes. Then true and false. If you click it as true, then you'll ignore that empty cells, and if you put it as false, it will include the empty cells. So I'll put it as true for time being because there's no empty cells here. I'll demonstrate it. Then you have to select the string of the uh, select the range of the texts or the way which you want to join them. Okay, then press enter. So you are saying that hello space how space r space u space question mark. So that is because we have put space here. Now if I remove the space, then all of them are joined. Okay, hello how are space you, and are there is already space here, so that is getting added. However, if you don't want anything to come, even then you can technically ignore this, put a directly comma here, even then it will work fine. Cool. Now I will add a couple of empty spaces in between. Okay, now instead of true, I'll put it as false. Now let's press enter. So B2 to G2. So this is how the result actually comes out. Now, okay, so this is how it comes out. Hello space, how, and for each and everything, there's a couple of this one's coming here. Ignore empty. If I put it as true here, then the result will be like this. So this is how a text join function actually works actually. And after saying this, let's move to next one. What is the text case? Now, for example, I'll type in a small sentence here. I'll just make it random. Hello, how are you doing today in the morning? Question mark. So this is a random text which I have done here. So in some of them they're capital, there are small letters, there's a capitalization for each and every first letter, and so technically I have just put up a random what do you call capitalization rules here. So what I'm trying to do is, excuse me, yeah. So how do we change the sentence of how do we change the cases of this specific string? So let me choose equal to upper of this. Okay, so technically it converts all the individual letters to uppercase. Okay, similarly equal to lower of this. It converts everything into lower. Equal to, there's another case called equal to proper. Proper of this. So what it does is, for each and every word, the first letter is capitalized. So these are the applications of what you call upper, lower, and proper functions. However, just in case if you want to see proper intonations, I mean proper case functions. Like for example, you want only the first letter to be uh, capital and rest all smalls, that you can do, but you have to make a small complex function. So what you have to do is for upper of left of this text. Okay, B6 comma 1 close and lower of right of the same text comma len of the same text minus 1. So let me explain to you how it is done. See, for example, this is an entire string, right? Now what you have to do is only the first letter should be capitalized and it should be small. So what is how to capitalize the first letter? How do you do it? This is managed by this function. So what you're doing is we're converting the upper of what from the left of b6 of 1. So this is a b6 entire one. So from the left we are counting it and we are taking only first character and that we are making as upper ones. So the first letter of this entire string is in upper case. Okay, then excuse me. Okay, and then rest is should be in lower. Okay, now what you have to do for from the right side, we are counting of this entire string, that is b6, and length of b6 minus 1. Length of b6 minus 1 means all the characters except the first one. Since we are counting from this right side, that all of them we are converting it to lower. Okay, so first letter capitalization is taken care of this one, and lowercase of rest of is taken care of this one, and we're concatenating the both using AND string. So this is how you actually convert it into an exact case according to normal grammatical rules. Now, for example, I'll show a small this thing. Okay, excuse me. Another function let me discuss. For example, a j h. So okay, So this is say a string of characters, and there are lot many spaces in between. Okay, but the point is, whenever I want to remove all these extra spaces between these characters. So what should I do? Is equal to trim. So what does it do? It removes all the spaces from texting for except for single spaces between words. Okay, trim of this. So all the extra spaces have been removed. Only one is spared. For example, here there are two spaces, there are three spaces. All of them are removed and put as single one. Okay. Now we will do one thing. We'll try to extract a specific part of a string. Okay. Now here you can see here that we have a phone number, and this +91 and dash is the country code, and the last 10 digits are the what you call the phone number. Okay. Now if you want to extract only the last 10 digits, what you have to do is click here, equal to RIGHT space the text or the reference here, comma 10. Okay, click enter. It comes like this. So what it does is here from the right side. Okay, so it starts reading the text from the right side, and then it counts till 10, and what are the characters that are present in 10 spaces from the right side counting, those are selected exclusively and they are pasted here. So this is how we can extract the text from the right side. Now let's look at this employee number. It has first 4 digits, then a dash and another 4 digits, and ending with probably his name. Okay, this is an example of another employee number. Now the point is I want to extract the first 4 digits. Unlike this where I'm extracting last digits, here by extracting the first 4 digits. So what I have to do? Similarly, equal to left of this text, comma, how many we have? 4. Okay, press enter. So from left side 4 characters are counted and they are copied and then pasted here as the output. Okay, so these are the two methods by which we may extract text actually, and there's one other method called mid. Now what mid does is, for example, if you want to extract not from the right side, not from the left side, but somewhere in between the some string. Okay, so how do you do it? See, the point is its syntax is as simple as that. So equal to mid. Okay, parenthesis open and the text or the reference what you're doing, then comma, and then from which point you want to actually start extracting. For example, here you are saying 1298 and dash 8743 dash mark. Fine. Now the point is, if I want to extract 8743, no, so what I will do is I have to count the character count. See, for example, 1298 becomes 4 characters, and the hyphen becomes the 5th character. Okay, and 8 becomes the 6th character. So I have to mention this position of this character. Okay, that is 6. And from 6, how many characters I want? So 8743 assumes 4 characters, right? So comma 4 again. Parenthesis close, enter. So that's how you get 8743. So if you want, of course, this mid can be used even to replace left and right functions also. For example, if I want to extract this, all I have to do is, give me a second, equal to mid the text and 1 2 3 4 and 5th. From 5th I'll be extracting 10 digits. Okay, there you go. And similarly for this one also you can do. Okay, equal to mid the reference 1 comma 4. Okay, 1298. So this is how you can use mid to probably do the function of left and right as well, and even as a standalone function. Now I'll show one more example. Here you can see that these 3 are the item codes for specific products. Okay. Now the point is, for example, I want to extract the 4 numbers in between. Okay. One thing you can do is you can check from left because all of them are 4. For example, just in case, for sake of complexity, I'm adding, removing one letter here, UTRU, another one here, and here I'm taking off 2. Okay. So technically, here in this case, what will happen is you cannot use right function, you cannot use left function because it is dynamic. Okay, here there are only 3, here 4, and here 2. Similarly, here on the from the right side 3, 4, and 2. Cool. So we have to either add specific code for everything, or else we may have to choose some other function. Now the point is we can use a mid function, but the mid function we cannot use directly. Why? Because we have to specify a specific the distance from this left side for each and every, what you call, the string, because each string is unique. So for that, if you have to find out the distance, what we can do it, we can use find. Okay, find, what do we have to find? Minus. Okay, so what will you get here? I have to put equal to here. Okay, my bad. So find minus here, and for that you have to comma one. So it is showing here it is in the 4th position here. Okay, similarly if I drag it down, you will see it is 4th position here, 5th position, and 3rd position here. So from this position, if I am able to find it out, then we can implement this into find function, sorry, mid function, and then we can use up the use the find mid function to extract the values. Now find of this one has specifically, but the point is we have to start extracting from the next character. Okay, because from the next, from 4th position is this, which has minus symbol, dash symbol. From the next one we have to start extracting the string. Okay, so what the location is, find of this plus 1. Cool. Now we can enter the mid function here directly, and since we know the this thing, mid of this one reference comma, then within that we can add find function. And what do you have to find? Minus code of, again, same function, the same reference here, then close. Now this plus 1 you have to do. Cool, because we are want to extract from the next letter. Okay, then how many we have to extract now here? 4 letters here, right? Because numbers are 4. Close. So this is, so by clicking that we'll be getting the entire number string in between. Click it and we'll be getting all the numbers. So this is how you have to integrate find with mid and extract whatever we want to. Okay, another thing which I would like to mention is here there are two what you call hyphens here, but it is showing only for y, because once it starts calculating it will stop at this first instance of this character and will give the same output. It will not give 4 and another 4 plus 4 9. It won't give 9 strings again. Okay, so first instance it will calculate it and return. Okay, however, now if you want to really what you call, now if you really want to find out the position of the second hyphen here, you can, even that you can do by using the find function itself. How do you do it? Equal to find of the find text. Okay, okay, sorry, my bad. Find this within this comma, another you will see this the starting number. Okay, now we know that there are 4 within first 4 there are there's a hyphen here, so it will come and stop here only, but we want it to have another instance. Okay, so what we have to find the second instance. So what we do, we will ask this find function to start searching after this first instance. Cool. So what do we do? So after first 4 are here, and after this we have to start doing it, or else we can do it after 6 also. 1 2 3, this is a 4, but here there are 5, right? So we can do after 5. So we will start searching after 5. Press enter. Okay, so it's the 9th position. Similarly, okay, so it is here, it is showing, so because 5th position is already there, type the 6th. Now it will show properly. Okay, so 9th, 10th, and 8th. So this is something you can by which you can customize the find function to find the second instance. But in certain instances what we will find is we literally don't know when the second instance will occur. I mean, when the first instance will occur, because here it is occurring at fourth position, here fifth position is third position. So to do that, what do we do? We have to find a find function within find function. Okay. So what do I do? Find. Excuse me, I have to put an equal to find. Okay. What do I have to find? Minus, and within what text? This text. Okay. And comma here, and for starting number we have to use another find. Okay, find another parenthesis open. Again, what do we have to find? The hyphen of what? This text again. So what it does is plus 1. Cool. So let me explain now. So what it does is, first it will calculate the innermost parenthesis. So what it will find out? It will find out find dash of G21. So this is a reference one. And so what will return? It will return the first position of this hyphen. Okay. So after the first position of number is known, we're adding it on, because because the main find function has to start searching from after this one. Okay. So if it is fourth, then you have to start from fifth, because if you put at fourth, then it will show fourth directly. So find of dash of G21, this we are plus 1, and that we are putting as a third argument for main find function. Okay, let's press enter. It is showing 9, and it is showing etc. for the same for remaining 3 strings, remaining 2 strings as well. Okay. Now I want a specific what do you call it? I want a specific condition. The point is, after second hyphen, everything must be extracted. Okay. Now how do I do it? We can use that same methodology we had find out here, find and out here. Okay. So we are doing find within find to find out the what do you call, the position of second hyphen. Right. Now we'll copy this. Of course, I can type again, but I'm just trying to save some time. So equal to, excuse me, okay, escape. I have copied this, equal to, so we have to find mid. Okay, mid of which text? This text. And starting number must be what? Comma, control V. Why I'm pressing control V? Because find of this one entire plus 1, because you start extracting from the next. Okay, comma, I'll put a huge number, maybe 1000, 20, 30 or something. Because see, if there are three characters, if I put only 3, okay, fine, it will extract fine. But if there are 4 characters, then or 5 characters, then it will not extract. So if I'm putting 1000 or a huge number something, so it will extract everything till then. For example, there are 3 characters, it will extract 3. If there are 5 characters, it will extract 5. If there are 999 characters, it will extract the 999 characters. But if there are 1001 characters, then extraction will not be done. So I'm putting a random huge number, simple as that. The basic logic is that. So press enter. See, I'm getting LLP. I'll just click it. So I'm getting all the characters after the second hyphen. So this is how you should apply logically. So first we have tried to find out the location of first hyphen. Second, we try to find the location of second hyphen. Third one, we have tried to extract using mid function from the second hyphen. So this is how you have to start thinking logically, then it will be helpful for you. Now if you have a specific what you call text where in which a specific part of string you want to replace with something else, that you can do by using substitute function. For example, click substitute. Okay, from there you choose a reference, and what's the old text, you should put it always in the within quotes. Old text is LLP, quotes close, and what you have to replace with the new text, that is I want to play with, say, PPT. Okay, press enter. So it will be replaced, LLP will be replaced by PPT. Now there's one small trick I would like to mention it to you. For example, say uh, Mary's bakery. Okay, let me take a small string. Now if I want to put it into proper, equal to proper of this text. Okay, press enter. So you can see here that Mary and Baker, the M and B are capitals, but even this apostrophe S is after S after apostrophe is also capital. Now, if you want to make it smaller, okay, for example, if I have, of course, you can easily type it, but the point is, if you have 100 entries, how to overcome this issue? Now, the point is, you can do a substitute. Now, what you're doing is, first, you are substituting this. Sorry, substitute this where apostrophe is replaced by some random number ll. Okay, click it. Excuse me, is equal to substitute old text give me a second, I'm entering it with ll. Okay, now what I have done is I have replaced this apostrophe with some random ll. Okay, so now what I will do is, again I'll take this function. Now I will apply a proper function to this. So what I'll do is, excuse me, here I'll copy the entire function, control C, then I'll go here. Okay, I'll go here, equal to proper of control V, parenthesis close. So what I'm done is, M and B are small. Now LL is like that only. There is no capitalization here. Now another step what I will do is, I'll copy this entire function again. So I'm trying to teach this step by step so that you can start understanding. Of course, we can once you get practice, you can get all this. You can do all this in a single shot. Now what I'll do is, I'll just substitute this double L with single quote again. Simple. So equal to substitute the entire text where in old text is ll, I am replacing it by single quote. See, so from this to this is what you call how you can do it step by step. See, technically, if you have good practice, you can do all this in a single step. Okay, but I'm trying to explain step by step so that you can get a good grip on this. Sure. Now we shall try to calculate the word count. Okay, the word count of this sentence, for example. Okay, so what I'll do is, excuse me, yeah, escape, done. Now what I'll do is, I'll calculate the length of the entire string. Cool. Now is equal to len of braces open this, sorry, it should be here. Okay, C9, press enter. So there are 46 ones. Having said that, you can actually tell that the 46 is the length of everything including the spaces, right? And also one more thing you can observe is that the space is what separates each and every individual word. Cool, including this question mark. Of course, if you are considering this as a word, then fine. Now what do we do is, now we'll calculate the length of this text. Sorry, you should always make this small error. Is equal to length of this text without what you call the, sorry, length of this text without the spaces. So how do you do? Before you open the length one, and then you substitute in the very text all the spaces with null. Okay, parenthesis close parenthesis. So what do you get? 37. Okay, so this is the length with spaces, this is the length without spaces. So what do you have to do? Subtract both. Fine, is equal to, what do you do? Excuse me again. Of course you can use absolute reference, this reference also, but I'm trying to compile the entire is equal to len c9, control C, minus, excuse me, so is equal to, I will type again, is equal to len, of course you must have got the drift by now, len of c9 minus len of substitute of this text again, where we'll be replacing all the spaces by null. Null means no spaces, plus 1. Why I'm putting plus 1? Because we are the ending word will usually not have space here. Okay, so press enter. There you go. We got 10 words. Let's calculate now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So why it is showing, even the last question mark is also shown like that only. Okay, so technically this is how you do a word count. Now let's assume that you have two individual strings and you want to enter a line break. Line break means something like a enter. Okay, so how do you do it? That is for you can use the char function, char. So for example, sorry, does okay, phone number. Okay, I'll put another one, employee. These are three individual texts and I want to enter a character line break here. Okay, how can you do? Is equal to this one and char char of 10 and this one and char of 10 and this one. So press enter. So it is, of course, it is while seeing like this, it is showing in a single line only. Now go to here, click format cells, wrap text. Now let's see what will happen. So you can see that each and every what you call name is appearing in a different number, different line number. So this is what adding line break looks like. Now instead of this, I'll copy this. Instead of char 10, if you put char 32, excuse me, control V. Okay, instead of char 10, I'm putting here char 32. What will happen? Let's see. Char 32 is for a normal space. Okay, see, it has come employee phone number with a single space. Here is the line break. Here is a single space. Some small data table employee number. Okay, so I'll just fill in some 5 or 6 random details. Okay, so a couple of random numbers 987, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. Okay, and 8854, 4. Okay, 23 and okay, so this could be I'm just giving you the data of some random employee numbers, but the point is there may arise a situation where we may have to what to call give the final data in form of trailings or succeeding zeros. For example, instead of 987 I want to put as 7 zeros, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 987. Okay, so this is how the data must be entered, because this gives a certain kind of uniformity here. So this is how you must, of course, this is gone here. Okay, so this is how you must display the number. Now, how do we do it? So we can do it actually very easily. Equal to, right? Okay. Here we are putting 10 zeros. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 zeros. And we are concatenating that same thing with this reference. Okay. And then, and from right, we are calculating 10 digits. Okay. So what will happen? Let's see. So you'll get 7 zeros and 987. And for this one also, it will come similarly. Okay, so just in case if you want to process something on similar fashion, you can do that also. Now again, it may some reason, some situation may arise instead of where instead of starting place, you may want to have zeros after the number. Okay, the same thing you have to do with left of this text and 10 zeros, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Can even it will work wonderful even with 9 zeros also, because uh, the lowest the least number an employee can have is a single digit at least. Okay, but still for sake of propriety I'm putting it to avoid confusion. 10, click it. So employee number and the for subsequent zeros. So this in this format also you can use this small trick to report. Now in this specific table, I want there are certain profits from certain specific entities, and they are given bland numbers. Now the point is you can create the format by right clicking and going to this format cells, or else there's another function called text. So you can go to text, parenthesis open, then click the value. So this is a value, right? And here, then within quotes, you can put dollar 0.00, I mean comma 0. So this is technically a thousand separator. So you can click that and press enter. Okay, so it will be showing the specific format. So technically you can pull it down and apply it for all the numbers here. Now the point is, if you go to format cells here and go to number and number here, you will see the decimal separator, etc., etc. Okay, and the same thing. So similar formats you can apply here also. That will not be an issue. Dot 00. Okay, so you'll be getting even the same thing here. So this is something you can use text to what you call apply any specific formatting, and also if you want you can use this to even concatenate with other strings as well. So this is quite a useful function. And another function which I like to mention at the end of this class is dollar function. Now for example, this one is just a plain number, right? So what I can do here is equal to dollar, the reference with how many decimals you want. I'll put 6 decimals. Of course, there's a bit of a stretch. See, it is showing 6 decimals, and the same numbers are converted into dollar notations. Okay, this is also another function which you can use in this specific context as well. So, now what does actually reference a date or time actually? See, the point is, for each and every date on which we enter in Excel, it already has in backend a specific reference number. Okay, and usually it starts from January 1st 1900. Okay, and it is able to support the date through December 31st 9999, I mean 4 nines, so which has a serial number of 2958465. Okay, so from January 1st 1900 to December 31st 9999, it supports the dates. Now the point is, if you really want to know the reference number of any specific date, what you have to do is click it, excuse me, yeah, click here and press in date. For example, 12/12/2021, and right click, format cells as a number. Okay, and decimal places you can set it to 0. So this is the reference number. Okay, so for that specific date, the 44542 is the reference number. Now let me enter 1900. Okay, 01 1900. Okay, I'll go here, format cells, number. Cool. So what will happen? This is reference number 1. So from there, each and every day, for each and every day, one gets added. Now if I were to enter uh, 01 02 1900 and format it as a number, let's see. Okay, we're getting the next date. Cool. Now I'll put 01 sorry 03 01 1900. Okay, and I'll pull it down. Okay, this is changing the month. Okay, we will format this also as number. Let's see what will give. It gives 61 because here this is for the third month. The 0301 is going for the month. So this is how actually reference numbers are actually what you call formatted in the back end of the Excel system. Now you can, for example, if you want to enter a date, as you have seen, you can enter a date directly as a serial number if you can calculate it, or else you can format the specific number as date according to the maybe USA convention or UK convention. So you can do it either ways, or else you can also type, for example, like this: May 11, 2020. Okay, then it will recognize automatically as a specific date. Even that you can do. Now go here, click here, format cells as number. See, this is a reference number for this 43962. Cool. Click OK. Of course, you can. Of course, even this decimals also have their own significance when it comes to date and time. I'll be explaining to you a bit shortly. Now, however, if you want to change the default settings, I mean date settings of what you call Excel, the point is another one way you can do is go to this specific Excel Windows control panel, then select this one, that is clock and region, and there you have to what you call change the date settings here. Okay. Now, having said this, I would like to mention a couple of other points as well. See, for example, we have understood that there are serial numbers for specific days. Okay, specific days and specific dates. Now, the same reference numbers can also be used to assign serial numbers to time as well. For example, you must have seen here that 44542, if I converted it to format cells and say date, it specifically shows 12/12/2021, right? Now I'll convert it back to the same serial number. Now if we put, so this serial number is valid from midnight 12 of that specific date to the midnight of next date. So for entire day the serial number is applicable. However, if we were to put 0.5, okay, so it comes somewhere between the midnight of that specific midnight starting of the day and midnight of the ending date, right? So what time we should come? Should come 12 p.m. That is midnoon. Now what should I do? Now what should I do is all I have to do is click this, go to format cells. Sorry, click here, go to format cells, go to number, set time. Okay, click OK. Now you can see here it's 12/12/21 12 p.m. Cool. So the very day, one entire day is divided into its respective fractions according to hours, according to even minutes and even seconds. Now I'll just undo this. Instead of 5542.5, I'll put it as 5553. Okay. Now what? Now let's see what will happen. Excuse me. Yeah. Format cells, number, date. See, 1243, 12. So this is how actually we can actually change the number, date and time, just in case if you want to. Now for each and every hour, we can see that it is divided into for each and every day is divided into 24 hours, and that corresponds to one whole unit of reference numbers. Okay, so for every hour this is the value, and this further divided by 60 give me a second, and this further divided by 60 gives the minutes, and again further divided by 60 gives the seconds. Okay, so this is the unit value of every hour, this is for minute, and this is for second. Cool. Now what I will do is I will for example we have seen here, I'll just okay 43962, I'll add this one. Okay, copy. Instead of copying, I'll just directly equal to this plus this, press enter. Cool. I'll click here, go to format cells, date. Okay, just give me a second. Okay, the precision is not, let me set the precision here. This one is only 694, right? Click OK. So it has become like this means the space is not sufficient. Now I will shift it to format cells, date. So here you can actually see for 43962, 43962 point 123694. Okay, format cells again, format cells, date. So here you can see, so 11 5/11/2020 and 12:01 AM. So I'm just adding 1 minute to add 1 minute here. Now how do we enter time actually? Okay, so we can enter time in several easy ways. I'll show you them. See, for example, say if you want to enter time, we can directly enter here. For example, 11:30 AM. If I enter this, it's automatically recognizing as 11:30 AM. Okay, and if I want to enter like 14:30, press enter, this value will not be changed. But if you click here, you will be finding that it's 2:30 PM. Now I will do one thing. I'll just copy this, paste. Excuse me. Now, if you want to know the time serial number of each one of them, so what we have to do is just select them, format cells, go to number. Okay, and decimal I'll just put as 4. Click OK. See, so it starts at 12:00 AM. That is what to call. It starts 0 at night 12 o'clock, and subsequently you can see the numbers here. And 11:59:00 it becomes 0.9931. Okay, And if I were to make it 1159 it becomes 0.9999. It goes on. So during rounding off, it may even show up as 1. Okay. Now if you want to really, for example, enter time, you can just enter as 11:30. So what will happen? It will automatically assume it to be AM actually. See, so if you go here, it's 11:30 AM. And if you put it as 11:30 AM, as I was shown before, even then it will assume to be 11:30 AM. However, if you want to make it as PM, then you should specifically mention it. Okay, 11:30 PM. Then this will assume it to be night 11:30. However, if you don't want to enter AM or PM, then you should enter in the 24-hour format. For example, 23:30 press enter. Now go here, it is showing 11:30 PM. So you should enter in a 24-hour format just in case if you want to enter only numbers. Or else if you want to enter AM PM, even that is acceptable. Now this for the dates etc. we can actually change in different formats. For example, it's already there, so I can instead of file 11 I can format as date. Here it is using United States notification. So I want to state in United Kingdom, I can change to that. Click OK. So you can say 11/5/2020. So this is how you can format actually dates and time. And as I've already mentioned that the actual date starts from January 1, 1900, right? But if you want to enter a date before 1900, for example, say 1 1 1885. If you press enter, what will happen? This will be what you call technically assumed as a string only, because the dates before one what you call 1 1900 is not recognized in Excel. So if you enter this date which is before 1900, it will be assumed as a text or a string and not specifically as a in date format. Now, having understood all these notations, I like to show you certain functions. From now on, I would like to show you certain functions which are what you call used in Excel pertaining to date and time. For example, if you want a specific date, then we put today, bracket open, bracket close. So if you click that, you will get the present date. Okay, the same as a system date, and this will get updated each and every time when you close and open. For example, if you open, close, and now and open it tomorrow, it will show 6/3/2021. Okay, and if you want to say uh, if you want to know date and time both, then you have to use the function now. So it will not only show the date, but it will also show the time. Okay. Now after 1 minute, if you close and open this, what will happen? It will show 10:09 in this space, very space, because this is dynamic and it gets updated each and every time when you close and open one. But however, if you want to enter a specific date which is static, for example, if I want to enter today's date and I want it to be static irrespective of the time when I open, that means even after 10 days, if you open the name, what you call the date should not change, then what should we do? Control plus semicolon. Okay, so this gives a specific date, but this is dynamic. I mean, this is static. It doesn't change actually. Okay. Now you can use this specific functions and even wrap it up with other functions as well. For example, say I will show you equal to. I'll put a open a string. Today's date is close, and I'm concatenating it. So I'm using text function which we have discussed earlier. Bracket open. Then I'm using today function, and after this I'm mentioning the format of the text. For example, if you put today, it is coming like this, right? This is a cell where we had entered today. So what I'm doing is I'm formatting it accordingly. Cool. Okay, it's not like this, but open this one. MMM 4M space D comma Y. Okay, first of close, parenthesis close. So present plus enter. So today's date is June 2, 2021. So here what it does is, in today's date is it's a normal text, and that I'm concatenating with the text function along with the formatting. So what is the input string we're giving today? Today means for this one. But however, the formatting we're doing is d space by y. Now this 4 y's comes to 2021, and d is for the date, and if we give 4 m's, it gives us the name of the month. Okay, if I remove this 2, you'll see that it has changed to just 21, not 2021. Okay, now for example, if we want to calculate the difference between uh, diff- uh, two random dates, for example, if someone is born on specific date and someone is and what's the age today, so what do? We can use a data diff function. Okay, now the pointer is, for example, someone's date of birth is 12 9 1996. Okay, so this is the what you call the specific. I will just format it, format cells. I will go date. It's always by default. I will shift it to United Kingdom. Yeah, so it will come. So it's on 9th of December 1996. This is a specific date, and now I want to calculate his date today. I mean his age today. Okay, so what I can do, I can put equal to, and there is a function called data diff. Okay, and I'll click this date, comma, today. That is specific today's date, comma, and here I'm putting it as the last function as y. So technically it returns only years. Okay, click enter. So that person is 24 years. Cool. And if I click here, instead of y, if I put m, it will show his age in absolutely in months. So 293 months. If I put here d, the number of days he has been through, 8941. Okay. Also, in addition to that, I'll just copy this. I'll just show one more. Instead of this absolute references, you can also enter the date directly. Okay, so instead of data diff x68, I'll put a specific date here. I can put any random date. For example, if his date of birth is not here, I want to put another date of birth. Like for example, if his date of birth is 03 at 12 1990. Okay, bracket close. Press enter. Even then you'll be able to see it. And I'll put as y, so that he'll be of age 31. Cool. Now instead of here we have put here d, right? If we put md, let's see what will happen. Okay, so here is again 24. Wait. Yeah, what is md actually signify? It signifies the difference between the days in the start date and the end date, and the months and dates are ignored. For example, today is what? Equal to today. Now this is second. Okay, 2nd of 6, and here is 12th of 9. Now what happens if we put md is, it ignores the months and the years of days. Only the difference in absolute difference in days is calculated. Okay. Now if you put ym, so what happens here? Again the same thing. Here the difference in what you call months is calculated. Okay, between these two dates. Similarly for yd. Okay, so number of days between these two specific days are calculated. So with this you can implement in using calculating the age, etc., and also what to call any, you can use it creatively for any other function which you can think of. Now dated, if you have seen it, you can also calculate what to call the number of days that has been elapsed between 2 days actually, right? Two specific days, the number of days which has elapsed is calculated by dated function. Now for example, there are certain, for example, delivery date. of any parcel or any good or something like that, and I'm putting some random dates, 12, 3, 20, 21, 1, I have, okay, 15, 4, 2020. Okay, so I can see the format later. Now 11, 12, 2020. Okay, so I'll choosing the random days, go to format cells, go to date, English, United Kingdom, click OK. Fine. Now what I'm doing here is I want to know the difference, how many days have been elapsed after the delivery. Okay, so I'll put days elapsed. So what I will do is I'll use data def of this one, comma today, in number of days. This is an issue, this formatting. Once again, give me, because this is into further one. Okay, so this is a future date, so it is showing some error. I will just click this. Now it will come. Similarly, the issue is done. I will just change it to this. Okay, so you can see that since the last delivery as on this day, the number of days have elapsed as on today is, this is the figure. This is something you can do, and every time when you close and open an Excel file, this will get updated. Fine. Now this is specifically for if you want to calculate the absolute number of days between two dates. Now if you want to calculate the number of work days between two dates, then what you should do? Because we had to ignore the weekends, right? Because for example, number of work days between say for a couple of months, if you calculate the absolute number of days, then it will include even Saturdays and Sundays, or maybe technically even the technically all the weekends. So if you want to exclude them, now if you want to calculate the number of days between any two specific dates without calculating the say weekends like Saturdays and Sundays, then you have to use a separate option. Now the point with data diff is that it will give the day difference, net difference of only days. Okay, so that includes the calculation of and addition of Saturdays and Sundays, that is the weekends. However, if you want to exclude them for your calculation, then you can use one calculation formula called equal to network days. Okay, click on network days, choose the uh, starting date, comma ending date. Okay, press enter. So 44. So these are the number of days between these two dates, which excludes the number of weekends as well. So this is how the network function has a usage. Now there is another thing called say network days.intl. So what do you do is, for example, in certain countries or certain regions, the weekends are actually Fridays and Saturdays, or maybe Sundays or Mondays, and sometimes only Sundays. So it works like that. So it's so how to customize that? For example, so you can, for this the same function with a small twist is applied. That's network days.intl. So start date, comma end date, comma, and yes, here is the options where we can choose any specific, only Sunday, only Monday, so only Saturday or something. So here we're excluding only Sunday, so the Saturdays are working in that specific region, we are assuming that. Okay, press enter. So it includes 53. So for two specific days, excluding both Saturdays and Sundays is 44, excluding only Sundays it's 53. Okay, Now, there may arise a situation when you're working that you have to generate a list of working days, okay, from a specific start date to specific end date. And of course, you have to exclude weekends, but at the same time, you also have to exclude any holidays, okay. Now, for that, what you have to do, you have to see, you can use a function called workday.intl. How do you use it? You have to put equal to, and you have to put equal to workday.intl, okay. Click that. And one more thing you should have made ready beforehand is the list of the holidays here, okay. So here I just did 1 2021, 1 6 2021, 1 9 2021, 1 11 2021, 15. So these are the list of the holidays. Now, after entering this, you have to mention the start date, okay. So I have mentioned the start date as this, that is 31/12/2020. This is starting date, comma, number of days. So the number of days you want to do for it. So for each and every iteration, each and every cell, I want only one. Okay. So number of days from start date I want it written is only one. So I'll type here one. Then press comma again here, and there's a weekend. So this is order of the weekends you want to have it implemented. Okay. Only Sunday, only Saturday, or etc. Just like what we saw in the previous function. So I click on Sunday only, and the list of the holidays. For the list of the holidays, what you have to do, you have to select this. But the point is you have to keep this fixed, because for all the what you call entire list, these holidays are fixed. Fine. So you have to make this an absolute reference, fixed reference. Okay, and click enter. So after 31st of December 2020, 1st of 2021 must come. But I have already declared it as a holiday according to the list, right? So that is getting skipped and next date has come. Now I'll just drag it down. Okay. After second, third is an holiday, probably it's a Sunday. So uh, after that comes fourth, fifth, and then sixth is a holiday, so that gets ignored. Seventh, eighth, and after that ninth is a holiday, so that that's get ignored. Then 10th comes, and 10th seems to be a Sunday, and 11th seems to be Monday. So those two dates get what you call uh, rejected, and 12, 3, 4, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 16 and 17 is a holiday again, 18 and 19. Okay, and if you keep on pulling like this, 20 and 21 is ignored because I have included in the list of holidays. So this is how we can actually generate a list of work days actually. But the point is, when we are making a holidays list, we must make, and when we are using this reference, we should make it a absolute fixed reference. Okay. Now, in certain conditions, we may have to extract specific parts of a date. For example, we have 1 2 2021. So it has an year, it has a month, it has the day, and also we want to have the week number, weekday, etc., etc. So how we can do? There are certain specific functions equal to, if you put year of, say this one. Okay, that's it, 2021. Fine. And if you want to extract the month, we'll put it equal to month of this, that is first month. And if you want the day, similarly we can do equal to day of, say I'll put this one, 18th. And if you want the week number, that is the week number for specific date. So which week is it? It's equal to week num. Okay, of, say this one. So this is the fourth week running. So this is how you can extract specific this thing. However, just in case if you want to extract from an directly numbers, also you can do equal to year of, say in apostrophes 11 15 1997 apostrophe close. It returns 1987. Similarly, the same thing you can apply, the same syntax you can use for even month. I'll just put it equal to month of, yeah, equal to month of, say I'll put another date, uh, 7 17 1990. Yeah, so this is 7th month. Similarly, you can use for day equal to day of 1 29 1976. So it returns the date. Similarly, you can do for even weekday, num, etc. Another way by which you can enter date into specific cell is by using date function. Fine, date and enter the year, that is 2000. Month you can enter as, maybe if you want to enter like say 9, and day you can use as 29. So press enter. So it will return the specific date. Okay. Now if you have two dates and you want to find out how many years have passed in terms of fractions, whether it is 25% of a year or 30% of the year, so on. So how do you do it? You use year frac equal to year frac, excuse me, year frac of one day, date 1, comma, date 2. Okay, press enter. So 0.72222. So this is the fraction of the year that is has been elapsed between these two specific dates. Okay. However, if you put here, say for example, 2001, then it becomes 1.722 because it is exactly 1 year. However, if you put it a previous date for a previous year, like for example 1998, even then it will show because it only calculates the absolute difference. Whether it's starting date or ending date, it doesn't quite matter here. Again, if you want to calculate the what call end of month, so we can do even that. So we can get the last date of any future or past months. So for that we need two arguments. First is starting date, number of months in the future or past. For example, let me put the function is EO month. Click that. Then I'll enter a date 2, 06, 2019. Okay, this is a date, 3. Fine. So after this, so this is a relative, we can actually format the cells. Date. Yeah. So this is the last date of the specific one. For example, see here when you enter 02062019, it means 6th day of second month, that is February 2019. And after this, we are calculating 3 months. So after February, what is come? February, March, April, May. So we are calculating end of month of May here. So what will be getting? This is the ending date of May 2019. However, if you put -3 here, it will calculate backwards. Okay. Now let's see here how it calculates, how it goes about. Now February, from February 3 months behind. So January, December, November, and the last date of November is what 30/11/2018. So that's how end of month function calculates and returns the value. Now just in case if you want to extract the hour, minute and second of any specific argument, that also we can do. For example, I will take this value, I'll put it here, equal to hour of this is 0 because it's starting specifically. Instead of F54, if I put it as this one, it's 1. Okay. Similarly, if I want to extract the minutes, I can do it. Equal to minute of this 45. Similarly, if you want to extract the seconds, there's no seconds here. I'll make a small modification. Here I'll put it as 56. So equal to second of this, that is 56. Cool. So this is how you can extract minutes, second and hours from a specific time. At the same time, if you want any to add any specific amount of time to a specific preset time, even that you can. For example, I'll take this initial function. I'll put equal to here, equal to this plus time of, I will say add, say 2 hours 45 minutes 55 seconds. Okay, press enter. So it will show you the time. So this time will be specifically 2 hours 45 minutes and 55 seconds after this time. Okay, and if you want to subtract also you can do. So this will be minus the same value. To be specific, 2 hours 45 45 minutes and 55 seconds before this time, and that will be shown here. Okay, so this ends the chapter on time related functions. Now conditional analysis means performing different actions depends on whether a specific condition according to our choice is being met or not. Okay, now condition is what? Condition is nothing but a value or a function, or I mean or an expression which returns into what called two values, which is true or false. So based on the condition, if the formula can have two outcomes, one when it is true, another when it is false. Okay, so the point is one of the simplest form of conditional what you call analysis which we can do is using if. Okay, it's one of the simplest ones. I will show you how it is done. Now see, this is a data table where we have the names of students and the marks they have obtained and the pass marks for this specific exam for which they have been evaluated. Now the point is we want to check if any specific student has passed or failed. So we can do this. Now you put equal to if bracket open, select one. If it is greater than or equal to this. But here since it is a single cell and it is an absolute reference, we have to put dollar before both. Okay, dollar. Then if it is greater than what, then the person has passed. Okay, else fail. Press enter. So he has got less than 60, so he has failed. So we can actually drag it, but since we have put absolute this thing, so it won't change. Now actually the syntax is equal to if, then this is the condition. Okay, this is the what you call argument. So if this returns true, then it must be pass, or else if it is false, then it must fail. Now we'll analyze one of the data here. See, for example, take alpha only. Now is what is the value here? 58.5, right? Now is 58.5 greater than or equal to 60? No. So technically it returns false. So if it is false, then it goes directly to this specific section and thus prints fail. On the other hand, take for example John. Okay, he has got 74. So if B2 is greater than or equal to this specific cell, yes, because 74 is greater than or technically 60. So it will go, since it returns true, it will go to this section. So and it will print pass. Now this is how well, you can apply a simple condition. But if you want to nest it further or add more specific conditions, even that you can do. I will show one more. For example, I'll insert one more here. Marks here, I'll shift it to marks of 1. Here I'll put it as marks of 2. Okay. So in this condition, a person is considered pass or fail if he passes in both subjects, subject 1 and subject 2. So I will enter some random numbers here. Here 78, here 59, here again 66, here 12. Here he will get 61. Here he'll get 73, and here let him get 98. Okay. So the point is, what I want to check is how many people have passed or failed if he has passed in both the exams. Okay, so for that, final result. Okay, this is what I have put it here. So can we do that? So we can do that. So what we have to do is we have to use uh, two levels of condition analysis, that is if within if. How is it? Let's see. For example, equal to if braces open, let him check if is greater than or equal to this one, and I am putting dollars here. Okay, and if it is true, what you should do, he must check again for another if. Okay, another if c2 is greater than or equal to this one. So here again fixed reference. Then pass else fail, and first if condition closes. And if he has failed in this subject itself, then obviously it will be a fail again. Okay, press enter. Now I'll drag it. Okay, so the point is, I will explain to you how it works. For example, in first if condition, what is happening, we are checking if the person has passed in one subject. If he has passed in one subject, then only it is we are checking the marks for the second subject. That is, if C2 is greater than or equal to D2, that is mark 60. So if he has passed true, if it is come true in both aspects, that means if he has passed in both subjects, only then it is returning a value of pass. Or else, if he has failed in this one subject, then it is coming fail. Or else, if it is failing in this subject, then it's directly going to fail. So this is how we can actually check for more than one condition. So final result will be fail for all. But here, if you consider the values of Suresh and Mahesh, they have got more than 60 marks for each and every subject. Okay, so technically it is pass. Cool. Now I just shift it here, make 60. Now let's see what will happen. So he has passed in both. Cool. So this is how we can actually use complex conditions, and you can also nest one if between another and make it nested if conditions. Now, in addition to this specific formula, we will also use another condition, that is and. Okay. So instead of using nested if conditions, we can also use and. How? Let's see. Now I'll put one more column for this specific formula. Okay. Yeah. Equal to if equal to if braces open and of b2 greater than $d $2 comma c2 greater than $d $2. If this is so this is an and condition, and if it's true, you should come pass, else it should come fail. Cool. Press enter. Should be greater than equal to. Okay. Yeah, sure. So let's see how this function actually works. So and is something whether when b2 is greater than or equal to d2, that is one condition, and c2 greater than or equal to d2 60. If both are true, only then it returns the value of true. That means in if condition, what happens when we if true is activated, we get pass result. Okay, and in and condition, if any one of them are not satisfied, then it will return false, so it will come fail. So let me pull it down. So as you can see, the results for both, this is a nested if function, this is an AND function. So the point is you'll be getting the same results. Okay, so this is how AND function works actually. I'll just show a table where you'll get a more clarity on what how AND works. Okay, for example, say first argument, second argument, and the result of AND. Logical. Now if it is, this is true and this is true, only then you will get the result as true. Okay, if this is true and false, this comes as false, and if first is false and second is true, then it turns as false, and if both are false, then even then the net result is false. Okay, so that is what happened in this specific equation, to be precise. Here, for example, in case of Alfred, both marks 1 and marks are greater than or equal to 60. That is the reason why it has returned a true. So since it has returned a true, then when the equation jumps to if condition, the true section will get activated. That is, it will show as pass. But in in all other cases, like for example in Mary, here for marks 1, that is B2 is greater than or equal to greater than or equal to D2. So that is technically true only. But however, if you check this marks 2, this is false. So the net result will come false and it will be shown as fail. So this is something you can apply. This is how you apply actually AND function. Now similar to this AND function, there is another function called OR function. Okay, I will draw a similar table for this. Okay, this is the result for OR, result of OR function, similar to Boolean. So here what happens is, Control C. Now if first is true and second is true, the result will be of OR function will be true. Okay, if first is true and second is false, even then it will be true. And if first is false and second is true, even then it will be true. But however, if both are false, only then it will return false. Okay, now in this we'll use the same table here. Now let's check if number of who has failed in both subjects. Okay, failed in both. Okay, so we want to know the those students who have failed in both. Okay, so we'll use the same similar syntax is equal to f or, okay, b2 greater than or equal to $d $2, sorry, $2, comma c2 greater than or equal to $d $2. So this is the OR function is closed. Then if this is true, it should come not failed, or else it returns as false, failed in both. Okay, press enter. Not failed. It's showing not failed for everything because none have actually, you know, failed in both subjects. So the logic here is, for example, if any one of the let me check for here within this R, if B2 is greater than D2 reference, then this is true here, and here also this is true. So technically it is returns only true, like this. Okay, so it comes not failed. Now I will do one thing for Shan. I will just say I'll put it as 58. Okay, Let's click enter. So now it is showing us failed in both. Cool. Now how does it work here? In the case of Shan, in OR gate, if B4 greater than D2, no, it's false. And again C4 greater than D2, that is 60, false. So it is false in both cases. So then it returns a false. So technically, if it comes false, it goes to this last argument, step, that is failed in both. Else, if any one of them are true, then it will give only true. That means it will come not failed. So this is how you use OR function in this. Now the point is that certain things like if conditions which we have seen previously, they work on only one cell, okay? But if you want to do the calculation across the cells, then we may have to use certain conditions which can perform condition calculations. Fine. Now we have this is a small database where according to date we have revenue in thousands from different cities. Okay, some of them are repeated, some of them are not, and even in revenue we have some positive values and some negative values. Okay, now we want to excuse me, yeah. Now we want to have a summation of all the values which are less than zero. That means which are negative. So how do we do it? There's a function called sumif. Sumif. Okay. The range. Now it is asking for the range. What is the range now here? Here. This is the entire range. Cool. And what is the criteria? We want only the negative numbers. Okay. That is less than zero. Bracket close. Enter. So the summation of minus 96 minus 64 minus 664 minus 246 minus 7. So all this comes to what you call minus 269. Similarly, if you want the summation of all positive values, we can also do that. It's called to sum if the range comma greater than 0, that is positive. Press enter. So that is 5647. So this also this is something we can do. Now the point is, say if you want the summation of all the values, I mean all the revenue from Hyderabad. Okay. So what do you do is equal to sum f of this. We have to search the entire range. In this specific range, what you are doing? Hyderabad, right? Cool. And comma second range here. Okay, so that is 547. So when you are doing this one, what you are doing is we are first drawing the range of all the names, and in that we are asking the condition to specifically search for a condition called Hyderabad. So wherever there is Hyderabad, only those get activated. So there are 3 instances, and then we are asking you to sum all these values pertaining to C21 to C35. So this is what actually the answer. So the same thing we can do for other cities as well. Is equal to sum f of this entire range. Okay, then we will put for Chennai, comma, and the sum range is this. Okay, press enter. So that is this comes to 657. So this is the various applications for what you call sum f. Now, as you might have seen, we have used this operators for greater than and lesser than. I mean, positive and negative numbers. Again, one other application we can do is equal to sum f of the range in which the value is greater than or equal to, say, 500. Okay, so only those values will be added which has greater than 500. Okay, so here all the values, 857 is greater, 764, 998, 234, 987, 753, 100 and 888. So all this add together comes to 5247. Now you can even toggle it if you want. I will put it as greater than 990. Okay, why I'm asking? Because there's only one value that's greater than 990, that's 988. Press enter. So we are getting only 998. Cool. In addition to this, there's one more function we can, one more way we can apply the sum f. For example, I'm putting 100 100. Okay, I just want doing it for sake of demonstration. Okay, now you can see that there are three values with values equal to 100. Okay, now I can put it like this, equal to sum if the entire range comma 100. Cool. Now what is does is for this entire range, which all values have 100, they are getting added. Okay, let me press enter. So 300, that means there are three instances, so 3 into 100, that is 300. So this is another way. Now we have seen sum if of ones. Okay, then sum if we can have technically one condition, right? Now the point is, if you want to add two or more conditions, what do we do? Okay, there's another function called sum ifs. So it's like a plural, is equal to sum ifs. Okay, so click bracket open. Now we have to find out the sum range. Now what is sum range here? We want to add the revenue. Okay, now this is a new table which I have made just in case if you didn't notice this. Okay, and for first criteria range, what is first criteria range? Hyderabad. Okay, I mean this city range, and where is it? I'm typing Hyderabad here. So technically using this, I want to find out the revenue from Hyderabad in the year 2018 only. Okay, comma. Now what is the criteria range to year? Okay, and that should be 2018. Okay, so technically I'm applying two conditions here. The point is I want the sum of this entire range, where condition 1 is it should be from city Hyderabad only, and condition 2 must be that the year must be equal to 2018 alone. Okay, I'll close it, press enter. There you get 310. Now if you can observe here, first instance where Hyderabad is occurring is 2019, 857 2019. So it doesn't satisfy. And second instance is minus 64, it is in 2018. And third instance is Hyderabad minus 246 2008. So only two satisfy here, minus 64 minus 246. Add them together manually, get 310. Now the point with sum of IFS is that you can add 2, 3 or maybe even more functions. Okay, I'll just give me a second. I'll add one more parameter. Yeah, okay. So I have made some additional changes to this table. Now the point is I want the summation of all revenue from Hyderabad in the year 2018, and when the product sold is a chair. Yeah, okay. So from Hyderabad, when a chair is sold in 2018, and the revenue which I have got, I want the summation of all those. So technically there are not two but three variables, three conditions. How do we do it? We can. This is nothing but an extension of what I have told. Sum IFS. Okay. Go here for sum range. That means we'll be adding all this, comma. Now criteria range one is this. So technically you can toggle this. You can put it as even what you call, change the conditions, because anyhow the result will be the same. First is Hyderabad. Second is year, it should be what? 2018, right? Second condition 2018. Third one is in this, there's here table, right? A table of what? Chair. Yeah, I mentioned chair. CHAIR, press enter. So 792. So let's see. Now here Hyderabad 2019, this is not valid, and here Hyderabad 2018, yeah, this is valid. This is valid. Control, press control. Now here in this one, Hyderabad 246 window, it's not valid, and another Hyderabad chair, this is valid again. But here again Hyderabad, but this is again window. So technically should be adding only 856 and minus 64. Technically it comes to 792. So here we have actually added three conditions. Okay, one is Hyderabad, second is 2018 year, and the last is chair. So this is how you can actually keep on adding conditions, and then also what you call pull out the necessary data. Now now instead of all this, once you have defined a range here, instead of making it a string, you can also make it as what you call any specific condition also. For example, if I want from say let me say one thing. Yeah, okay. I'll just modify this. Now the point is, instead of from Hyderabad, and okay, the summation is same and the year is Hyderabad, but instead of 2018, I want those conditions where I will be getting the summation of all the values where the revenue from Hyderabad has increased 300. Okay, so what do I do it? I just remove this because it's no longer required. And so this is the actual summation. Then second condition is Hyderabad, and third condition here, what you should do, you should say, 1 minute. Okay, I'll explain to you from the beginning. So the problem statement is I want to find out the revenue from the Hyderabad where the revenue is greater than 800 or 300. I will choose 800 for time being. So is equal to sum ifs, the sum range, comma, this range should be Hyderabad, okay, and then second criteria range must be again this revenue. Then it should be greater than or equal to, let me put 800. Fine, press enter. Now you can see that from Hyderabad we are getting two values that are greater than 800, that is 857 one and another is 856. So add both of them, we'll be getting only 1713. Okay, now however, if you want to add one more condition into here where it says, where in the third condition for entire year it is 2018 or 2019, 2018. So only in 2018 we got only 856. So that is what it's showing. So technically here we have added 1, 2, 3 again. Okay, so that is somehow, this is how you can use sum if section. Now after this sum ifs, let's move on to next function, that is count ifs. Okay, here sum ifs adds the values, and a count if actually gives a count. Of course, it is there in the name itself. Now what is actually count if? Now what COUNTIF does is, instead of summing the values, it only gives the number of instances when the criteria has occurred. Okay, instead of counting the values, it gives just the number of times the value has occurred. For example, I will start with a single step equal to count COUNTIFs. Okay, COUNTIFs is the entire range. What is the criteria? Hyderabad. Okay, so presenter, so Hyderabad. So Hyderabad has occurred 5 times here. Okay. Now I'll add one more condition. I'd like to add one more condition to same thing. Now in this condition, I will put another thing where the year is 2018. Okay, plus 100. So there were 4. Previously it was 5. Now it was 4. Okay. Now in this 2018, wait, give me a second. 2000, yeah, 2, 3, and another one is somewhere here 4. And where I'll add one more condition here, where this revenue is greater than or equal to, where to put it in apostrophes, I mean colons, where this is greater than or equal to, say, 700. Okay, press enter only once. Why? Because the only condition which satisfies is this row. So this way, even counters you can keep on adding as many criteria as you want. Cool. So the point is, the basic syntax is, in sum ifs you'll be adding a range which should be summed, and then you'll be adding the conditions. But in count ifs you'll be just only adding the conditions. Ask the function to return the number of instances which satisfies all the given conditions in the specific function. Okay, this is how you do use count ifs. Now similarly, I would like to, this one last function let's discuss. This is called average ifs. Average if. Now average ifs, I like to select the range where we are getting this, comma. The criteria range one is this one for Hyderabad. Then criteria 2 is this one where the year is 2018. So I'll be getting all the ranges, all the values where all the average values of all the revenue belonging to Hyderabad and satisfying the year 2018. Okay, so that is 161. Now instead of 2018, if I put 2019, I'll be getting only one value because only one value satisfies it. So that is 857. So 857 by 857 is 1. Cool. Now what happens if you choose a value where, for example, say Chennai, okay, New York is in 2017. Wait, let me choose one. New York 2017, 2019. For example, something, if I choose a value where it returns null, okay, it will show an error. New York 2018, 2018, okay. It shows division by 0. Why? Because in New York 18, in this entire this thing, New York is there, but there is no value with New York 2018 here. Okay, New York 2017 is there, New York 2019 is there, but there is no New York, no condition which satisfies New York in 2018. So if you enter a value which has which where the data is not matching, then it will return this division by error 0 error. Cool. Delete. So this is how you do sum ifs, count ifs, and averages. Now, usually Excel gives various lookup functions like lookup, VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP, and so on. We will be dealing with all those formulas and how to implement them in this specific lecture. Okay. Now, what is actually a lookup formula? A lookup formula is something that returns a specific value from a specific table in any sheet or something by looking up or by connecting it with another related value. For example, let me explain it to you by an example actually. For example, if you have taken up an index, so you'll be so you'll be looking up for any specific phrase in that index, and then it will to the right side of it will be finding it the page number where that specific content will be available. So this is how actually lookup works. So lookup actually takes a specific value and it gives you a related value to it in a specific table according to specific conditions. Now, before boring you with further theory, let me show you how it actually works. So, for time, first and foremost, we'll be dealing with VLOOKUP. VLOOKUP stands for actually vertical lookup. Okay, V is for vertical here. So, what VLOOKUP actually does is, so what actually VLOOKUP does is, see for example, see this is a table, right? This is just created a table with student and their names and different marks, their total average and the rank they have got. So what it does is it looks up to table first in first place. Then it looks up the first column. Okay, so for example, if I'm selecting this entire table, which is the first column here, the column number A, right? Column A. So look up the column A here, and corresponding what value we want, it gives returns it according to a condition which you give it. For example, if you want marks 1, it will give return that one. If you want marks 2, it will return that one. Okay. So this is how actually VLOOKUP works. I'll just show one example. For example, if I type in student name here, it should return the total marks, average, and rank. Okay, so how do we do it? So the syntax for VLOOKUP is something like this. So it's called VLOOKUP. Okay, so as soon as I type it, it actually shows the this thing. What to call uh, any specific what to call factor which you want to. So here is asking for lookup value. So in lookup value, what we should do, whatever we type in this A13. So we click A13 here. Okay. Then if you press comma, then we'll go to the next this thing, that is asking for the table array. So what is the table array here? It is entire this one. Okay. So we select that. You don't have, you can actually type it personally, or you can just select the entire thing. Then if you put the comma, then the column index number. Now here this is student names column 1, marks 1 is column 2, marks 2 is column 3, and it goes on. So we want total marks. So what is the column number? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So this is the seventh column, right? So you type 7. And here in the range lookup, you can see what is true or false. That is approximate match or exact match. So we'll go with approximate match for time being. Click that, and after that, if we press the enter, okay. So it's showing not available. Why? Basically, why? Because we haven't typed anything here. However, when we type here the name, for example, if I want to type Alfred, which is number 1 here, type enter. What we're getting 338. So Alfred total
it is showing 338. See, so that is what is showing here. For example, if I have to type Peter, it shows in 313. Why? Because the total marks of Peter is 313. So entire column number 6 pertaining to the value which is Peter, and this thing is 313. Fine. Similarly, we'll do again for average. So the procedure is same. I'll just explain to you. So it's equal to VLOOKUP. You can click this. So the lookup value is what? Again the same thing, comma, was a table array. Table array, we have to define it again. This one, comma, column index number. Now what's the column index number here? We are asking for average, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it is a number 8. Okay. Here and again an approximate match. So press enter. So we are getting 62.6. So Peter has got 62.6. That is his average. And now last but not least, we'll just try for rank now. Okay. Is equal to VLOOKUP. Lookup value is again this, comma, the table array. Table array, we are defining everything this, comma, column index number is, now it's 9th, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Number 9, comma, approximate match. Okay. Press enter. So he's in 4th position or 4th rank. Now if I were to type any name here, for example, if I were to type Mary, what will happen? Press enter. All the values will change approximately. Okay. So this is how you can use actually VLOOKUP to automate any specific this thing. You can automate even this. Now the point is, these VLOOKUPs, they work wonderfully in parentheses. Okay. Now how does it actually work? Now I'll just change here instead of total marks here, I'll just change it by average here itself. Okay. Now, so instead of calculating average, this what does it actually do? What does average function here do? It actually looks up the specific table and pulls the average from this entire row. Okay. Now the point is, I want to use this VLOOKUP here, and I want to calculate average here itself. So how do I do it? I can do one thing. So instead of just having VLOOKUP, I can just use it as a normal function also. Now we know here that there are total five subjects in total. So what I have to do, if I have to calculate the average directly, what I can do is I can pull the total and then divide it by 5. So instead of, so I can just put here divided by 5 here. Okay. So let's see if it works or not. It does work. So this VLOOKUP not only returns a value, but we can use it as a function also. Okay, we can perform mathematical functions, etc. Now again here, average, instead of average, I'm changing it to total. Okay, I'm just showing it for sake of propriety so that you can get more clarity here. Okay, so the whole thing is reversed here. Now, so what is the VLOOKUP doing here? It's pulling the average from this table, and I know that there are total five subjects. So what I can do is multiply it by 5. Okay, press here, and voila, yeah, this is how you get it. 307. Cool. So this is one way. This is a specific way in which you can actually implement VLOOKUP also. Now the point is, you can actually implement VLOOKUP not only as a function with a specific number. You can also implement two VLOOKUPs also. Okay. Now how do we do it? One second. Yeah. So for example, if I want the summation of marks 1, 2, and 3 of any student whose name I'm typing here, how do we do it? I'll just put here another column. Uh, sum of marks 1 comma 2 1 comma 2 comma 3. Okay, so we can do even VLOOKUP here. How do we do it? Is equal to VLOOKUP of lookup value, that is here. Okay, comma, the table array is entire this. Okay, comma, column array index number, so this is 2, marks 1 is under 2, 2 comma, approximate match. This one we are closing here, plus another VLOOKUP. This is, so this is one, and we're adding it second one. VLOOKUP of the same A13 comma the entire table, comma. So now we are adding marks to, that is number 3, column number 3, comma, true. Fine. Plus we look up A13, the same number, comma, the entire array here, excuse me, entire array, comma. Now the marks is in column number 4, comma, approximate match. Okay, so I press enter. So it is showing 153, right? Now similarly, if I were to change it for say Mahesh, all the values will change. If you have seen here, all values have changed specifically. However, as you might have seen in all the VLOOKUP functions, I have put it here. Say uh, true. That means it's an approximate match and not an exact match. Okay. So just in case, even if you were to type a small error in this, instead of Mahesh, I have put Mahesh dot. Even then, what to call the values will be shown. Okay. Similarly, I'll put Peter dot. It will show the values because we're just using an approximate match, so it doesn't have to match exactly. However, if you were to put it to an exact match, for example, instead of true, I'm putting as false. That is the exact match. Now let's see what will happen. See, so as you must have remembered from just a moment ago, all these are approximate matches. Okay, only this is an exact match. So since there is no, since I put Peter and dot, it is showing an error. That is, there's an error in the whatever field which you have entered here. But at the same time, the other fields which we have used approximate matches, they are returning proper values. Now instead of putting Peter dot, I'll put Peter directly. Okay, even then it is showing the same issues. Okay, wait, it has to be false, didn't? Yeah, now it is showing correctly. I'll put Peter dot now. It is showing not applicable. Cool. So the point is it is showing error because here Peter, actually there is no Peter dot in this entire list where we are looking forward to. Okay, we have only Peter, not Peter dot. Similarly, if you put remove the Peter dot and just put directly Peter, yes, fine. So similarly, if it were, let's see what will happen if you put capital P. It does do, fine. So this usually will, this is how approximate and exact matches actually work, fine. So if you just want to ignore some one or two small errors in the entry data, you can use approximate match, and however if you want exact data, you can use the exact match. So this is how the VLOOKUP actually works. But again, there's a catch. If you really want to use VLOOKUP, we can only use the data on the leftmost side. That means the leftmost column which we have, only that we can do. But however, if you want to search for any data that is anywhere in between this table, then we can use a combination of index and match functions. Okay, now for example, say I want to cross verify someone who has got a specific rank. Okay, I want the rank, I want the name of the student. Okay, so if I want someone who is fifth, I want the student's name. So I'll just type in here, say fifth. Of course, we can actually see that the Mary got it, but how do you use it using a function? So how do you do it? We use combination of index and match functions. So how do you do it? It's called index. Okay, braces open. Then we have to choose the array. So what is the array here? Okay, the entire data here. Fine. Okay. Now they're asking for row number here. So which row number which you want to have the this thing actually. So instead of giving any direct number, we are using a match function here. Okay, is equal to, that is match. So match function we are opening. In the match function, we are using what is the lookup value. So lookup value is what we want, the fifth rank, right? So we'll be using this parameter. So we'll be clicking this, comma. And what is the lookup array? So we don't have to search the entire array. We have to search only for the column which contains this rank data. That is what this column. Okay, this one, comma. And then we will be going for an exact match. Okay, and that's it. So we'll be closing the match function for now. So index, so we know the row number here. So what is the row number here? This one. And comma, what will be getting? The column number. So what is the column number data we want? We want the column number data from the first row, right? So this is, I'm sorry, first column, right? So this is the first column. So we put 1. Okay, we close the parenthesis, press enter. So we got the Mary, we got the data as Mary. Similarly, if you want for fourth, what do, if you enter, we get Peter. So for Peter, who got the fourth position, that is Peter. So this is how you can actually cross verify from more than one parameters actually. See, if you want to use VLOOKUP, we can use only this one. But however, if you want to find out the cross verification from any other place in within the table or within the data set, then we can use this a combination of index and match function. So let me explain this once more. The what point is, what index function is it? Index function actually returns the value from an actual specific row and a specific column. Fine. So if you have a row number and if a column number, if you match it, the index function gives that. And however, now we are taking a argument here, right? So we want, it's not a standard argument. We can type anything here. So it is a fluid argument. It could be fourth, it could be sixth, it could be first, anything. So for to be able to take data from this cell, we'll be using a match function. Fine. So what does the match function do? It just takes the specific data from it and then gives the specific what you call cell number, and then that will be in turn used in the index function to give us the final data. Fine. So this is how we can actually use a mix of what you call index and I mean what you call index and match function. Now same similarly, if you want to say uh, find out the marks of marks 3 of someone who has got a specific position. For example, fourth position was got by Peter, and how many marks did this person get specific to this rank? Subject number marks 3. What do? You just change the specific this thing, right? Instead of 1, what do you put? You put it 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Okay. So 56. So who got fourth position? Peter. And how many marks did he get in marks 3? 56. So someone whose name is who got for, so a student who has got fourth overall position, he has got, I'll change it for this one, marks 3 value. He's got 56 marks in subject number 3. So this is how you can actually cross verify. Okay, even this argument also you can change. So instead of fourth, you can, if you want to say what is the rank that a person who has got specific marks in marks 4 he get missed, even that you can do. But the only thing is, instead of this in match function, instead of this column number, you should change it to specific column, otherwise it will turn out an error. So this is how you can actually cross verify and use match and index functions. Now similar to VLOOKUP, there's another function called as the HLOOKUP. So as we have discussed previously, V in VLOOKUP stands for vertical lookup, and similarly H in HLOOKUP looks for stands for horizontal lookup. Now, for example, let's use the same data here. Okay, so for just ignore for the time being all the other data here of John, Sheen, Mary, etc. And let's take the data of only Alfred, for example. Okay. Now we can do one thing. What is the marks he has got? Okay, give me a second. We can do, say, subject name, subject number or name, we can, whatever we can do, and marks. Fine. So here what we are dealing with is the subject number and marks for only Alfred. Okay. I'll just choose marks 3. Fine. So I want marks 3 for only Alfred. Okay. So what do we do here? Is equal to H lookup. Okay. Parenthesis open. Value, we're taking this one, lookup value, comma, the table array is the entire one. Okay, the row index numbers, which is second row, we want data from the second row. Okay, so 2 comma is an approximate match. Okay, press enter. So in marks 3, what is marks you got is 37. Okay, so you can see that for these two rows for which we have used a HLOOKUP function, for marks 3 value is 37 here. For example, if it changes to say marks 4, it's 87. Fine. So instead of actually seeking out the value from the last row, here we are seeking out the value values from the topmost last column. Here we are choosing the values from the topmost row. Okay. So whatever value this thing we put here, that corresponding value we get here. Okay. For example, if marks 4, if we were to put say marks 1, it will show 60. Okay, so for VLOOKUP, it will use the leftmost column, and for HLOOKUP, it uses the topmost row. So this is how HLOOKUP and VLOOKUP actually functions. Now we can see one thing. Instead of marks 1, if I'm putting some random numbers like this, okay, some random number, some incorrect data, what will happen? It will show an error, hashtag not applicable. So the point is, instead of this, we can actually streamline this what to call response better. How do we do it? Okay, I'll revert back to it. So we can encase this HLOOKUP in another function called if error. Okay, if error. So, okay, so click that. So if this function returns an error, only then it will get activated. Otherwise, this will return the normal value only. It will function like a normal any HLOOKUP function which you have seen before. So if error of HLOOKUP of this entire function you just seen a few moments earlier, comma, we can put it as please check. Okay, fine. Now if it is marks, or it's a proper argument, so it is returning 16, and if it's marks say 2, it is entering 78. However, if I'm type random numbers here, what will it show? To show please check. So what we have done is, so this h for lookup functions normally, and just in case if it returns an error, it will prompt us with a message. What is it? Please check. Instead of please check and wrong data, even that will show wrong data. Okay, so it will show wrong data only. Instead, if I put marks 1 again, it will show 60. So this is how actually if error works in this. Now the point is that if error function, this one, it actually works very well for almost every error that Excel can give you. For example, hashtag in not applicable, for hashtag division by 0, and for hashtag some wrong value, etc., and so on. So this will, what it will do is, it will just in case if someone enters a wrong value, it will just prompt the user that say he and that it will can be custom designed to give back a response like as if say, hey, your entire argument is wrong, or this is a mistake. So this, in this way, you can actually build up a good response when someone gives a wrong data to your Excel sheet. Now, having said that, we can actually say that instead of using the ranges every time, we can actually name these ranges and also use them in our VLOOKUP or HLOOKUP functions. I'll just show one example. For example, say I'm selecting this range which you have done in VLOOKUP, and I'm after selecting this, I'm going to this formula tab, and you're defining a name for it. Okay, so I'm putting the name as say midterm 1. Okay, so I'm naming this range as midterm 1. Fine. So how do you use it in VLOOKUP actually? Okay, I'll use the same name here, equal to say this time now I want say total average. I will use the average function. I want to return average here. Okay, so what I'll be doing here is equal to VLOOKUP. Fine, bracket open. Lookup value is this one only, and instead of using defining an entire array here, I'll be putting indirect of reference text. So what a reference text I'll be putting it somewhere here. So I'll choose this value only. I'll just choose this thing here. Okay, close. So error, the array is chosen, and what is the average run? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8. Fine, and close. Obviously show error because it is thing. Now, what is the range I have given for this one? You can click down here. It is midterm 1, right? So I'll type midterm 1 here. Sorry, not here. Yeah. So 62.6 is the average of Peter. So here what I have done exactly is, instead of actually, you naming a range, instead of actually using a specific, selecting an entire range every time, I have named the range as midterm 1, and that I have used as an argument in VLOOKUP function using an indirect function. So what indirect actually does is, so when we use indirect, the reference is going to midterm 1, and what is midterm 1 here? The range which we have named just now. So what actually indirect does is takes an argument called as reference text here, which you can see in the syntax, and it is which is in fact a textual representation of a cell reference or a specific named range. Okay. Now here it contains only midterm 1. Fine. Now you might be wondering how is it useful for me. For instead of now for example, if we have say 100 different tables here, for one for midterm 1, one for midterm 2, one for midterm 3, etc. So instead of actually using the VLOOKUP again and again for each and everything, all you have to do is you will take a reference here, okay, and you can just change the midterm 1, midterm 2, midterm 3, and you can calculate the averages for those things. Okay, I'll just show it once now here. Okay, so now this is for midterm 1, right? So I'll just select the entire this thing, copy. I'll just paste it here again. So everything is almost similar here. I'll just change the marks randomly here for sake of. So I have made some changes, and let's me 47. Okay, and okay, just I'm working out. Give me a second or two. That won't be an issue. Fine. Yes. So I'll just make some cosmetic changes to this table here. Okay, so I technically have changed all the values. So I'll somewhat or outline this. I'll just change it. Okay, this is 5 instead of 85. Some values have gone above 100 as much as seen. So I had to change them a bit. And yeah, so yeah, so this one I have named as midterm 1, and this one I have named as midterm 2, right? So this one I have not yet named. So what I'll do is now I'll select this one again, and I'll go to formulas tab, define name, and I'll put midterm 2. Okay, press Yes, okay, I see. Now the point is, I'll come back to this one. Instead of midterm 1, I'll put it as midterm 2 here. Now let's see what will happen. See, the values have changed. Fine. So this is what the advantage is of using an indirect function. So every time you need some specific data, all you have to do is just uh, use an indirect function, use named ranges. So that way you can deal with multiple tables in a single worksheet. Okay, you can also do it across the workbooks also, but the point is the workbook should be open. Should have been kept open, only then it will work. Otherwise, it's not. Now, moving on. Now let's consider this table. Now, this is a table of which contains a data about a specific company or something, which has what you call country-wise data, or office section-wise data, and office head-wise data, and also the expenses related to it. For example, an office section in India which belongs to paralegal department or has a head of Kashyap, and the expenses are in 23K US dollars. Now the point is, if you want to cross-reference any value from more than one column or something, then we can't do that using VLOOKUP or HLOOKUPs. Fine. So if we have more than one criteria, we can't do it. For one criteria, we can use VLOOKUP or we can use HLOOKUP. Now, how do we proceed if we want to cross-refer more than one criteria? So for that purpose, we can use a function called sum product. Okay. Now let's see. So for example, so this is a city and this is the office section. Now I want the expenses in USD, that means this data, for a paralegal office section situated in Brazil. Okay, so this is something which you can't do in a normal VLOOKUP or HLOOKUP as such. So we'll be using some product for it. Let me explain it. So this is called some product, fine, of array 1. So here we are selecting the country. Excuse me, I have to put the country here. Okay. So yeah, I'll do it again. It's called some product of this entire array. Fine. So we are cross-referencing two here, right? One is country and office section. So first we'll take up country. Okay, and I'll press F4 once, so it becomes absolute reference. So where this is equal to whatever value I'm typing it here. Fine. Okay, that's one thing. Multiplied by, we should use a multiplied by symbol. Another one. So office section. So office section comes under this column, right? I'll put F4 again, so it becomes absolute reference, and it is equal to paralegal section here, or the section whatever I'm typing here. Okay, this one multiplied by, now what I am seeking actually the expenses, right? So this entire section I'm making it an absolute reference here. Okay, I'll be putting it in parenthesis. Okay, present. Yeah, so in Brazil paralegal section, so Brazil paralegal section, where it comes, okay, it comes here. So that is 35K is the value here. Now if I want to type here India, for India paralegal section, you should return wait. India and paralegal should be 23K. So yeah. Now similarly, I can do it for other. For India, if I want to put say production, what I'll get 18080. So India production here, it comes as 18080. So this sum product, what it does is, for example, let me explain it step by step. Now here we're comparing A2 to A20, right? That is this entire row here. So what it does, it compares the every cell in this with whatever reference we had done. Okay. So what happens is, when you're comparing that way, it will return trues or falses. Okay. So when it becomes for each and everything, it becomes true or false, true, false, etc. So when it becomes true becomes 1, false becomes 0. And now, and the third section, sum product doesn't contain a comparison. Fine. So here we are comparing things. Equality is not assigning; it is comparing. Okay. Now here, what happens? A20 to A20 equal to G4. What is G for India? So what happens here for India, whatever typed here India, it is comparing for everything. So we'll get couple of references here. That is, for this we'll be getting true, for this one we'll be getting false. False, 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 again true. So it goes like that. Now, similarly, the same thing happens for this one, B2 to B20. Fine. So why I put here production, right? So it becomes false for this, it becomes true, true and false. And so it goes on for the entire thing. Now, whatever, what is the condition when I'll be getting the end product as 1, when both 1 and 0, 1 and 1 are multiplied, only when these both are what you call satisfied, right? So the place where India and production are technically, satisfied here, where which is row number 18, India and production. Only that specific instance, what you call, will be getting 1 into 1. That is, both are true. Okay. Now at the last parenthesis, what we are seeing here, we are checking only for directly. We are now nowhere comparing things here. Fine. So what it gets is 1 into 1 into 1 into 18080, right? So the final value is 18080. The point is, what it does is, for example, if it is Indian production, so here India it is 0 and first it is parallel. So 1 into 0 here multiplied by 2300. So technically it is, what is the value? 0 only. Similarly, if you go for here, USA and production both are 0. USA is 0 and production is 1. Into 8 lakh, sorry, 890k. So it becomes a value again becomes 0. So simulate multiplies for all the data here. So at the end of the day, there will be one true and another false. One true, another false. In or both falses in any in almost all of these combinations except one which has Indian production. Okay, so all other values will be 0 except Indian production. And what is Indian production value? 18080. So that's how it is calculated. So it works wonderfully only when the returnable value is in numbers actually. However, now if you want to find out the returnable value, if it is in, say, for example, text, how do we do it? That also we can do. But the point is, we have to use some product and index along with row function. Okay, how do we do it? Like, I'll explain to you one by one. So now in the same situation, I want office head. Who's the office head of Indian production here, right? So the person is Akhil. Let me explain it. Is equal to index. Then we have to see where or what you call, where is the value that we see? That is in C, right? So that we can do C1 to C20, or we can just put the entire C. Okay, C to C means it will technically seek everything, comma. Then row numbers. For this calculation of row number, you'll be using some product. Okay. Now you can see here, after the array which we have decided is asking for row number. In the row number, what we can do is we are implementing some product. Okay, some product of where B3 to sorry A2 to A20 is F4 equal to USA, comma, and we have to close the parenthesis here, where office legal and the second one is this one, F4 again, equal to this one. Okay, multiplied by, now we have to input row function, right? Row of, what is the reference? It's asking for reference number. Fine. So the reference number here is this one. Okay. Excuse me. Okay. So in USA and production, who is the person? Mark here. It doesn't accept ANSI, that's why it showed a small error. That's not an issue. Now, if I were to change to India and production, it's Akhil. Okay. Now from India, I want to choose someone paralegal. It's Kashyap. Okay. So let me explain this a little bit again. So first we'll go for this row function. So first let me explain using this index function. Now what index does is it is seeking all the values in this C column when it comes to office head, because that is the pertinent, that is where our pertinent data is there. Then we are using the sum product formula for the usual, which I have explained previously for this expenses. So these both return a value of 1 when it comes only this both return 1 only when these two are satisfied. Okay. After that, then multiplied by row of D2 to D20. Cool. So within this row, what happens is it will show the row number. Okay. Now what is the row number that will be shown here, and C1 to C20 is a column. So cross-referencing this column number and the row number which you are getting here, just a plain number. So that will be our exact value. So technically we are seeing the crisscross of entire column here, and the row where this becomes 1. Okay, in other cases, as I explained, 1 into 0, 0 into 0, 0 into 1, true and false, all these values will return 0 except only one value where India and paralegal are actually return the value, are returning the value 1. Okay, so that is only one Indian paralegal, so 1 into 1, and the row of D2 to D20. So here D2 to D20, what is the cross reference row? 23,000, and the row number is what? The specific one, that is 1, sorry, 2 here in this case after this. So column here, see the entire column here, and row 20 is what? Kashyap. So that's what it returns. Now if I want to put as production, let me turn off the caps. Production should be Akhil, and I'll put Japan here. Ikchan. So Japan and production, where Japan and production is supposed to be Ikchan. Okay, let me check. Okay, yeah. So here it is. Japan production is showing Ikchan. Fine. Now this is how you can actually cross-reference both and cross-reference more than one index, and also you can also cross-reference more than one indexes also. For example, if you have another column here which probably states the states in which this office sections are present, and so technically it will become data with more than 100 200 different individual elements also, or 200 300 individual rows. So in that case you can just implement this formula by adding one more sum product rule, and then you can actually search for pertinent data from them easily. So this is it for this specific class. Let's move on further for other formulas as well. Thank you. Hello everyone. In this lecture, we'll be looking into the what you call the various formulas for lookups, various formulas for matching in Excel. Now, usually Excel gives various lookup functions like lookup, VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP, and so on. We will be dealing with all those formulas and how to implement them in this specific lecture. Okay. Now, what is actually a lookup formula? A lookup formula is something that returns a specific value from a specific table in any sheet or something by looking up or by connecting it with another related value. For example, let me explain it to you by an example actually. For example, if you have taken up an index, so you'll be so you'll be looking up for any specific phrase in that index, and then it will to the right side of it will be finding it the page number where that specific content will be available. So this is how actually lookup works. So lookup actually takes a specific value and it gives you a related value to it in a specific table according to specific conditions. Now, before boring you with further theory, let me show you how it actually works. So, for time, first and foremost, we'll be dealing with VLOOKUP. VLOOKUP stands for actually vertical lookup. Okay, V is for vertical here. So what VLOOKUP actually does is, so what actually VLOOKUP does is, see for example, see this is a table, right? This is just created a table with student and their names and different marks, their total average and the rank they have got. So what it does is it looks up the table first in first place, then it looks up the first column. Okay, so for example, I'm selecting this entire table, which is the first column here, the column number A, right? Column A. So it looks up the column A here, and corresponding what value we want, it gives returns it according to a condition which you give it. For example, if we want marks 1, it will give return that one. If you want marks 2, it will return that one. Okay, so this is how actually VLOOKUP works. I'll just show one example. For example, if I type in student name here, it should return the total marks, average and rank. Okay, so how do we do it? So the syntax for VLOOKUP is something like this. So it's called VLOOKUP. Okay, so as soon as I type it, it actually shows the this thing, what to call, uh, any specific what to call factor which you want to. So here is asking for lookup value. So in lookup value, what we should do, whatever we type in this A13. So we click A13 here. Okay. Then if you press comma, then we'll go to the next this thing, that is asking for the table array. So what is the table array here? It is entire this one. Okay. So we select that. You don't have, you can actually type it personally, or you can just select the entire thing. Then if you put the comma, then the column index number. Now here this is student names column 1, marks 1 is column 2, marks 2 is column 3, and it goes on. So we want total marks. So what is the column number? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So this is the seventh column, right? So you type 7. And here in the range lookup, you can see what is true or false. That is approximate match or exact match. So we'll go with approximate match for time being. Click that, and after that, if we press the enter, okay, so it's showing not available. Why? Basically, why? Because we haven't typed anything here. However, when we type here the name, for example, if I want to type Alfred, which is number 1 here, type enter. What we're getting 338. So Alfred total, it is showing 338. See, so that is what is showing here. For example, if I have to type Peter, it shows in 313. Why? Because the total marks of Peter is 313. So entire column number 6 pertaining to the value which is Peter, and this thing is 313. Fine. Similarly, we'll do again for average. So the procedure is same. I'll just explain to you. So it's called to VLOOKUP. You can click this. So the lookup value is what? Again the same thing. Comma was a table array. Table array, we have to define it again. This one, comma column index number. Now what's the column index number here? We are asking for average, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it is a number 8. Okay. Here and again an approximate match. So press enter. So we are getting 62.6. So Peter has got 62.6. That is his average. And now last but not least, we'll just try for rank now. Okay. Is equal to VLOOKUP. Lookup value is again this, comma the table array. Table array, we are defining everything this, comma column index number is, now it's 9th, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Number 9, comma approximate match. Okay, press enter. So he's in 4th position or 4th rank. Now if I were to type any name here, for example, if I were to type Mary, what will happen? Press enter. All the values will change approximately. Okay. So this is how you can use actually VLOOKUP to automate any specific this thing. You can automate even this. Now the point is, this VLOOKUPs, they work wonderfully in parentheses. Okay. Now how does it actually work? Now I'll just change here, instead of total marks here, I'll just change it by average here itself. Okay. Now, so instead of calculating average, this what does actually do? What does average function here do? It actually looks up the specific table and pulls the average from this entire row. Okay. Now the point is, I want to use this VLOOKUP here, and I want to calculate average here itself. So how do I do it? I can do one thing. So instead of just having VLOOKUP, I can just use it as a normal function also. Now we know here that there are total five subjects in total. So what I had to do, if I have to calculate the average directly, what I can do is I can pull the total and then divide it by 5. So instead of, so I can just put here divided by 5 here. Okay. So let's see if it works or not. It does work. So this VLOOKUP not only returns a value, but we can use it as a function also. Okay, we can perform mathematical functions, etc. Now again here, average, instead of average, I'm changing it to total. Okay, I'm just showing it for sake of propriety so that you can get more clarity here. Okay, now the whole thing is reversed here. Now, so what is the VLOOKUP doing here? It is pulling the average from this table, and I know that there are total five subjects. So what I can do is multiply it by 5. Okay, press here, and voila, yeah, this is how you get it. 307. Cool. So this is one way. This is a specific way in which you can actually implement VLOOKUP also. Now the point is, you can actually implement VLOOKUP not only as a function with a specific number. You can also implement two VLOOKUPs also. Okay. Now how do we do it? One second. Yeah. So for example, if I want the summation of marks 1, 2, and 3 of any student whose name I'm typing here, how do we do it? I'll just put here another column. Uh, Sum of marks 1 comma 2 1 comma 2 comma 3. Okay, so we can do even VLOOKUP here. How do we do it? Is equal to VLOOKUP of lookup value, that is here. Okay, comma, the table array is entire this. Okay, comma, column array index number, so this is 2, marks 1 is under 2, 2 comma approximate match. This one we are closing here, plus another VLOOKUP. This is, so this is one, this, and we're adding it second one. VLOOKUP of the same A13 comma the entire table comma, so now we are adding marks to, that is number 3, column number 3 comma true. Fine. Plus VLOOKUP A13, the same number, comma the entire array here, excuse me, entire array, comma, now the marks is in column number 4, comma approximate match. Okay, so I press enter. So it is showing 153, right? Now similarly, if you were to change it for say Mahesh, all the values will change. If you have seen here, all values have changed specifically. However, as you might have seen in all the VLOOKUP functions, I have put it here, say uh, true. That means it's an approximate match and not an exact match. Okay. So just in case, even if you were to type a small error in this, instead of Mahesh, I have put Mahesh dot. Even then, what to call the value should be shown. Okay. Similarly, I'll put Peter dot. It will show the values because we're just using an approximate match, so it doesn't have to match exactly. However, if we were to put it to an exact match, for example, instead of true, I'm putting as false, that is the exact match. Now let's see what will happen. See, so as you must have remembered from just a moment ago, all these are approximate matches. Okay, only this is an exact match. So since there is no since I put Peter and dot, it is showing an error. That is there's an error in the whatever field which you have entered here. But at the same time, the other fields which we have used approximate matches, they are returning proper values. Now instead of putting Peter dot, I'll put Peter directly. Okay, even then it is showing the same issues. Okay, wait, it has to be false, didn't? Yeah, now it is showing correctly. I'll put Peter dot now. It is showing not applicable. Cool. So the point is, it is showing error because Here, Peter, actually, there is no Peter dot in this entire list where we are looking forward to. Okay, we have only Peter, not Peter dot. Similarly, if you put remove the Peter dot and just put directly Peter, yes, fine. So similarly, if it were, let's see what will happen if you put capital P. It does do, fine. So this usually will. This is how approximate and exact matches actually work. Fine. So if you just want to ignore some one or two small errors in the entry data, you can use approximate match. And however, if you want exact data, you can use the exact match. So this is how the VLOOKUP actually works. But again, there's a catch. If you really want to use VLOOKUP, we can only use the data on the leftmost side. That means the leftmost column which we have, only that we can do. But however, if you want to search for any data that is anywhere in between this table, then we can use a combination of index and match functions. Okay, now for example, say I want to cross verify someone who has got a specific rank. Okay, I want this rank, I want the name of this student. Okay, so if I want someone who is fifth, I want the student's name. So I'll just type in here, say fifth. Of course, we can actually see that the Mary got it, but how do you use it using a function? So how do you do it? We use combination of index and match functions. So how do you do it? It's called index. Okay, braces open. Then we have to choose the array. So what is the array here? Okay, the entire data here. Fine. Okay. Now they're asking for row number here. So which row number which you want to have the this thing actually. So instead of giving any direct number, we are using a match function here. Okay, is equal to, that is match. So match function we are opening. In the match function, we are using what is the lookup value. So lookup value is what we want, the fifth rank, right? So we'll be using this parameter. So we'll be clicking this comma. And what is the lookup array? So we don't have to search the entire array. We have to search only for the column which contains this rank data. That is what this column. Okay, this one comma, and this is we will be going for an exact match. Okay, and that's it. So we'll be closing the match function for now. So index, so we know the row number here. So what is the row number here? This one. And comma, what will be getting? The column number. So what is the column number data we want? We want the column number data from the first row, right? So this is, I'm sorry, first column, right? So this is the first column. So we put 1. Okay, we close the parenthesis, press enter. So we got the Mary. We got the data as Mary. Similarly, if you want for fourth, what do, if you enter, we get Peter. So for Peter, who got the fourth position, that is Peter. So this is how you can actually cross verify from more than one parameters actually. See, if you want to use VLOOKUP, we can use only this one. But however, if you want to find out the cross verification from any other place in within the table or within the data set, then we can use this a combination of index and match function. So let me explain this once more. The what point is, what index function is it? Index function actually returns the value from an actual specific row and a specific column. Fine. So if you have a row number and if a column number, if you match it, the index function gives that. And however, now we are taking a argument here, right? So we want, it's not a standard argument. We can type anything here. So it is a fluid argument. It could be fourth, it could be sixth, it could be first, anything. So for to be able to take data from this cell, we'll be using a match function. Fine. So what does a match function do? It just takes the specific data from it and then gives the specific what you call cell number, and then that will be in turn used in the index function to give us the final data. Fine. So this is how we can actually use a mix of what you call index and I mean what you call index and match function. Now similarly, if you want to say find out the marks of marks 3 of someone who has got a specific position. For example, fourth position was got by Peter, and how many marks did this person get specific to this rank? Subject number marks 3. What do? You just change the specific this thing, right? Instead of 1, what do you put? You put it 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Okay. So 56. So who got fourth position Peter. And how many marks did he get in marks 3? 56. So someone whose name is who got so a student who has got fourth overall position, he has got, I'll change it for this one, marks 3 value. He's got 56 marks in subject number 3. So this is how you can actually cross verify. Okay, even this argument also you can change. So instead of fourth, you can, if you want to say uh, what is the rank that a person who has got specific marks in marks 4 he get missed, even that you can do. But the only thing is, instead of this in match function, instead of this column number, you should change it to specific column, otherwise it will turn out an error. So this is how you can actually cross verify and use match and index functions. Now, similar to VLOOKUP, there's another function called as the HLOOKUP. So, as we have discussed previously, V in VLOOKUP stands for vertical lookup, and similarly, H in HLOOKUP stands for horizontal lookup. Now, for example, let's use the same data here. Okay, so for just ignore for the time being all the other data here of John, Sheen, Mary, etc. And let's take the data of only Alfred, for example. Okay. Now we can do one thing. What the marks he has got? Okay, give me a second. We can do, say, subject name, subject number or name. We can, whatever we can do, and marks. Fine. So here what we are dealing with is the subject number and marks for only Alfred. Okay. I'll just choose marks 3. Fine. So I want marks 3 for only Alfred. Okay. So what do we do here? Is equal to h lookup. Okay. Parenthesis open. Value, we're taking this one, lookup value, comma. The table array is the entire one. Okay. The row index numbers, which is second row, we want data from the second row. Okay. So 2, comma is an approximate match. Okay. Press enter. So in marks 3, what is marks you got is 37. Okay. So you can see that for these two rows, for which we have used a HLOOKUP function, for marks 3 value is 37 here. For example, if it change it to say marks 4, it's 87. Fine. So instead of actually seeking out the value from the last row, here we are seeking out the values from the topmost last column. Here we are choosing the values from the topmost row. Okay. So whatever value this thing we put here, that corresponding value we get here. Okay. For example, if marks 4, if we were to put say marks 1, it will show 60. Okay. So for VLOOKUP, it will use the leftmost column, and for HLOOKUP, it uses the topmost row. So this is how HLOOKUP and VLOOKUP actually functions. Now we can see one thing. Instead of marks 1, if I'm putting some random numbers like this, okay, some random number, some incorrect data, what will happen? It will show an error, hashtag not applicable. So the point is, instead of this, we can actually streamline this what you call response better. How do we do it? Okay, I'll revert back to it. So we can encase this HLOOKUP in another function called if error. Okay, if error. So, okay, so click that. So if this function returns an error, only then it will get activated. Otherwise, this will return the normal value only. It will function like a normal any HLOOKUP function which you have seen before. So if error of HLOOKUP of this entire function just seen a few moments earlier, comma, we can put it as please check. Okay, fine. Now if it is marks, or it's a proper argument, so it is returning 16. And if it's marks say 2, it is entering 78. However, if I'm type random numbers here, what will it show? It will show please check. So what we have done is, so this h for lookup functions normally, and just in case if it returns an error, it will prompt us with a message. What is it? Please check. Instead of please check and wrong data, even that will show wrong data. Okay, so it will show wrong data only. Instead, if I put marks 1 again,
It will show 60. So this is how actually if error works in this. Now the point is that if error function this one, it actually works very well for almost every error that Excel can give you. For example, hashtag in not applicable, for hashtag division by zero, and for hashtag some wrong value, etc., and so on. So, so this will what it will do is it will just in case if someone enters a wrong value, it will just prompt the user that say he and that it will can be custom designed to give back a response like as if say, hey, your enter argument is wrong, or this is a mistake. So this in this way you can actually build up a good response when someone gives a wrong data to your Excel sheet. Now, having said that, we can actually say that instead of using the ranges every time, we can actually name these ranges and also use them in our VLOOKUP or HLOOKUP functions. I'll just show one example. For example, say I'm selecting this range which you have done in VLOOKUP, and I'm after selecting this, I'm going to this formula tab, and you're defining a name for it. Okay, so I'm putting the name as say midterm one. Okay, so I'm naming this range as midterm one. Fine. So how do you use it in VLOOKUP actually? Okay, I'll use the same name here, equal to say this time now I want say total average. I will use the average function. I want to return average here. Okay, so what I'll be doing here is equal to VLOOKUP. Fine. Bracket open. Lookup value is this one only. And instead of using defining an entire array here, I'll be putting indirect of reference text. So what a reference text I'll be putting it somewhere here. So I'll choose this value only. I'll just choose this thing here. Okay, close. So the array is chosen. And what is the average one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. Fine. And close. Obviously show error because it is thing. Now what is the range I have given for this one? You can click down here. It is midterm one, right? So I'll type midterm one here. Sorry, sir, not here. Yeah. So 62.6 is the average of Peter. So here what I have done exactly is instead of actually naming a range instead of actually using a specific selecting an entire range every time, I have named the range as midterm one, and that I have used as an argument in VLOOKUP function using an indirect function. So what indirect actually does is, so when we use indirect, the reference is going to midterm one, and what is midterm one here? The range which we have named just now. So, so what actually indirect does is takes an argument called as reference text here, which you can see in the syntax, and it is which is in fact a textual representation of a cell reference or a specific named range. Okay. Now here it contains only midterm one. Fine. Now you might be wondering how is it useful for me. For instead of now for example, if we have say 100 different tables here, for one for midterm one for midterm two, one for midterm three, etc. So instead of actually using the VLOOKUP again and again for each and everything, all you have to do is you have to take a reference here, okay, and you can just change the midterm one, midterm two, midterm three, and you can calculate the averages for those things. Okay, I'll just show it once now here. Okay, so now this is for midterm one, right? So I'll just select the entire this thing, copy. I'll just paste it here again. So everything is almost similar here. I'll just change the marks randomly here for sake of
So I have made some changes, and let's me 47. Okay. And okay, just I'm working out. Give me a second or two. That won't be an issue. Fine. Yes. So I'll just make some cosmetic changes to this table here. Okay, so I technically have changed all the values. So I'll somewhat our outline does, I'll just change it. Okay, this is 5 instead of 85. Some values have gone above 100 as much as seen. So I had to change them a bit. And yeah. So yeah, so this one I have named as midterm 1, and this one I have named as midterm 2, right? So this one I have not yet named. So what I'll do is now I'll select this one again, and I'll go to formulas tab, define name, and I'll put midterm 2. Okay, press OK. I saved. Now the point is I'll come back to this one. Instead of midterm 1, I'll put it as midterm 2 here. Now let's see what will happen. See, the values have changed. Fine. So this is what the advantage is of using an indirect function. So every time you need some specific data, all you have to do is just use an indirect function, use named ranges. So that way you can deal with multiple tables in a single worksheet. Okay, you can also do it across the workbooks also, but the point is the workbook should be open. Should have been kept open, only then it will work. Otherwise, it's not. Now, moving on. Now let's consider this table. Now, this is a table of which contains a data about a specific company or something, which has what you call country-wise data, or office section-wise data, and office head-wise data, and also the expenses related to it. For example, an office section in India which belongs to paralegal department or has a head of Kashyap, and the expenses are in 23K US dollars. Now the point is, if you want to cross-reference any value from more than one column or something, then we can't do that using VLOOKUP or HLOOKUPs. Fine. So if we have more than one criteria, we can't do it. For one criteria, we can use VLOOKUP or we can use HLOOKUP. Now, how do we proceed if we want to cross-refer more than one criteria? So for that purpose, we can use a function called SumProduct. Okay. Now let's see. So for example, so this is a city and this is the office section. Now I want the expenses in USD, that means this data, for a paralegal office section situated in Brazil. Okay, so this is something which you can't do in a normal VLOOKUP or HLOOKUP as such. So we'll be using SumProduct for it. Let me explain it. So this is called SumProduct. Fine. Of array 1. So here we are selecting the country. Excuse me, I have to put the country here. Okay. So yeah, I'll do it again. It's called SumProduct of this entire array. Fine. So we are cross-referencing two here, right? One is country and office section. So first we'll take up country. Okay, and I'll press F4 once, so it becomes absolute reference. So where this is equal to whatever value I'm typing it here. Fine. Okay. That's one thing. Multiplied by, we should use a multiplied by symbol. Another one. So office section. So office section comes under this column, right? I'll put F4 again, so it becomes absolute reference, and it is equal to paralegal section here, or the section whatever I'm typing here. Okay, this one multiplied by, now what I'm seeking actually the expenses, right? So this entire section I'm making it an absolute reference here. Okay, I'll be putting it in parenthesis. Okay, presenter. Yeah. So in Brazil paralegal section, so Brazil paralegal section where it comes, okay, it comes here. So that is 35k. It's the value here. Now if you want to type here India, for India paralegal section, you should return wait. India and paralegal should be 23k. So yeah. Now similarly, I can do it for other. For India, if I want to put say production, what I'll get 18080. So India production here, it comes as 18080. So this sum product, what it does is, for example, let me explain it step by step. Now here we're comparing 82 to 820, right? That is this entire row here. So what it does, it compares the every cell in this with whatever reference we have done. Okay. So what happens is when you're comparing that way, it will return trues or falses. Okay. So when it becomes for each and everything, it becomes true or false, true, false, etc. So when it becomes true becomes one, false becomes zero. And now, and the third section, some product doesn't contain a comparison. Fine. So here we are comparing things. Equal is not assigning; it is comparing. Okay. Now here, what happens? A20 to A20 equal to G4. What is G for India? So what happens here for India? Whatever typed here India, it is comparing for everything. So we'll get couple of references here. That is, for this we'll be getting true. For this one we'll be getting false. False, false, false. Again true. So it goes like that. Now, similarly, the same thing happens for this one B2 to B20. Fine. So why I put here production, right? So it becomes false for this, it becomes true, true and false, and so it goes on for the entire thing. Now, whatever what is the condition when I'll be getting the end product as one, when both one and zero, one and one are multiplied, only when these both are what you call satisfied, right? So the place where India and production are technically, satisfied here, where which is row number 18, India and production. Only that specific instance, what you call, will be getting 1:1. That is, both are true. Okay. Now at the last parenthesis, what we are seeing here, we are checking only for directly. We are now nowhere comparing things here. Fine. So what it gets is 1 into 1 into 1 into 18080, right? So the final value is 18080. The point is what it does is, for example, if it is Indian production, so here India it is 0 and first it is paralegal. So 1 into 0 here multiplied by 2300. So technically it is what is the value? 0 only. Similarly, if you go for here, USA and production both are 0. USA is 0 and production is 1. And into 8 lakh, sorry, 890k. So it becomes a value again becomes 0. So simulate multiplies for all the data here. So at the end of the day, there will be one true and another false. One true, another false. In or both falses in any in almost all of these combinations except one which has Indian production. Okay, so all other values will be 0 except Indian production. And what is Indian production value? 18080. So that's how it is calculated. So it works wonderfully only when the returnable value is in numbers actually. However, now if you want to find out the returnable value, if it is in say for example text, how do we do it? That also we can do, but the point is we have to use sum product and index along with row function. Okay, how do we do it? Like I'll explain to you one by one. So now in the same situation, I want office head. Who's the office head of Indian production here, right? So the person is Akhil. Let me explain it. Is equal to index. Then we have to see where or what you call, where is the value that we see, that is in C, right? So that we can do C1 to C20, or we can just put the entire C. Okay, C to C means it will technically seek everything, comma. Then row numbers. For this calculation of row number, we'll be using some product. Okay. Now you can see here, after the array which we have decided is asking for row number. In the row number, what we can do is we are implementing some product. Okay, some product of where B3 to A2 to A20 is F4 equal to USA, comma, we have to close the parenthesis here, where office legal and the second one is this one, F4 again, equal to this one. Okay, multiplied by, now we have to input row function, right? Row of, what is the reference? It's asking for reference number. Fine. So the reference number here is this one. Okay. Excuse me. Okay. So you in USA in production, who is the person? Mark here. It doesn't accept parentheses, that's why it showed a small error. That's not an issue. Now, if I were to change to India in production, it's Akhil. Okay. Now from India, I want to choose someone paralegal. It's Kashyap. Okay. So let me explain this a little bit again. So first we'll go for this row function. So first let me explain using this index function. Now what index does is it is seeking all the values in this C column when it comes to office head, because that is the pertinent, that is where our pertinent data is there. Then we are using some product formula for the usual, which I have explained previously for this expenses. So these both return a value of 1 when it comes only this both return 1 only when these two are satisfied. Okay. After that, then multiplied by row of D2 to D20. Cool. So within this row, what happens is it will show the row number. Okay. Now what is the row number that will be shown here, and C1 to C20 is a column. So cross-referencing this column number and the row number which you are getting here, this plain number. So that will be our exact value. So technically we are seeing the crisscross of entire column here, and the row where this becomes 1. Okay, in other cases, as I explained, 1 into 0, 0 into 0, 0 into 1, true and false, all these values will return 0 except only one value where Indian paralegal are actually returning the value 1. Okay, so there is only one Indian paralegal, so 1 into 1, and the row of D2 to D20. So here D2 to D20, what is the cross reference row? 23,000, and the row number is what? The specific one, that is 1, sorry, 2 here in this case after this. So column here, see entire column and row 20 is what? Kashyap. So that's what it returns. Now if you want to put as production, let me turn off the caps. Production should be Akhil, and I'll put Japan here. Ikchan. So Japan and production, where Japan and production is supposed to be Ikchan. Okay, let me check. Okay, yeah. So here it is. Japan production is showing Ikchan. Fine. Now, this is how you can actually cross-reference both and cross-reference more than one index, and also you can also cross-reference more than one indexes also. For example, if you have another column here, which probably states the states in which this office sections are present, and so technically it will become data with more than 100, 200 different individual elements also, or 200, 300 individual rows. So in that case, you can just implement this formula by adding one more some product rule, and then you can actually search for pertinent data from them easily. Now, as you must have been aware of, that Excel was actually an extension of a spreadsheet work, and which was majorly used in accounting and finance departments. Okay, but previously they used to use a simple calculator and some what you call tables and normal plain sheets of paper to calculate things. But the point is, you can automate all of these using Excel, and we will be doing certain common business, certain common calculations, financial calculations, etc. in the Excel. So I will show you them now. So okay, so here now we have the data for different years, year one and year two for a specific company. This is how a normal end of the year finance statement looks like. Not exactly the finance statement, but the table of values. So we have a cost of goods sold in specific year, revenue, market research cost, product development cost, miscellaneous cost, etc., etc., etc. Now we'll calculate one of these one by one. Fine. Now first of all we'll calculate gross margin. Now, what is gross margin? Gross margin is nothing but difference between the revenue and the cost of the goods sold in a specific year. Okay. So how do we do it? It is called, that is simple. It's called this minus this. Fine. So this is the gross margin for year one. Similarly, for the year two, it's going to be the same. It's equal to this. I'm just clicking here minus this. Fine. So this is the gross margins for this two specific years. Now, having said that, now let's move on to uh, calculations of other calculations here. For example, see the miscellaneous costs, the operating margin here we can calculate easily. And how do we calculate the operating margin? The point is, we add up all these costs here, and that we subtract from the gross margin. Fine. Now let's see. Is equal to, for this, in this case we'll put it equal to this minus summation of this plus plus. Okay. Okay, one second. Okay, so there's an extra plus here, that's why it is showing an error. So yeah, this is the operating margin. So from the gross margin, you're subtracting the all the market research costs, product development costs, marketing costs, administrative and stationary costs, and miscellaneous costs. So this is how you can arrive at the operating margin. Now similarly here also equal to this minus sum of 60. So this is operating margin for year one, and this is operating margin for year two. Now we have from this there are certain other expenses also which are involved. That is the interest expenses and also other incomes and expenses. Okay, so this so from this operating margin we are going to subtract these two costs. So then we will arrive at the net profit for the year. So how do we do it? Equal to this minus this minus this. Okay, so this is a total net profit. Similarly, we can do here also equal to this minus sum of. Okay, so this is a net profit for that specific year. Now, so this is how you can actually perform these calculations easily. Now, the point is just any point in time, if you have some small correction to make here. For example, instead of interest expenses, you have some, it is some other figure like 6991. So these will get updated as you update the values here.
So that is one advantage you will be having here. Now moving over, now let's talk about markup. Now what is markup actually? Now most people, they end up getting confused about markup, and they equate it to gross margin percent, but they are actually different. Now markup is something, okay, that is the percentage added to the cost to arrive at the selling price. Okay. Now here in this, we'll be dealing with one product only for just the sake of clarity, and we have here 3 years worth of data, year 1, year 2, and year 3. So here so this is a cost of product A for different years. So, and this is selling price for the same year, and we have revenue from 1 unit of product A and cost of goods sold for A. And again, this is for per unit also. Okay, so you don't have to confuse. Now the point is, when we had to decide what the markup is, let me type here markup. Okay, now what is a markup? It's usually defined in form of percentage. Fine. So I'm going to put all this, go to format cells, and define these as percentages. Fine. Decimal places too. Fine. Now what I'm going to do here, I'm going to if you have to calculate the markup, then what we have to do is, it is the formula is equal to, bracket open, C3 divided by this specifically, sorry, B28 divided by B27. Okay, minus 1 percent. So this is 22.20%. So this is the markup for product A for year 1. Okay, now just you can just drag it and calculate similarly for other years as well for same product. So you can see that the markup is actually increasing, basically because we are increasing the selling price. At the same time, cost of production of product A, it has been decreasing. So there's an increase in markup. Now, why am I putting it minus 1 here is because when we simply divide B28 and B27 here, that only gives the markup percentage over and above 100%. Okay, so when we subtract minus 1, then we'll be getting the actual percentage values. Now, the same thing, let me calculate the gross margin. Fine. Now, what is the gross margin? So, for same year, the only thing is the values are interchanged. Okay, the revenue from 1 unit of product is 1200 and cost of goods is 982. The same thing, it is getting flipped over here. Okay, so gross margin is how much? Is equal to, as we have seen in previous time, this minus the next value. Fine. So if I have to drag it, yeah, so I'll be getting the gross margin for each and everything. Now, if I want to find out the gross margin percentage, so what is the formula? The gross margin percentage formula is equal to gross margin divided by revenue from 1 unit of product A. Exactly. So 18.1 percentage actually. The point is, this is in absolute terms. So if we had to convert into percentage, we can actually go to this format cells and define it as percentage. Simple. So this is a gross margin percentage for this product A for all these 3 years. This is how you calculate gross percentage. Now let's move on. Now we'll be looking into the calculations of EBIDT and EBIDTA. Fine. Now what is EBIDT? Now EBIDT is a full form for earnings before interest and taxes. Earnings before EB stands for earnings before, I and T stands for interest and taxes. Okay. Now EBIT DA means earnings before interest, taxes, D for depreciation, A for amortization. Okay. So for that, for example, if you have to calculate, then first let's arrive at the net income first, then we'll calculate. Okay. Now for this, let's calculate this very similarly how we have done before. First we'll calculate the gross margin is equal to revenue minus cost of goods sold for a specific year. There we go, gross margin. And these are the total operating expenses. That means you just had to add all these specific what to call expenses. Okay, fine. And now here operating income is a difference between
gross margin and operating expenses. Okay, so how do you do it? It's equal to simple mathematical derivation, and this is the operating income. Now the point is, now when we have to arrive at the net income, right? How do we arrive at the net income? We have to add these things and subtract that value from this. Okay, is equal to this value minus sum of, fine. So this is our net income. Now from this we have to calculate EBIT and EBIT DA, which I have spoken just before. Now how do we do it actually? See, now here we have got a net final earnings, right? But we want earnings before interest and taxes, right? That is what EBITD stands for. So what do we do is, for that we had to take this final earnings. To that we had to add the interest expense for the year plus income tax expenses for that year. Fine. Sorry, not that, this. So what do we get? We get earnings, but since we are concerned about earnings which are before interest and taxes, so we had to add these expenses. Interest expenses, so this value, and income tax expenses is this value. So if we add this to these two values, then we can arrive at EBIT. So press enter. That is 187460. Now, if you wanted to know, calculate EBIT DA, then you can do one thing. You can add, one thing you can do is you can add this with depreciation and amortization expenses, which are way above here. Fine. Okay, depreciation and amortization. Okay, so these are two. So what we have to do? We have to is equal to this plus amortization expenses plus depreciation for the year expenses. Fine. So these are EBIT DA value. Now the point is, of course, you can add these values to here. Also, you can also calculate individually. That is earnings before. That is this net income plus I for interest expenses. Add this. T for tax and expenses. Add this. Then amortization expenses. Add this. And depreciation for the year, add this. So basically we are doing the same thing only, so you'll be getting the same values, similar values only. So that is how you do EBIT and EBIT DA. Now but the point is, this you can do it this way, or else you can also use a VLOOKUP formula. How you use a VLOOKUP formula is simple, as we have discussed in previous classes. See, the point is, we have amortization expenses for the year specifically, so we can use VLOOKUP to fetch the values of amortization expenses individually, depreciation expenses individually, and interest expenses and also income tax expenses individually. So that we can do that way, and then once the value is fetched, we can add it and we can get EBIT or EBIT DA. Of course, it's a bit roundabout method, but actually it serves the same purpose. Now let's go for how to calculate the cost of goods sold. Okay, so technically it is the amount we have which we actually pay for all the goods that we have actually sold. Okay, so it is a very very critical and important component for calculating our gross. Sure. So if you have something called a continuous inventory management system, then we have to calculate cost of goods sold for each and every sale, individual sale. So it actually simplifies certain things. Now let's calculate. Okay. Now we'll deal with other table. Here we'll be using for a year, that and the inventory at the start of the year is the value is this much. Okay, and for inventory purchase for the specific year is this much. Fine. So what is the goods available, inventory available for sale totally for that year? That, I mean, year one. It is equal to the summation of this plus, excuse me, this. Fine. So this is a value that is available for sale for that entire year. Okay, so at the beginning of year, this is the actual inventory available with us, and during the year, the course of 1 year, this is the inventory which we have paid to which we have actually purchased, which we have paid for our own purpose. So for the entire year, how much inventory is available for the sale? That is the summation of both of these. Fine. Now The cost of inventory, now the inventory at the end of the year is how much? This value, okay, 723856. Now one thing, now how much inventory have we sold? Okay, what is inventory of this? How much inventory you have? That means this can be calculated by this minus this. Okay, so this is the cost of inventory sold, or we can also call it as cost of goods sold. Cool. So let me explain it. So inventory we have this amount, and during the year we have purchased this. So total inventory that is we can actually sell for that year is this value. Cool. However, at the end of the year, we are left with this much inventory. At the end of the year, that means the final moment of the year, we are having this much inventory. So, how much inventory have we sold? The cost of the inventory sold, or cost of how much goods or everything we have sold. That means that is total inventory that is available for the say for sale for the entire year minus that is available that is left out at the end of the year. So, if you subtract this both, you get the cost of the goods sold or cost of inventory sold. Now, having said that, now we'll move on to more a bit more complex calculations here. So this is a balance sheet and an income statement in thousands of USD. Okay. So having said that, now let's calculate things. Fine. Now we'll be calculating using this one. Uh, First, we'll be filling out all the calculations here. Then we'll be going to calculate return on assets and return on equity. Cool. Now this is a balance sheet. Fine. For actually this for 2 years actually, not for just 1 year. This is year one and year two. I haven't mentioned, but it is to be assumed such. Now here for year one, this is a cash, accounts receivable, and inventories. Fine. And so what is the total current asset? That is the summation of all these three. Fine. Similarly for this one also can calculate similarly. So we are adding three, so we'll be getting the total current assets. And these are the just a current asset. That means it can be liquidated into in 1 year. Okay, that is what current assets mean. Now, similarly for long-term assets, uh, calculation also similar is equal to this plus this. Fine. So for year two also we can drag it and pull. So these are the total long-term assets for year one and year two. Fine. Now, what are the total assets here? Now, current assets plus long-term assets will give you total assets. Fine, equal to this plus this. So, this is the total assets for this year one, and drag it and we're getting it for year two. Okay. Now here the total current liabilities is equal to how much? Accounts payable plus accrued expenses plus bills payable current. So if you add these three values, you'll be getting the total current liabilities equal to this plus this plus this. Okay. Similarly for year two, you can just drag it out. Okay. Now here these are bills payable long term. So these are long term liabilities. These are current liabilities that is we have added up right now, and these are the total liabilities. I mean, sorry, the long term liabilities. This T 241,854 for year one and 276,926 for year two. So the total liabilities how will be arriving at it? Will be adding these two. Fine. So current liabilities plus long-term liabilities, which you have only this at the time. So both of them added together gives total liabilities. Okay. Having said that, now we'll come to the final leg of our calculation. So we have common stock 582 and pay extra paid in capital of to this value 231,953. Retained earnings are approximately 317,543. Okay, so these are the total. So if you add these three, we'll be getting our total equity for uh, year one. Okay. So these are the total equity. Similarly, if we drag it for second year, we'll be getting the equity for second year also. Now, how do we get at this, what do you call total liabilities plus equity? Simple. You can just go by this. So we'll be adding total liabilities. Okay. And then we'll be adding the total equity. So we'll be getting total liabilities plus equity. How do we get it? Equal to this total liabilities plus total equity. There you go. So this for year one, year two, just drag it out. Fine. Now, similarly, for here, this is for balance sheet, and for the income statement, we can do similar calculations which we had done before. Gross margin is equal to this revenue, excuse me, revenue minus cost of goods sold. Okay, and for these expenses, these are the market research, product development, administrative, miscellaneous, etc., general expenses. So the operating margin is how much? We had to subtract is equal to gross margin minus sum of all this. Fine. So this is the operating margin. Now from this operating margin, what do we have to do? You have to calculate the net profit now. Okay. So from this operating margin, how to calculate the net profit equal to operating margin minus this minus this. Or else you can add summation of add this. Or else you can add this both, and even then you can subtract. I'm doing it straightforward. Okay. So we are subtracting interest expenses and other income expenses. So we'll be getting the net profit now. Press enter. So this is the net profit. Okay. Now here we have to calculate return on assets and return on equity. Cool. Now how do we calculate return on equity for return on assets first, then we'll calculate return on equity. Okay. Now what is return of assets? This is actually it is an indication, and how it is an indication of how efficiently or how effectively a business is using its assets to generate some income. Fine. So, for example, it has specific assets and is able to generate some income, right? Only on basis of its assets. So, how well it is using those assets to generate the income or generate profit is what return on assets actually points out at. Now, if a company has a very high ROI, that means it's uh, it technically means it is able to generate more income from a specific asset. For example, if you have 100 say $1 million of assets, and one company is generating 30%, another is generating only 15 to 20%, it means the first company is more efficient than second company. That means it will generate more income from a specific from same amount of assets. So how do we actually calculate return on assets? Actually, that we have to calculate by equal to net profit, okay, divided by average, okay, average of which two numbers? These two numbers. Fine. Total assets, average of this comma this. So 8.1, this actually should be put up as a part of percentage. So let me format it again. Yeah. So its return on assets is 80.14%. Similarly, return on equity equal to the same thing, average profit divided by average of, here we have to take total equity, not this value, not total liabilities per ticket, but the total equity only. So how will we do it? Actually equal to average of this one, comma this one. Press enter. So it's 1450.70. Okay, that's coming way too high. But okay, having said that, we're just using normal numbers here. I mean, just fictitious entities, so it could be anything. So here return equity is net profit divided by average of equity for these 2 years. So we'll get this. So this is how we calculate return on equity and return on assets. Fine. Now, having said that, let's move on to next step, where we'll be calculating break even. Now, there any business is concerned with profit and loss. Okay, and there'll be a situation where the business will have neither profit nor loss.
Okay, so technically a business has to will be producing certain goods or services, etc., and it will also have some fixed costs, some extra costs, etc. Now the point is there will come a point where I mean, at which if the volume of the business is done, then all the profits and will be equal to all the loss. That technically means the business will neither generate profit nor loss. Now, this is actually very important because it will help the business to what you call answer certain critical questions like what will be the minimum amount or the minimum volume of goods or services it needs to generate and also sell. So from so that it can actually cover all its costs and also the point from where it will start generating profits. Okay, so this is what we call actually break even. Okay, so the point at which any specific business will have zero profits and zero loss is called break even. Okay, so let's calculate it now. Now here the same similar which we have seen before. So we'll be calculating for the gross margin equal to this minus this, and after this we have some selling expenses also. Now so technically, so when we subtract these both gross margin selling expenses, we'll be getting the net margin of variable expenses. Okay, this is equal to this minus this. Fine. So this is the net margin of variable expenses here, and we'll be having certain R&D costs and also general and administrative costs, etc., etc. So how do we actually calculate equal to net margin of variable expenses minus sum of these both? Okay, so this is operating margin actually. And having said that, then we'll be having another interest expense and other income expenses also, right? So equal to is equal to operating margin minus sum of these both. So this is our net profit. Cool. Now the point is we want to calculate what is our exact break-even point. Okay. Now how do we calculate this break-even point now? See, break-even point is something when this becomes zero, right? Now, in order to make this zero, we can employ several strategies. Now, the point is we can increase the cost of goods sold. Now, how do we do it? For example, if I have say 1+1 offer or something, then or if I like say kind of put it that if you buy one, you'll get 50% off. You can buy one, you can get 75% extra, something like that. So that actually increases the cost of this goods sold. Okay, because we're basically giving off something for free that costs you something, but your customers don't cost anything for your customers. Okay, so you can actually tweak this, so you can increase it. Say instead of this thing, you can have okay, so that will change the whole scenario, or else you can even make it a little bit more. So this way you can increase the cost of this goods sold. Cool. By making by introducing several offers or something. After that, then you can increase the selling expenses also. In that way, you can what you call give out more what you call seller commissions or etc. Something like that. Okay. Actually, but most people assume that break-even is simple. You have some fixed costs and variable costs, then you have to use that, and you have to find out what is your break-even point. Okay, of course, this applies true for all businesses, but the point is when it comes to real business scenario, then the whole thing changes. Okay, it's not a simple thing that takes into consideration only one or two factors. There'll be hundreds of factors involved. So I'll just try to show it how it is done here now. Okay, so now it has become negative. So that is something we can
we should avoid since we are trying to making it. So I'm increasing the seller percentage commissions a bit more. Then I can also add more administrative general expenses, basically because perhaps I have to open more offices so that I can have more customer reach out or something. Okay, so that will also do. And for other income expenses also, what call receiving these two, this also can be increased. However, in that sense, I like to put more R&D so that my product can improve. So I'll increase this even further because that is not sufficient. Okay, it becomes 0. So I will increase my R&D more, or else I will add other income. Okay, fine. I'll increase my R&D a bit more. Cool. I'll try to increase my salary expenses a little bit more. Okay. So technically, as you can see that my net profit is gradually decreasing as I'm trying to allocate different weightages and different values to different factors involved here. So there's one thing which I don't want to reduce is revenue. I don't want to reduce my revenue at any point in time. Okay. I can increase my cost of the goods sold. I can increase my selling expenses. I can increase my R&D expenses. Okay. I can increase my general administrative and general expenses. So all these are quite helpful now. Okay, so it's of 8 to 9. Okay, so it is almost going to become a specific number. I'll adjust them here. Okay, so I'll reduce it here. Cool. So there's only 44 change. So I will put 10. Yeah. So I have arrived at a net profit of 0. But what I have done is, so to arrive here, I have kept my revenue constant. I have increased the cost of the goods sold. That means I'm giving out more freebies, or I mean, I'm giving out more of my product for free. That is one thing which I have done here. I'm increasing my selling expenses. That means I'm increasing the seller commission, my dealer commission, etc. And in addition to that, I have also tried to increase my R&D cost because they will be because I want to keep my product more streamlined, something, etc. I'm also increasing my administrative and general expenses, probably to expand my office, probably to make my office run more efficiently and allocate more funds. And that's all this I have done without reducing my revenue. So revenue will be the same. So if I'm making all these changes, then I'm arriving at a net profit of 0. So this is going to my break even point. All these factors go into the calculation of my break even point. So at this specific revenue, if my cost of goods sold is this specifically, my selling expenses are this subject to the specific selling commission. And if I'm increasing my admin and general expenses to this value and also allocating more budget for my R&D costs, then I'll be arriving at a net profit of 0. So this is how you arrive at a break even point. Now we will calculate the churn rate. Okay. Now whenever we're dealing with businesses like Netflix or Amazon or Bigflix, etc. Amazon Prime to be specifically. The point is they what to call they have monthly subscription fee or sometimes an annual subscription fee, and they already have some customers, and some customers will get added during the specific time period, be it a month or a year. And at the end of the month, there will be or end of the year there will be some people who will be actually leaving also. Okay, so we'll have incoming customers, we have outgoing customers, and we also have a customer base, already existing customer base. Now the point is, uh, customer churn rate is something that is an indication of how many customers we lose in a given period of time, be it a month or a year. Okay, now this need not apply only for streaming channels like Netflix or etc. It could also what to call apply for say monthly digest customers who have applied for a yearly subscription for any yearly magazine, annual magazine, biannual magazines, etc., etc. So for any time bound business cycles, we can apply this specific methods. Okay.
Now the point is, let's look at this small figure here. That is patterns at the end, start of the year is this much, and new patterns during the year is this much, and patterns at the end of the year is this much. Okay, now let me delete this value first, so that I can show you the exact calculation. Now the point is, we have patterns at the start of year and new patterns at the end of the year. These are the two values, and end of the year we're left with this many. Cool. Now, how many patterns we have lost? That means how many patterns have left us totally. Okay. So how do we do it? We add the patterns at the start of the year. Then we add the number of patterns during the added during the year, and then we subtract the patterns that who are left out at the end of the year. Okay. So this is how you calculate the number of patterns who are actually lost during the specific year. So this is a value. Fine. Now from this, how do we calculate the churn rate? Okay. Now the churn rate is simply equal to the number of patterns lost, okay, divided by patterns at the start of the year. Okay. So this is again in form of percentage. So let me format it properly. Done. So 9.76 is a churn rate. That means on a year 9.76% have left the subscription base or left our service. So this business is specifically, it is a fictitious business. So this is specifically has this much churn rate actually. So technically, they are losing at an average of 9.76% per year. Now, having said this, so this is why, because we are losing patterns actually, or customers actually, and this will not be applicable if we are actually adding more customers than which we are losing. So now we can see that the patterns at the end of the year is is lesser than patterns at the start of the year. Fine. However, if we have lost no patrons at all, then this figure would be higher. So this churn rate will not come into picture at all. Now, having said that, let's move on to another specific this thing of Excel calculations. So there's something called an average customer lifetime value. Okay. So what it is actually estimates is it is a gross. If for example you have one customer, and any customer will have its own lifetime, like that means from the start of the customer journey with the business to the end of the customer's journey with our business, the customer will be adding some value to our company by buying some goods or services something. So the average value, the lifetime value which the customer provides to us can be calculated as customer lifetime value. Okay. Now we have already this 9.76% churn rate. Fine. And from that, now we'll have this annual revenue, then we'll have cost of inventory sold. Here it could be digital inventory also, not just physical inventory. Now, what is digital inventory means? Maybe like in movies or programs or something like that. So, so using these figures, we can actually compute the customer lifetime value, customer LTV, in other words. Now, how do we do it? Now we have annual revenue, the cost of this one sold. So what is the margin here? Equal to this minus this. Okay, so this is a gross margin. Now how to calculate average margin per customer? Okay, so we calculate here average margin per customer is equal to gross margin divided by average of this comma this. Okay, another basis here. So this is the average margin per customer. So we have a total margin here, this gross margin, and we have this many customers. So since we can't actually calculate at the end of the year or starting, so we are taking the average of starting and the ending of the year. Fine, simple as that. So average margin per customer is gross margin divided by the total gross margin divided by average of these patterns the start of the year and the end of the year. So this is average margin per customer. Okay. Now how do you calculate customer lifetime value? So for that we have to divide this average margin per customer divided by the approximate churn rate. So this is quite important while calculating customer LTV. So 404.151. So this is the customer lifetime value. Okay, so this is how we calculate our customer LTV. Similarly, now moving ahead, let's now deal with calculating the turnover of an employees. Now, what is an employee turnover? It's actually similar to the concept is somehow similar to previous topic which you have dealt with right now. It means it is the measure of how well is an organization is good at hiring and retaining talent. Okay. See, in an organization, there will be some people who will be hired during a specific period of time. There will be certain employees who are already working in that, and some people will be actually getting fired or they'll be resigning. Actually, as a matter of fact, so this is a measure of employee turnover is nothing but a measure of how well an organization is hiring and keeping the talent, not firing them off. Now, a high turnover means what? It means only one thing. That means there are more number of people are actually leaving the organization. So there is some inadequacies. Okay, and if an employee turnover is minimal, then the HR has done his job very well. So let's calculate for this is a fictitious company with these figures. So the point is from the start of the January to the end of the start of the year, January to till December. These are the figures actually. So employees at the start of the month is hired this much. So many people have actually been hired, and this many people have resigned. Okay, and at the end of the day, so how many people will be at the end of the month? This is equal to this value plus this value minus this value, right? And the same figure will be reflecting in February 7077. Okay, and this is equal to 744 people have hired or joined, and 432 has joined. And what will be the actual value is equal to these two values minus this, so 7389. So this is the values for all the months of a specific year. Now, how do we calculate the employee turnover? The answer is quite simple. Equal to, first we have to calculate the average employment per month. Okay, how do we calculate average employment per month? We take the averages of all these months. Okay, from here to here is equal to average of. Okay, so this is simple, is equal to average of this. Okay, it is showing some what you call points, so we can, while calculating, can actually assume this, otherwise it should be a whole number or an integer. Now total fired or resigned is equal to how much? We can see this here is equal to sum of, not average here, we are taking the sum. Okay, we are taking the sum of all these values, total people who have resigned actually. Excuse me. I should, okay, equal to sum of braces open. So this is the total people who have resigned. Okay, this company. Now, what is the employee turnover rate? Now, that is quite simple. We have to divide these both. Okay, equal to this divided by this. So that will to again convert into percentage. So 59.95%. That's pretty high actually. So we can actually see that they're actually trying to hire more people to make up for the losses of the company. So since the employee turnover rate is pretty too high, usually it will be in single digits only, not more than that. Employee turnover will be, if it is a very good company, the employee turnover will be like 1 to 3% approximately. And if it is more than 10% or 15% is a bad company. And if it is 59.95%, of course, I just made it all up, but then it is going to be very bad company to work up. Because even if you can see the number of people who have hired in the first place is much higher than these people who have resigned. But as you observe, there have been pretty bad ones where people have resigned very highly, and in order to make up with this, several people were hired. Okay, so we can actually see that the employee turnover rate is 59.95%, which is pretty high, and as a judgment we can pass that it is not a pretty good place to work with. Okay, this is how we calculate employee turnover. Now going back, now we'll be actually leaving some of the prime Excel's financial functions now. So before plunging into the interest rates, etc., I'd like to discuss two types of interest rates. Okay. First rate which I like to tell is nominal rate, and the other one is the effective rate. Now, if something is called as a nominal rate, then it is usually paid with the compounding period. Okay. For example, if we have say 12%, what to call annual percentage rate, that means it's 12% per annum, that is the actual rate, but it is compounded monthly. Means so that is no, so this means it is for example, if 12% is for 1 year, then per month it will be 1%, right? But that 1% will be compounded every month. So this is what we call a nominal rate is. Now, what is an effective rate? Effective rate is the actual rate which is actually paid. Okay. So okay, just ignore this one. I'll put it as nominal rate. So ignore the surroundings of this one. So for example, this is nominal rate, and this is compounded every month. And now we have something called as an effective rate. Okay. So what is the effective rate now? As I was told just now, effective rate is the actual rate paid. Okay. So nominal rate, if the time period of both nominal rate and effective rate are same, then even the rates will come out to be similar. Okay. Now, how do we calculate actually nominal rate and what you call effective rate? So we have certain Excel formulas for the same thing. You don't have to worry much. Now, for example, we have a nominal rate of 12% here. Okay, as I've already typed here. But the point is, instead of this nominal rate, I want effective rate. So how we do is equal to effect means it is showing this product is equal to effective annual rate interest of this nominal rate, and how many months we are doing? 12. Fine. So press on enter. So it is showing in form of percentage. So let's modify it in percentage. Yeah. So nominal rate of 12% per annum compounded monthly is equal to effective rate of 12.68% per annum. Okay. So if someone is saying that we are offering a nominal rate of 12% compounded monthly, then effectively you are paying 12.68% per annum. Now the same thing if you want to back calculate it, that also you can do. What you do is equal to nominal, that is annual nominal interest of this effect rate means effective rate by again 12. Okay. So how to press enter? You'll be getting 0.12. That is nothing but 12%. Okay. So technically, this is how effective and nominal rates actually usually work, and this is something which we'll be dealing with in present calculations now. I'll delete everything. Okay. For example, if I have a loan amount of say 100 grand or 1 lakh, okay, with an interest rate of say 11.25%, okay, and the repayment period is say 5 years. Now I want to calculate EMI. What is my monthly payment? Okay, so how do you calculate it? There's one function called PMT equal to PMT. Okay, so you can see that it calculates the payment for loan based on constant payments and at constant interest rate, comma. So what is the rate here? 11.25%, and that we have to divide by 12. Okay, because this is annual interest rate which you have mentioned here, not the monthly. We have calculated the annual interest rate, and since we are doing it on a paying monthly, so we have to divide by 12. Okay, comma. Now this specific one, this is repayment in years. Okay, but this is in years actually, so we have to multiply it by 12. Fine, comma, and the total amount is how much? 1 lakh. Fine, comma, 0 comma 0. Okay, so we don't have to really worry much about it. Close it, press enter. So it is 2168.73 is what we are going to pay every monthly. So it is already pre-defined it. So instead of 1 lakh, if I'm putting say 3,85,000, so press enter, it will show you this one. Okay. So let me demonstrate this question, this what you call procedure again. Here what we are doing is equal to PMT. B
here 11.25% is something that you are paying per year, but we are paying every monthly, right? So that's why we have to divide it by 12. Okay, and here instead of repayment period in years, repayment period in months, we have taken years. So number of months for which we are paying is how much? 512, that is 60. Cool. So that we had that is why we had to multiply it by 12. And then comes the actual loan amount. How much is the loan amount? This one. Okay. So comma this b sounds okay, and then 0 and 0. So this is how actually we what to call are able to what to call calculate the EMI payment by using a simple formula here. 154 equal to 774. Okay. So this is how it works. Now the point is we can use this specific formula for creation of a specific payment table, loan payment table. Okay. Now let's see. Okay, so 1 lakh percent, so it will come like this. So I'll just minimize everything here so that it will come in single page of page view. Okay, 1 minute. Now actually ignore these two columns here. Okay, I'll just insert, or else I'll maximize here. 1 second. Okay, now here the point is, what is the balance at the starting of this one? You just ignore this. I'll just copy and paste. I just put it for some other purpose. Bingo. Okay, so it's done here. Okay, now it's clean. Now what solution? Okay, so here's the payment number 1 2 3 4 5 6, and we have repayment period for here. We can technically calculate for any amount of period. Okay, but rather than showing it for say 100 years or so, we can just limit to 2 years, because that's what because it will be easier for me to show you. That's the only thing. Otherwise, technically you can calculate it for as many years as you want. Okay, so now we have payment of 1 lakh, loan amount of 1 lakh, interest rates of 11.25%, repayment period of 2 years. You can put it even 100, even 20, 25 years or something. But the point is, I'm holding it back. Only the reason is what to call uh, because it will be easier for me to show. Otherwise, it will keep on extending. Okay. Now let's apply formulas for each and everything. Now we have payment number 1 to 24. That is for 2 years or 24 months. Okay. This is for monthly payment. Now the point is the payment amount. Okay, now since you have calculated it here, this payment amount here already, so we'll put as equal to this. Okay, press enter, and this is something, excuse me, control Z. So instead of this, I should have put it absolute. Fine, that's what is showing an error. That's simple. Yeah, so we have here 24 payments of 24 EMIs of 4672.40 for one payment, 1 lakh loan amount, and 11.25% interest rate for 2 years. Fine. Now here, what is the balance? So balance here, this is before the actual amount paid. Okay, so this is equal to 1 lakh only. So we are starting with 1 lakh which he has taken. From that we'll be subtracting, etc. Cool. Now let's look at the rest of the things. So balance is 1 lakh. Fine. Now there we have principal paid and interest paid, right? Now the principal paid plus interest paid is equal to how much? The payment amount. Now how do we calculate the principal paid? Principal paid is equal to this value minus this. Okay, press enter. Of course it will show like that only. We will just, when we adjust it, it will show the exact value. Okay, because we have to calculate the interest paid right now. And what is the interest paid now? Now amount of interest is actually paid on the what is the actual balance pending, right? So how do we actually calculate this one? Equal to this value into this interest rate. Okay, this is the interest rate per annum. So that we are making it as absolute. Fine.
divided by 12. Cool. Okay, so it is negative, it is showing negative, so it should be the other way around. Fine, should be plus. And what is the balance here remaining? Okay, equal to this value minus this. Okay, so it's getting added up. So because this braces ones actually means it is adding up. Fine. Pull this down. Cool. So this is how the entire one is set up. Now let me explain to you carefully once again, because when I'm entering the formulas front and back, you end up getting a bit confused. But one thing you can observe from here is the point is at the end of all the 24 payments, it has become 0. Cool. So let me show you how it is actually done. First and foremost, I'll take you from the basics once again. We have 1 lakh loan amount, 11.25% per annum, 2 years repayment period, that is 24 months. And the monthly payment is 4,672.40, and this is EMI. Fine. So one thing, this is a payment chart. Okay, we can technically, this is for 24 years. You can actually devise it for even 20, 30, as many as you want. So we have 24 payments. Okay, that is corresponds with 2 years of payment. Now the EMI doesn't change, right? Does change? No, it doesn't change. Why? Because it is supposed to be equal, since the what you call loan amount, interest rate, and repayment period all are fixed. Okay. Now the initial balance is 1 lakh. Okay. Now how much for this 1 lakh? From the starting, he is paying 4672.40 every month. Now once he has paid this amount, excuse me. Now the principal paid is this much and interest paid is this much, and the balance turns out to be 96265.10. What is the logic behind this? See, so for 1 lakh for first month he's paid this much amount, and this amount is split into a specific amount is principal paid, and another specific amount is uh, what you call the interest paid, right? Now as the time goes on, the amount paid is similar, okay, but the principal increases, whereas the interest decreases. Now for 1 lakh has to pay how much interest? 937.5, and for 1 month. So how do we calculate it? Let me show you the formula again. So what we're doing for this 1 lakh, that is F183, that is 1 lakh, multiplied by this interest rate, 11.25% interest, but this is for not for 1 year, this is for 1 month, right? That's why we are dividing it by 12 here. Got it? So the formula is pretty straightforward. F183, that is 1 lakh, that's the actual amount, multiplied by the interest rate, that is 11.25%, divided by 12. So this is the interest. 97.5 is the interest he is paying on a balance of 1 lakh for 1 month at the rate of 11.25%. So that's the interest paid. Now, however, the EMI is 4672, right? So if he has paid 937.5 as interest, and total EMI paid is 4672.4, so what is the principal paid actually? The difference between these two. Got it? So that is 3734.90. Cool. So first EMI 467, second EMI 467. This is constant for next 24 months. But first month, out of the balance of 1 lakh, he's paying, he has paid 467.40, and in this 467.2.40, principal paid is 3734.90, and the interest remaining is the interest paid. Okay. Now after this one, since interest paid doesn't get accounted into the principal, right? So this is paid off. Now what is the balance actually remaining? For which for which his interest will be calculated, that is 1 lakh minus 3734.90, that comes to around 96265.10. Cool. I hope you are getting it. So out of this 1 lakh 3734.90, that is the principal that has been paid. So what is the remaining balance? This the sum of difference between these two, that is how much? 9626 5.10. And the same procedure is calculated for all the months. So this way you can see that here interest paid gradually becomes to almost say to double digits, that is 43.396, and the principal paid is increasing, and at the end of all these months we will get only a zero balance. That means at the end of 24 months period he has paid all the balance including the interest. So total interest paid, this is the total this thing paid, principal paid, you can even sum it up, is equal to sum of yes, it's 1 lakh. See, and this for how much interest we have, even that we can find out, is equal to sum of all this. Okay, so this is the interest, total interest he has paid. This is a total this thing which he has paid, principal he has paid, and this one also you can put is equal to sum of the total amount he has paid. So if you can actually see this, the sum of these two will be equal to this. So for 1 lakh amount he has paid 12,137.58014 extra. Cool. So this is how you can actually create an amortization schedule. So this is something which you can do it easily. Okay. Now this is the fact when uh, what you call uh, the interest rate is actually stable. That is similar, like it is 11.25% for the entire 2 years. However, if you have certain loan schedule when the interest rate changes in between, cool, even that can happen, right? So how do you do it? You can do it easily. Give me a second. So yeah, that's why I had actually put it in the starting only, but I just changed it to prevent confusion. Now let me bring it to one screen. Yeah. Now here what we are going to do, we are going to uh, calculate when what will happen if there's a change in the interest rate. Okay. So for payment number and for interest rate, if it changes, then what you are supposed to do? Fine. Even that we can do. I will show you how. Now see, okay. So for payment number one, and it is payment number one, say its interest rate is same as 11.25%. Cool. Now for say payment number 10, okay, or payment number say 12, the interest rate has changed to 20%. Okay, and for payment number 18, the interest has fallen back to say 5%. I'm just doing it for sake of calculation. Okay, so this is if what will happen to this entire schedule if this is the change in the payments. Okay, so how do we calculate it now? Let's see. Now what we are going to do is we'll add another column here. We'll call it as interest rate. Okay, simple as that. Now here the point is we're going to use VLOOKUP here. Okay, VLOOKUP. So here we'll be looking up these payments. Okay, comma. The array will be this, and we'll be turning it absolute, comma. Then we will be taking the second column. Okay, that is the second. Okay, and true, just for an approximate match. The answer is close. Enter. So it is 0.1125. So that will be converting it to, okay, wait. Anyhow, we'll pulling it out. Now what we are doing here is for each and every column you have put up this what you call. So for 1 to 12, that means 1 to 11, it is 11.25% only. And from 12th to 18th, that is till 12 to 17 it is 20%, that is 0.2, and then onwards it is 5% only. So let me make it into say format cells percentage, done. Now it will be same. So you can see here that the percentage, whatever the percentage shares here, that is dictated by the schedule, that is shown here. Fine. Now the point is what you are going to do here, instead of all this, the another small change will be implementing here. That is in the here we will here what we are seeing was we were actually using this what you call uh, this specific interest rate, right? That is, you see here it is B177, that is this one. So instead of this rate we'll be using this rate. Simple. So instead of, I'm going to edit this equal to into this one divided by 12. Fine. And the same thing I'll be putting up for all the this thing values. Now the one thing you can actually observe here is, let me delete this totals column row. Yeah, because it's change in interest rate earlier at the end of 24 months we used to have a zero balance, but because this change in interest rates we have another small down payment, that is 1517.52. Why is that? Because the interest rates have changed, point number one, the time hasn't changed, and even the EMI hasn't changed. However, if you want to communicate this way, you can actually say that since for the okay boss, the actual interest is 4670 which you are paying for 24 months, but because of the change in interest rate we have to pay a small down payment of 1517 at the end of this period, keeping the EMI unchanged. However, you can also do one more thing, can change the EMI rates here whenever this interest rate changes, so that you can end up with actually 0%, I mean zero balance at the end of the 24-month period, or else even you can calculate for prepayments also. So this is how you can actually generate an amortization schedule easily with similar rates or even changing interest rates. Now, having said this, let's move on to another topic within the same subtopic here. So if you have uh, understood anything about say for example buying any specific machinery, you can see that majority of the fixed assets excluding land, it depreciates over time. For example, if I brought a machinery for say 100 grand, the same value after a couple of years it will be little lesser because it has been used up and it has depreciated over time. Okay, this depreciation is actually decreasing value, overall value actually, and uh, this also can be calculated using Excel. Okay, now I will show a small example here. Here we have A B C D E, it's five assets, and these are the cost of assets, and these are the year brought, I mean the year in which they have been brought. Okay, and this is their service life. Cool. So asset A has this value which has been brought in 2016 and has a service life of 6 years. Okay, and the similar for B C D E, etc. Now, what we have to do is, let me scroll it for you. We have to calculate the depreciation for all these years. Okay. For example, take asset one. Take asset A. What will happen is first year it will be I mean we are calculating here stuff from starting 31st December 2012 to 2020, and the calculations go until 31st December 2028. Okay, but in the meantime this will end at 2022 only, this will 2025, this will 2023, and this will 2024, and this one will be till 2023 again. Cool. So after this it will be null only, but I'll just show how the calculations is actually done. Cool. Now for this let me show you a specific formula. First we'll be using straight line method, and then we'll be using accelerated depreciation method. Okay, so what is straight line method? Actually straight line method is nothing but it is made on an assumption that the value will be declining at a specific rate and not at a variable rate. Okay. Now let's see, as I've explained everything. Now let me put up the formula one by one. Okay, is equal to f of or, again, year of this one, this specific. So what is the year here? 2020. And let me make it as a specific absolute reference so that we can actually drag it and pull it. Okay, is lesser than this year. Okay, let me make it absolute reference again. Cool. Oh, this is first logical, and second logical is year of the same. Let me make it absolute one. I'm making this references absolute so that we can drag it, so that we don't have to enter each and every time when we, for the remaining cells as well, is greater than, if that is greater than, and let me make it absolute again. Excuse me. Plus this bracket close, comma 0, comma SLN. What is SLN? SLN stands for straight line method. Okay, the method which you are using. There we have to, then that is equal to this one, absolute reference, comma 0, comma service life. Again absolute reference, braces close, multiplied by, again, f of or, again open, where logical one will be using as year of this, year of, yeah, I should open a braces, year of this, again absolute reference, equal to this absolute reference plus this absolute reference, comma year of this, again absolute reference, equal to this, yeah, again absolute reference, comma 0.5, sorry 0.5, or else comma 1. Cool. Press enter. Give me a second. Yeah, F2, this one. Yeah, so this is what how the formula looks. Press enter. Yeah, so now we have entered for one cell. You can drag it for other cells as well. Okay, till 2028. Now here you can actually see that the value of asset is brought in 2016 has a life of 6 years. So it means what? It works in 2022. Then afterwards, its value becomes 0. So here we can see that for this asset, there is a value till December 31st December 2022. Afterwards, it becomes 0. Similarly, for this, it is brought in 2020 and it will have service life for 5 years. So technically, it will be have value till 2025. After that, becomes 0. Similar, this will for 2018 for 3 years. That is, it will become 0 after 2021. So this is how it is actually calculated. And total actually you can just sum it up all. Now let me explain this formula once again. Cool. Now, however, is the entire formula which is seen here. The only thing is SLN B218 D218. Now, what does it mean? Straight line method. It is used for calculation of depreciation. What is the B218 represent? Cost. Okay. And what is salvage? Salvage means the value at the end of the useful life. That is 0. So technically, we are not going to have any value at the end of it, the useful life, right? So it is going to be 0. And the life is given by D218. What is D218? This one. So cost salvage life is the value is SLN this one. Okay. Now what we are going to do is this if or year all this has been put up only for the purpose of calculating which year is matching this. For example, 2016 plus 6 should calculate in 2022, after it should become 0, right? Now let me what do you call cut down all the formula and explain to you. Okay, now let's take this if and in that if we are putting an or. Okay, so if you put if, what will happen? We have a logical test, and what will be the value if it is true, and what will be the value if it is false. Cool. Now here the logical test is we are putting another or function, and the value if the logical test is true is 0, and the value if the logical test is false is our straight line method SLN. Now here what are we doing within or we can actually, so or we are having logical 1, logical 2, etc. So what is the function of or actually? If any one of is true, or if any one of is false, it returns true only. But only when both our conditions are false, then it will return as false. Okay, true and false will come as true, false and true will come as true, true and true will come as true, false and false will come as false. Okay, now what we're checking here what we're checking, if year 217, year of 217 is 2020, is lesser than year of 218. Is it lesser? No. So it is false. Comma, year 217, year of 217, that is this. Sorry, okay, the formula went away. So year of 217, that is this, that is 2020, is greater than C of 218 plus 216. So both are false. Okay, so when both are false, what you should show? You should calculate SLN. So it is calculating SLN here. So we are seeing a value here. Fine. So we are seeing a value that is getting calculated. Again, now we'll go for this specific December 31st December 2023. Now what will happen when this particular part of formula goes to this specific cell? If our year of 217 is lesser than 218, is year 217, that is not 217, is actually it is supposed to be here. Okay, we'll click it here so to prevent confusion. If of excuse me, if of year of h of 217, what is h217 here? That was December 2023, is lesser than 218, that is this value 2016. No, it is false. Comma, second, what is second condition? If year 217 is greater than 2016 plus 6, it is returns true only. Since it is true, the value that is returned here is 0. Okay, so seeing it here. So this is how it works. Now let's go for second if statement here. If and or, here what is happening? If and or, if the year is 217 equal to 218 plus D218, that is C2, if is year of 217 is 2023 is equal to C218 plus D218, C218 plus D218, no, it is not equal to, comma, here year of H217, that is 2023 is equal to C218. Is it that? No.
So what will happen? Value if true, it is no, and if it's false, yes. So it is false. It returns the actual value only. Cool. So why are we doing this? Because we are employing a half year modularity here. Okay. So if it is within the half year, then it will calculate accordingly into 0.5 into 0.1. So this is how actually we can calculate using straight line method. Okay. Now, since you have understood the entire logic of the entire this formula, now what will happen if we try to calculate using accelerated depreciation? Okay, straight line method is something that it means that the asset quality depreciates equally for all areas in this of its useful life. In some organizations, they use an accelerated method. So that it means a method that depreciates higher at a higher rate in the beginning of a asset's starting life, and it keeps on decreasing at the end of it, much like a curve instead of a straight line. So the what does this accelerated depreciation theory actually mention is that when the asset is new, it starts losing its value very soon, and when it becomes old, the value loses a little bit more gradually. So we can use DBB function or VDB function. I will also show you that one. So let's calculate for the same values. Okay, for the same thing we'll calculate again. Okay, let me delete everything. Yeah, I'll pull it down here. Yeah, cool. Let me put up the formula here to explain you better. So yeah, so this is the same formula here, similar formula which we have for which we have done for straight line method. But the point is the formula in this case is a little bit more complex. But however, I'll stay with you. I'll try to explain everything as step by step. Now the point is, as I mentioned before, for example, if we buy the asset, it's not as if we are buying all the assets at the starting of the year, right? So that we can calculate at the end of the year as 1 year and then proceed. The point is, it can also happen second month, fifth month, or even eighth or ninth months. So for that clarity, we are taking it as what to call every 6 months. For example, if we have 5 years or 6 years of useful life, then period for first year goes from what 0 to 1. For second year, the period span will go for 1 to 3. Then third year will be 3 to 5, and so on goes on till 9 to 10. Okay, so we're taking the double the life so that the calculation will be more eased out. Okay, now here, excuse me, the formula I have typed into the first cell here, so which we can extend it to the entire array here. Now the point is equal if or, that means here what it is saying, if or E of 217, that is this one, year of 217, what is the year 2020, if it is lesser than year of 218, C218, what is this one here, if it is lesser, or if it is 217, this year of this one is greater than the summation of this. Okay, so if it is before this year or after this 2016 plus 26 years, then if both are what you call this one true, then you should return as 0. Why? Because if it is before, then there's no point in taking any value, and if it is after, then the value would have depreciated to 0. Cool. So if any one of these are true, then we'll get this 0 only. Now, if it is false, then what we should do? That means if the time period taken is between 2020 to 2016 plus 6, that is 2022. That is the useful life. If that is there, then it will become false. Then it will calculate this VDB. Now this VDB, the syntax is, if I go and just put the type here, you can see that, okay, here VDB, if you're putting it, it will ask for cost, then salvage value, then life, then start period and end period. Okay. Now, what is the cost here? The same amount, 72954. That is B218. I'm putting this what you call fixed references so that we can later drag it down. Then salvage is the value at the end of the what you call the useful life. That will be 0 only. Fine. And what is the life year? Life year is again this one. Service life into 2. Why I have mentioned into 2? Because we are taking 6 months period. Okay, that is the reason. Now after this, so okay, this is, and then now it's salvage value. Now it is life. You can see the text turning bold. Then here, then we are calculating the start period. Okay, and later if you see, okay, now what is the start period? Now we'll focus one by one in order to prevent confusion. So now we are looking at the starting period. Now what is the starting period? It is asking if E of 217, that is year, this 2020 year is equal to C218. That was 2016. If it is equal to 2016, then it should return 0, right? Because it is starting year, so or else this is, if this is true, then it is good. Or else if it is false, if it is not the case, if the year is not equal to 2016, then year of 217, again the same thing. If 2020 is equal to C218 plus D218, that is 2016 plus 6 is how much? 2022. That is a useful life. That is a logical test. And if that is true, then what we should take? Into multiplied by 2 minus 1, right? So if it is true, what you should return? D into 218 into 2 minus 1. Why into 2? Because we are taking 6 months period. Fine. That is into 6 into 2 is what? 11. And starts with 0. Okay. Sorry. 6 into 2 is 12 minus 1. Okay. Again, and if the value is false, if it's not equal to, then we should subtract this E217, that is 2020 minus 218. The C218 value, that is 2016, that is how many years? Should be around 4 years into 2 minus 1 again, because we are taking into account 6 months period. That is one thing. And the second thing is, this is the end period now. This is for starting period of this VDB. Don't so stay with the track. This is starting period of VDB. And now we will be calculating the end period. Okay. For an end period, again, we have to see if year of E217, that is 2020, equal to C218, then it is 1 value, if it is 1. Okay. Or else if it is equal to the time period, this one, then it should be multiplied by 2. Okay. And what is the value if it is not satisfied? Then we should take into account the year of 217, that is 2020 minus C218. What is 218? 2016 into 2 plus 1, because we are calculating the end period. So this is the entire formula. So this till here we will be calculating. So till this 0 will be calculating if it is within the time period. I mean the within the time period of year brought on service life. If it is before, it is 0. Even if it is after, it is 0. And once if it is, it falls within that period, then what will be? We will be using that VDB. And within VDB also we will be declaring the cost, salvage, and life. Then for start period, this is the entire calculation. For end period, this is the entire calculation. Okay. Let's press enter. So this is the value. Now we'll drag down and like this. Okay. So you can see here that for year about 2016 plus 6, the service life will be 2022, right? So 2022 is the last cell where value is shown, and after that is all zeros. Similarly, you can take, for example, 2018 plus 3. So the last value for which it will be calculated is 2021, and after it will be 0. So this is how you can use this what you call nesting formula, complex nesting formula, to calculate VDB. Now, having said that, we'll move on for calculations of present values. Okay. Now, what is the present value? For example, if I have 1000 rupees now, and if we'll get 1000 rupees after 10 years, will the value be same? No, because we have to take into consideration the what to call the inflation, the interest rates, etc., etc. So on. So it works in similar fashion. For example, if you put 1000 rupees, 1000 bucks in a bank, and it is giving you some, say, 3% or 4% interest per annum, and after 10 years, it will be the same value, 1000 rupees? No, because it would have compounded. Fine. So similarly, it is on the reverse way. So how do we calculate the present value? I will just show you. For example, say, yeah, for example, future value, say, let's put it as 50,000. Okay, future value something. It will be then it will be mentioned in the future. For example, 50,000 after 10 years. So I'll be getting 50,000 rupees after 10 years, and in the meantime, what will be the discount rate? The discount rate could be in form of percentage. That is, let me calculate, let me put it as in, let me format this cell first of all, right? Format cells.
Okay, so I'll put it as 7%. Okay, so what will be the net present value? So after 10 years, if I'm getting 50,000, what will be the present value if the discount rate is around 7%? Okay, so for that, there is a simple formula is equal to PV, that is represents the present value of investment, comma rate, that is here, comma years, comma here, and comma PMT. PMT we can put it as 0 because we don't because PMT argument is it is valid only when the regular payments is received over the discount period. But however, we are getting only one payment, right? It's not like we are getting the 5,000 10 times into 50,000 like that. So it does not work like that. Then comma future value. For future value is what 50,000. Okay. Now the last thing is type. Now what's the type here? Whether we are receiving it at the end of the 0 is for at the end of the period and 1 is for at the beginning of the period. Okay. So for time being we can actually ignore this and sub C excuse me, and here it should be minus C 230. Why? Because it is taking as a future value. So we should always put it as a negative function. So what will be getting 25417 25417.46. So if you are receiving 50,000 after 10 years, if you are taking the discount rate, or else can also say it as in, for example, inflation rate. So that will be equivalent of 25,417. Okay, so this is how we do the what you call calculations for future values. Now the same thing if we really want to say calculate the rent. For example, I have shown you that we can calculate, like for example, uh, each and every values over specific period of time, right? When I'm showing this PV formula, so that is something we can use here now. I would like to mention it. For example, if you have a house or if you have a factory or something, and you will be receiving, say, for next 12 years, a standard rent of say 10K per annum. Okay, I'll put it as 10K here. Let me put it. Yeah, sure. So 10K here, and this is for the 12 years. So what will be this net present value? Okay. So how can you calculate that? We can do it easily. So for this, we have to use another formula called NPV, equal to NPV. That is a net present value, not OV. It's NPV, net present value of what is the percentage we are taking here? 7% rate, comma. Now instead of this, we can calculate. Yeah. So you'll be technically it will seem as if you're 10K, you'll be receiving 10K over 12 years, so it should technically mean 120K. But since there is some discounting factor here, which we can assume even as an inflation of around 7%, so the actual net value of this entire rent receipt for over 12 years will be equal to 79426.86. So this is how you can calculate net present value. Now let's move on. So the point is, okay, yeah. So we have calculated net present value previously, so I will delete this for time being. Now here, what we'll do is, for example, say your what you call instead of expected, see on 31st December 2021, your what you call investing say minus 100K, okay, and here you are investing some, you are investing, you are getting back some cash returns of specific values. So I just fill with some values here randomly. So these are cash flows, okay. This is a cash flows for next say from 2021 to 2033. So what I'll do is just randomize and just put some values so as to make you understand how to calculate IRR. Now what is an IRR actually? IRR is nothing but internal rate of return. Okay. So what is an internal rate of return? It technically means if you have put some amount, how much of the return you are getting it in form of percentage. Okay, it's actually technically close to very close to NPV. That's why you saw the formula here. But however, we should be using this one to calculate something now. The same IRR now. I'm just putting random numbers to make you understand. Don't take it as actual ones. Okay. So yeah, so we have values where first year you're putting some amount, right? So first thing, since you are putting some amount, that means your cash outflow is there. So it is a, so for example, if you're taking 1 lakh from out of your pocket and you're putting it in a business, that means you are down by 1 lakh, right? 100,000. And from next year onwards, you're getting some cash back from the business. So then it will be positive. Sure. So for this IRR also, you should have at least one positive and at least one negative for it to work properly. Now, how do you calculate IRR? It is simple. I'll type here IRR. That is equal to, now the formula same way, is equal to IRR of all these values. You can select them, comma 0.0, comma, excuse me, comma 0.10. That is 10%. This is a default value that Excel assumes. So 70%. Of course, it's way too high because you're investing only 100,000, you're getting massive amounts. So this is what internal rate of return actually means. However, if you already have an expected rate of return like 5% or 6% or desired 8%, even that you can input here. Instead of 0.1, you can put it as 0.8. Even then, it will show the same values because even if I put here 0.98, even then it will show the same because it is it's just asking for the sake of a guess. See, these are the values and just a guess value. You can put any amount and you can get the same answer here. That will not be an issue. Now this is a fact when you are having, for example, cash flows at a regular period of time. See, at the end of each year. Fine. Now what happens if you are getting these cash flows but at irregular time levels? Okay, so how do you do it? I'll just show one example. I'll just delete a few this ones here. So there's a 2 year gap there's 1 year gap here, excuse me, and there's a 2 year gap here. So let me delete this, and there's another 1 year gap here. So now actually you can see that there's 1 year gap here, then it's coming regularly, again 3 year gap here, it's coming regularly, another one gap here. So how do you calculate the internal rate of return when the flow is irregular? Okay, for that you have to use another function which is called XIRR. Okay, so for that you have to use XIRR, that is internal rate of return for schedule of cash flows for the values, comma, for the dates, comma, guesses. You can put anything or you can just close it here also. See, so you're getting the 64% as the internal rate of return for revenue. So this is how you can calculate internal rate of return when the what call cash flow is regular. I mean, you're not getting it at a regular time period. Other cases you can use just IRR only. So this is about internal rate of return. Okay, fine. Yeah, sure. Now, having said that, let's go about financial forecasting here. Sure. Now, what I'll just delete this for time's sake so that you can. I will wait. Excuse me. Okay, I'll delete this. Okay. Now here, the point is we have specific months and the revenue in thousands. Okay, and these are the values for specific period of time. Now, what we have to do is, can we actually use some kind of financial forecasting using what you call Excel? The answer is a resounding yes, we can do it. So what we do is we just take the values, we put graphs, and then we ask Excel to generate its own forecasting methods. Now, this is the data which I have, which I've just shown here now. Okay. Now what we do is we select the data, select all the data here. Cool.
Now we go to data here, then we go to forecast here. This is a forecast one, you get forecast sheet, and then you can actually see here that see the trend where it is going. This is a normal trend, and there can be a trend here, there can be a trend here. So revenue is blue line actually indicates the revenue in thousands and forecast revenue in thousands, and the lower confidence bound. Okay, this one, and upper confidence bound revenue in this one. Okay, so this is something you can do. Now we have also several options here. Click on this, by which you can actually what you call toggle it and do the appropriate forecasting. Now let's see what will increase. If you increase the confidence level, then the what you call spread becomes more widened. Okay, and if you decrease the confidence level, if you don't have confidence here, actually reduce it to small, and it will tend to draw in line with the forecasted one. So this is how you can actually what you call use this what you call forecast worksheet to perform your own forecasts, and you can also use zeros. You can use aggregate duplicates using median, max, or something. And you can, if you click on create, it will show you the forecast sheet. Okay, it will put up here. You can also do right click and also do whatever changes you want to. So this is how you can do financial forecasting using Excel in first place. Okay.